In a world where bad movies are discussed for way too long by two people, join us, dumpster divers, for the third installment of the Eternals and Marvels podcast talk discussion of movie garbage. I don't know where I was going with that. I'm running out of goofs at this point. This is the third part, because I know it's going to be cut up, because the last two are 4 hours each. Mm-hmm. This is, if somehow you've randomly stumbled upon us and didn't watch parts 1 and 2, this is movie garbage, where we talk about bad movies, and this is the third, I'm going to say it so many times, this is the third installment of us talking about the Marvels and Eternals. As I've been the last two parts and all the episodes before, I'm Ed Bobenchek, and maybe having his own goof is the co-host, Mr. Matthew Lewis.
Oh. Nothing's brewing at Starbucks?
Boo.
Robert De Niro.
It's not Rob anymore. It's Rise.
Rise De Niro?
Please care if I don't. What's your name?
Rise De Niro.
It's the same old show.
Rise De Niro.
I want chunky wickedness, you're my enemy. Say goodbye to your vanilla clash. Basement, hoo-ha, frappuccino heavy. None of this error is in range of hearing. They pushed you away without pumpkin spice either. Strawberry rest, you don't know it was me. Nobody wants your Rise De Niro. I've had enough of your Rise De Niro. Adults from 30 to 70 laying down for your Rise De Niro. What's your name?
Rise De Niro.
Rise our eyes, our eyes, rise our
Rise De Niro.
That was the Dunkaccino on opposite day.
The fact that I was dying the entire time. Oh boy.
Fun bits.
Fun bit.
Yeah, so many bits are referencing our own podcast now. Because I love that stupid ass song so much.
I mean, to be fair, we were referencing that before we even did Jack and Jill.
Yeah. Oh, gosh.
Now
yeah.
I have a headache. Now I'm dizzy. Thanks.
Yeah, we'll say, that'll be our clear it up. Take a swing. Part 3. Finally starting the movie, but before that, of course, there's always something new every fucking time. It's been months now since we've watched the movie.
Literally.
But there's always new Marvel news. Let's see, for that's part 2, all the way through the notes and shit. All right, part 3. Firstly, we just watched the Spier-man Brand New Day trailer. As of this recording, that's new. So I'm excited. I mean, I know we talked about it in part 1 because I listened to it recently because we are recording this and part 1 is already live, which is hysterical. But yeah, I've always liked Spider-Man, and honestly, I was a little confused at first, like why Ned and MJ were out of college. I'm like, oh, how come we didn't join them? Like, oh yeah, because they forgot about him because of the third film. I know he got into MIT at the end, right? But I don't know if he went.
I'm assuming he didn't. Yeah. Then again, they also kind of got into.
Actually, no, we literally saw him attending college with Banner, so presumably is in college with them.
With Ben.
With Dr. Banner.
Oh, that would make sense. I guess that would make sense.
He's in college at least, or maybe just show up to who knows. But yeah,
maybe they all decided to go somewhere else because clearly.
Well, those two. No, they're still in college. They said they got into MIT. They were just so happy about that from when they got in. So yeah, it's probably been a couple of years now into that. I'm guessing. The huge amount of rumored villains for people following all the production stuff. At this point, we still don't know who a lot of the characters are because it's a mystery, but. Yeah, a lot of really cool shit. A lot of the Daredevil tie-in stuff. Besides the hand, there's also, like I said, I was talking to him about the Punisher, Frank Castle, and then also the woman giving him the key to the city is actually right now in
it's Hydra, right? Someone from Hydra.
No, not Hydra. It's much worse. She is actually the second in command to the actual mayor of New York at this very moment in the canon, Wilson Fisk.
Wilson Fisk. I know that name.
Kingpin.
Okay.
Yeah. Vincent D'Onofrio. By the end of Daredevil season 2, he's going to be dead or not mayor anymore.
Is he? So, question, because I know one of his things is he's a bigger guy.
It's Vincent D'Onofrio, so he's 6.5 more than that feet tall. He's always been pretty big, but now he actually is physically more strong than normal.
Who? Well, there was a what franchise had him before? Was it the Amazing Spider-Man that had him in it?
No, it was Daredevil, the Ben Affleck Daredevil.
Who played him there?
Because
I remember that character guy. Because I mean, when I think of Kingpin, though, I won't lie, I think of the Miles Morales Across the Spider-Verse.
Yeah.
Like, that I feel like was a great, like obviously you can't get that kind of person in real life. Sorry, I'm got burps. But like that overly bulky frame, like dude was.
It was Michael Clark Duncan before.
Okay, that was a good casting choice for sure.
Yeah, very unique choice. Everyone loved it. It was really fantastic.
I'm sure that went over really well though, didn't it?
In what 2003. I'm sure people were like surprisingly less shitty, and people who were fine with it then, who were kids, are probably pieces of shit now.
Very true. You know what? Yeah, I guess to be fair, that was right there, the birth of the internet. So
yeah, everyone was too busy being racist to Middle Eastern people in 2003 to care about black people. So
I mean, it's not like we'd ever be like bombing
back there again,
so bombing anyone in the Middle East again or something like that. That would be
2003
insane.
all over again. Yeah,
like 25 years later. America has learned its lesson and will not be getting into any kind of wars in the Middle East.
Of course.
Welcome to the Political Podcast.
I mean, 5 minutes might be a record, but I doubt it.
I'm sure it's not. I'm sure there's ones.
But yeah, Michael Clark Duncan, Vincent D'Onofrio is, like everybody in the Daredevil show, so like fucking, people thought that the Daredevil coming from Netflix onto Disney Plus wouldn't be as brutal, but then he literally on screen smashes a man's head and you see the eyeballs pop out of his fucking skull when he smashes
Jesus Christ.
So yeah, they're not holding any punches with him still.
So something I did notice, because I remember we were talking about like Iron Fist was part of that too, right?
Yeah.
So I was looking on Disney. It's on Disney now. And it was like one of like the top trending. Mm-hmm. So I think some of those are gonna be canon, and I'm wondering if they're gonna like try and kind of
like I said, they've already confirmed for Daredevil season 2 that they're bringing back Jessica Jones and I think Luke Cage. But the thing was that that very specifically left out Iron Fist or any of the people from that movie or that show. One of the actresses from it, who was she was probably the best part of the Iron Fist show. She was like offered a role to reprise the character in I think Shang-Chi. But she turned it down because she was doing the new Matrix movie, which was mid. She should have done.
I'm sure it made more money though than Shang-Chi did.
No, it didn't. Shang-Chi did very well.
Oh yes, actually,
Shang-Chi was the last one to do very, very well.
I think we talked about that, didn't we? Because it's the Chinese audience, right?
Yeah, but
I know even though he has controversies, it's still a Chinese centric.
I think it was very Chinese centric. It did decently well, but then afterwards, I think that's when things started struggling, and then I went in with Chloe Zhao and Simu Liu, who also spoke against China after the movie came out. So maybe afterwards it didn't make as much, but it came out when it did. It made a decent amount. It broke even and everything like that. So
see, that was smart. They criticized the Chinese government after the movie had come out instead of putting a joke at the expense of all the people in the trailer.
At least expense about their knees.
Yeah.
But yeah, Spider-Man Brand New Day. And also, speaking of Spider-Man, for real comic heads, Ed, are you familiar with the character Paul in the current Spider-Man story?
Nope.
Comic stuff. Okay.
Just Paul?
Yeah, just Paul. He is perhaps the most despised character in comics at this very moment, or he was anyway.
He just needs a good, semi-realistic stop-motion 3D movie.
No.
Because
I think
Miles Morales took a while to get it into popular culture, right?
Well, I mean, this character probably came into the show, or came into the comics fuck this piece of shit, I hope he fucking dies on a fire. Then a panel where it's kids are disappearing from reality, and everyone's crying. Everyone's like, yeah, finally, we're starting to get rid of this asshole. If you know Paul from the comics, you can look up a picture of the guy. Do you remember the story? I actually don't really follow comics at all. The thing where Spider-Man sold his marriage to Mephisto.
Actually, I have heard of that before. I think
it was
way back in the day. It was Movie Bob when he was an escapist. I think because I remember he used to say comics are weird and would go over stuff and Spider. They even said they used that basically to reset Spider-Man.
Yeah, the reason it happened. Well, I'm going to go super long in the comic thing just because to draw this fucking whole podcast out to 1 billion years, all this up to one random ass fucking joke on my part. But Civil War happened, and one of the famous things about Civil War was that Peter Parker finally, after 40 years of being a fucking superhero in comics, revealed his identity to everybody in his life.
I remember that, yeah.
Yeah, everyone freaked out. Jonah Jameson I think he literally had a heart attack. And it was just it was crazy. Everyone freaking out. And of course,
it went terribly for him.
Yeah, it went terribly, absolutely horribly. And everyone in his life was in danger, and a lot of people died. And then at that point he was married to MJ for a while, and then he sold the marriage to Mephisto to have everybody forget who he was. Kind of a twist of what happened in No Way Home, but like less horrible for him. I would love to have him meet the Sacha Baron Cohen's Mephisto. I really hope he does. That'd fucking be hilarious. But he sold his marriage, and then they broke up, and then people said that to reset him, to keep him miserable, to keep him on the outs because he wasn't relatable as like a normal, stable adult person. They said the commentator at the time said.
You know what though? Like nowadays, yeah. That tracks.
Yeah, but no, like everyone was upset about that, and then over the course of the thing, a lot of things happened. He was like on again, off again with MJ. A number of other female love interests that he's had over the years. A lot of people, he lost his body to being possessed by Doc Ock for a long time. Ben Reilly replaced him when he wanted. A whole bunch of decades of since One More Day. That was probably like 15, 20 years ago now, and so like
Jesus Christ,
a shit ton of stuff's happened. And then finally, when he was gonna get back together with MJ, possibly after a whole space Guardians of the Galaxy adventure that he had for a long time, he comes back and MJ's dating some weird man named Paul, and they have 2 kids.
Holy shit!
This guy's like, the guy's stuck around as like a minor character.
He's
for a
not
while.
even like a super villain.
No,
he's just a random.
He's
guy.
just a guy who cut Spider-Man like Batman did for Superman, literally. It's terrible. Everyone hates him, and then it turns out he was like a lot of stuff after that. This was a couple years ago now that happened. That Paul was introduced. And there's been memes for years about what a piece of shit he is, how much everyone hates him. Everyone just wishing him dead, and just Chad memes about him like cooking Spider-Man and stuff all the time. Just terrible. Everybody despised. Recently he was like the son of a supervillain, and like the whole backstory of why he got with MJ was like revealed, and it was a whole long thing, but they kind of broke up at some point. Doesn't matter.
Honestly, I feel like that's almost a disservice to Paul. Yeah. Like I feel like one of his kids becoming a supervillain, or like what if his dad becoming a supervillain, because he somehow found out that MJ was once married to Spider-Man somehow. That would have been funnier. Yeah. And Paul was just like, listen, I was just trying to date this girl that I thought was cute and everything. Yeah. And like people hate him. Like that would be funnier.
That would be much funnier, yes. But like it was a weird thing of people not sure how to handle them. But in the current Marvel storyline I think it's called Death Spiral, about Carnage, who's now possessing Eddie Brock, Venom, who's now possessing MJ, and Spider-Man just trying not to, have his life fall apart as usual. They are going against. I know they're going against this guy named Torment, who's been like mass murdering everyone with the last name Parker, everyone with the last name Brock, everyone with the last name Thompson.
So basically,
that's Watson.
Millions.
Yeah, not millions. Yeah, I think it's about the body count. I believe the last time I counted was like 70 or so.
Only 70?
70, yeah, only about 70.
I feel like Parker, I can see Watson being a little less.
It's people in New York.
Thompson is definitely a more. So.
Yeah, Thompson is huge.
Also, New York is huge. Absolutely. There's no way there's only 70.
Yeah, no, it's crazy. But
there's only 70 known.
70 known so far. It's like
the Bay Harbor Butcher was only given credit for 30 bodies.
Yeah, but then
in actuality there was 80 to 100.
Yeah, shit ton on that giant Florida lake. But so yeah,
Florida Lake. You mean the ocean?
Yeah, that lake in Florida, the
I guess to be fair,
Atlantic Ocean.
I feel like a Florida lake, aka the ocean.
That's what they would call it. They piss on it. They throw the trash.
That's actually kind of perfect.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, recently a leaked panel from an upcoming issue showed Torment stabbing the fuck out of Paul, and literally people are dancing in the streets.
Honestly, though, so Carnage, if I remember correctly, it wasn't Venom 998 in terms of symbiote births, and Carnage was 999.
Possibly. I'm not sure. I've barely followed the stuff. I was going to say I randomly watched Venom Last Dance last night just because I was like, oh, I'm reading this thing about Death Spiral and the current events. What the hell? I don't remember. I never saw the third movie. It was all right.
I recall there was a thing where symbiotes, the more they give birth, quote unquote,
Venom
they get more and more stronger, and it was supposed to be the 1,000th was the end game and the most powerful.
That would be Toxin then in that case, because Toxin is Carnage's kid, who's actually a hero. So
that's actually hysterical.
It's pretty cool. It's a pretty cool-ish comic.
I'm very curious, because we got the Eddie Brock scene at one point.
Did you watch Last Dance?
No.
It's
Last Dance. That was
Venom. Last Dance. It's the third Venom.
Oh yeah. The third one.
Third one, yeah.
There's a third one. What?
Yeah, Venom Last Dance came out like a year or so ago.
I remember the second one that had Carnage in it.
Yeah, third one is about Null.
That wasn't Michael Rooker who played him.
No, it was
Woody Harrelson.
Woody Harrelson, yeah.
That's right, because he played him great. Is Carnage in the third one?
No.
Oh.
Yeah, I know, it's not great. But yeah, Last Dance was alright, like all those Venom movies are.
But I mean, the fact that we saw like that tiny symbiote piece.
Oh, well, spoilers, nothing comes of that. It's very stupid.
What?
How they resolve that, they resolve in the very opening of the fucking movie, and it's very stupid.
So there's just no gonna be Venom now?
I mean, there may be, but you saw the Brand New Day trailer, his eyes turned black. People are thinking that maybe the Venom symbiote might be happening, possibly.
I mean,
but
so
they
like
didn't
we
show
saw
any
the
black
trailer,
suit.
and he's like, he basically is getting the Tobey Maguire treatment. Where
Yeah,
he can make
or the
himself-
people think he's turning into the man spider, where he's like, has like all the extra arms, and like the crazy spider head, and like he's ripping out of the mask all crazy looking. That's what people think, either that
I
or
thought the
Venom.
Man Spider was a villain. Isn't that an actual villain, the Man
I think
Spider?
we're mix up like Man-Bat to Batman. No,
Maybe.
when he becomes like the huge giant monstrous spider looking creature, I think he's just called like the Man Spider or something like that. But it's still Peter Parker.
That's right. Though isn't that part of the joke then that in the first Sam Raimi one, it was like the Man Spider, and then Bruce Willis or Bruce Campbell was the announcer.
Yeah.
It's like, that's stupid. It's Spider-Man.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, there are people think that must be happening. But yeah, they didn't. They completely wasted that whole setup.
Oh my god!
With the Venom symbiote, it's very stupid. How they handle it is very.
I blame Sony for it.
Yeah,
Since
well,
that's another name
presumably.
on this Spider-Man. Real quick though, on memes.
Yeah.
So the last week, it's Monday we're recording. So last week tonight was about Hungary and Viktor Orban in Hungary, and apparently, so you know that old man who's got the smile that's like holding in pain.
Yeah.
Apparently, he was offered like a modeling thing, and that guy is from Hungary.
Oh,
he's
nice.
and like he's he didn't. It wasn't meant to be a meme thing. It was just. Whatever, and I guess his response to it is just, taking it on the chin and having fun with it, you never know. And it's like, that's the most, his answer was basically the most smile while holding a pain answer of all times.
Yeah, exactly.
But I was like, when I saw the pictures, I'm like, wait a minute. And he's like, that's not my meme. I'm like, oh, hey, I've seen that meme before.
Yeah, famous one.
But yeah, so apparently he was just a random guy from Hungary who got...
Well, also,
apparently there's a picture of him as Santa. Even with a massive beard,
feel like that
you
dude
can see the
have-
eyes are holding in
yeah,
pain.
I feel like he might have been in an episode of Tim and Eric or something like that, or like a recurring actor, or someone who looks very similar to him as a recurring actor.
I mean, he might have been worked out. I don't know what. I forget the year, but that was just a funny thing I learned today.
Yeah. Besides the Brand New Day trailer and the hilarious, dancing everyone at this moment, comic not released, just leaked picture dancing that Paul's dead finally after years.
I feel like there's got to be something more behind it.
It might be a twist, and also the person, nobody knows who Torment is or how they know all this information about the Spider-Man family and group and everything. Everyone has their theories.
Paul is Torment.
That'd be hilarious. But no, I think that there is Eddie Brock has a son right now who does have like a tie to the symbiotes and everything like that because he was possessed by Venom at the time. I think that kid is Torment. Like I said, this is we just saw the leaked picture. We don't know what's gonna happen with the comic, but I think that the son is Torment. People think it's Cletus Cassidy. Venom. That's Carnage. Carnage is the original host. There's a bunch of other characters like, oh, I think it's that character. I'm like reading the comic, or like I said, having one of those 3 comic YouTubers explain the comic to me. I think that it's the son. That would probably be the most sensible reveal. Or if it was Paul, that'd be hilarious. Everyone would be pissed, and that doesn't make any sense that he's stabbing himself. But still.
Well, see, here's the thing: is that it's one of those like those Scream fake outs where they have themselves be quote unquote killed or stabbed or attacked, and they somehow survive. Mm-hmm. Kind of thing.
I don't know if it is him. And he doesn't die at the end, people will be incredibly more pissed, and that'd be more hilarious, I guess. So
at this point, I feel the way I do about Paul, the way I do about like pitchers. So like in baseball, people get so annoyed when so batters will like do the bat flip, and then pitchers will then hit them a lot of times in baseball. Honestly, like. That pisses me off because like I want to see after a home run, I want to see the batters like do the most stupid over the top thing. And honestly, I say this: I think pitchers should be like after a massive strikeout of a big hitter or somebody. I think they should be having freaking dance numbers like they should celebrate like they scored this touchdown in the Super Bowl.
I mean, that's technically a point against your team though, still, so you should be upset.
So. But what I mean is listen, like if someone if a batter like when a batter like does like a thing, don't hit them because all you're doing is giving them a free base.
Yeah,
So you know what? Strike them out, and then you get to like go back at them and celebrate in their face.
Hell yeah.
You know, or whatever. Or like the first baseman, as they, you know, if they're nearby and you're whatever, like the first baseman should do like a backflip and like, you know, like a suck on these motion.
Yeah, I'm sure
I want to see more disrespect, not less.
Yeah, that makes sports more fun.
Exactly.
But yeah,
Like, you know, it's a joke in basketball where, like, you know, people talk about more about the celebration than the actual, like, accomplishment.
Mm-hmm.
Like, listen, I think that good players, they know they're going to score eventually, so I'm fine with it. Like, you know what? I loved, like, when we had a guy on the Browns who was nicknamed Hollywood Higgins.
Mm-hmm.
Hollywood Higgins. And there was a touchdown he scored, and he, like, walked the white line in the back of the end zone, like a runway, and Baker Mayfield came up pretending to be, like, a photographer. I love that.
Oh, yeah.
You know, the spike over the goalpost, I like that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the like, bowling with guys, give me that. I'm fine with it. If they want to do an Irish jig, give me an Irish jig.
Uh-huh.
I want to see an Irish jig in the end zone. Because, you know what there was also in the end zone one time? Browns players, after a touchdown, did the fusion dance from DBZ.
I saw that, yeah. Very funny.
Give me that. Listen, I want that.
I'll say, well, with Ohio's sports record, though, you know, they probably would be happening to them more often than not, though. So I probably wouldn't be too good.
But then, on the flip side of it, A, use that to fuel your rage to play better, and B, as a fan, it makes me hate the opposing team that much more.
Yeah, makes sense.
Anyway, Marvel. So, Marvel.
Yeah. Besides that, there was also another thing. As of right now, Vin Diesel tweeted out this weird picture. It looks like a giant Groot, like a giant, massive, huge-ass Groot that's, like, on his Instagram.
Ooh.
Yeah, like a fucking another Doomsday thing, possibly. Have you seen any of the Doomsday trailers yet?
Doomsday, from, like...
Avengers Doomsday, the new movie coming out.
Nope.
The little teasers with, like I said, there's one with... Cap, like, in the other reality with a baby.
Oh, that's right. You
saying
mentioned
Steve Rogers is going to return.
That's right. I remember seeing that in the first part.
Yeah, and then the other one was Thor, like, you know, getting ready for battle, praying and playing with love. And then there was one with M'Baku and Shuri meeting the Fantastic Four, or the thing at least out of a spaceship. And Namor was there too.
I remember. So we talked about it. Like, M'Baku was referred to as the king.
He's the king, yeah.
So he's the king. Shuri gave it up, or did she marry him?
I don't remember. I don't know.
They still haven't.
Well, I mean, no. It was a teaser. It's like a less than 10-second long teaser with, like, no real context.
Okay, I wasn't sure if they ever again had clarified any of that.
Not yet. And then the other one, you have the X-Men one with Scott blasting full blast and a bunch of Sentinels in the background, and then incredibly old now Magneto and Professor X.
That's right.
So yeah, there's a lot of Doomsday stuff going around. I have no clue what's going on in the movie. This might come out by the time the fucking movie comes out, for the fuck I know. Still hype as shit for it, though. Besides that, though.
So real quick with Groot, so since we're talking Marvel in this for a billion hours, so Groot, like, is an actual race, right? Of people?
I believe so. I think they may have some ties to, like, Yggdrasil, the World Tree from Asgard stuff, possibly. But like I said, I barely did any research into Groot's history or what the Grail Groot is, or what I believe they are a race. Yes.
So, like, my question then is, like, that Groot that he posted, like, it could be Groot, our Groot.
Groot was pretty fucking giant at the end of Guardians 3. Like,
I mean,
getting bigger.
He was definitely getting. Oh yeah, he was definitely getting much bigger. But like the fact that, like, I feel like the Groot we saw in Guardians 1 seemed like he was like. I mean, we don't know much about that history, and I know I believe it did say it was like something about, like, last surviving race, but, like, there's always who the fuck knows.
Of course, yeah.
Like, they retcon shit all the time.
Absolutely.
And also, you know, we had to think too. Like, we're looking into, like, multiverse territory. So, like, is this a multiverse? Yeah, because Doomsday's gonna have multiverse shit, right?
Presumably. I mean, yeah, Fantastic Four is coming from another universe. Besides them, I don't know if there's anybody else. Oh no, well, I used to Cap's in a different timeline technically, so that's a different universe now, I guess.
Yeah, so
possibly, yeah. That giant group could be from another one.
That makes it even more confusing. Like, timelines.
Yeah, remember
those are theoretical. Like, timelines.
Each timeline was a different universe. That's what was shown at the end of Loki season 2, or 1 at least. Yeah.
I'm also curious, are we going to see Loki come back? Like, I know he's I know
he's Loki, yeah.
Right, but, like, at the same point, like, A, there's a billion Lokis, and B, like, what's to say he's not able to, like, enter a timeline, even if it's, like, in a projectile form? You know what I mean?
Remember,
like,
he is able to, What the hell is he actually specifically called? Loki.
Is it God of Stories?
God of Stories, House of Ideas. Also, it's like that's what they call Marvel or whatever. But yeah, House of Ideas Loki or God of Stories Loki. Yeah, remember he can like show up or be anywhere, but he can't really affect the universes that he shows up in or whatever to chill fuck up.
But like in theory, like how interesting. Like I feel like in a way he's almost akin to the Watcher.
Yeah.
So I'm very interested to see like. Because also too, like with you mentioned Thor being what the guy you love. Like I would very much love to see like in one of these films like another moment where Thor has to like he almost loses love or is like gonna lose her and is like he basically like collapses. And how great would it be if Loki shows up? It's like, hey brother.
Yeah,
and he's like, you son of a bitch.
Yeah, that'd be hilarious. He just thought that he tricked him again.
It's like no. I'm not the same Loki. I know what happened. I know all this. Listen, I'm not even actually here. Yeah. See, I'm blah, 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 blah. But listen, I'm telling you, like, you gotta... Love does not die if you get up right now, kind of thing.
Yeah, that'd be very helpful. I hope they do meet each other again. It'd be very funny. But yeah, Doomsday I'm looking forward to. Fucking hyper shit. I still have to watch the new season of Daredevil, which I'm really fucking hyped for because that show's fucking fantastic. And I'm really happy that Jessica Jones is back in it because she's one of my favorites. From all the Netflix shows, Jessica Jones is one of my favorites just because the Purple Man was fucking David Tennant incredible in that movie or that show. But besides all that preamble,
I'm saying Doomsday is going to set like all the previous stuff kind of is going to lead into this, and this is kind of like the first Avengers or like Ultron, or basically the Avengers Doomsday is going to have like.
If you want to hint at what's going on with, like, quote-unquote Avengers teams right now, I already recommended 1,000 times. Thunderbolts, the post-credit scene does, like, address what the fuck is going on with, like, Avengers teams at the moment, and it's very fucking cool and interesting. It's another clip from the upcoming movie. Okay. So, definitely check out like you said, it's legit one of the best movies to come out of the MCU in a bit, and I'm a defender of, post-Endgame MCU stuff, and it's the Thunderbolts is legit fucking fantastic, and it does address what's going to happen in Doomsday, so definitely watch that movie if you can before you get a chance.
I will say, I think like the biggest failure because we talked about Marvel for way too long here. Mm-hmm. I was
gonna say, finish it.
I would say so. Like Endgame. I don't dislike post Endgame Marvel. I think the problem is like. Like when we got introduced to it, especially in the first Avengers, we see Thanos, and then we see him in many other small
talked about this in the second part of the episode. Yeah.
So like once Endgame ended, like the fact that they hit the point of like they did not know what they wanted to do. They were just making things, and I think that has been the problem for at least getting it back into it. It's hard because it's hard to justify. Oh, well, I'm gonna watch this show and that show and this movie and this because like. You don't know exactly what's going to be canon and not canon, what's going to be hard relevant and not relevant. And, like, there's good movies. I love that there's good movies. I'm always love great movies. And I just wish, like, it would be one of those things where it's, like, I feel like we need... Like, that's why I watched Agatha All Along when it came out because I enjoyed WandaVision so much. Yeah. And everything. And I watched a lot of these... The things I have watched are because I had enjoyed and I saw what I enjoyed before I got to enjoy again. Mm-hmm. And, like, with all these stuff from Avengers to Endgame, it's like we got this... Again, we have pieces here and there to make it all relevant. Mm-hmm. There was a reason to go see Thor: The Dark World again, because there was things in that are relevant. Yeah. And even probably, I'm sure, going back into it now makes it more enjoyable than it was at the time, because you can look back and piece out these small things here and there. So, them not getting that kind of sense... That's honestly why I think I enjoyed Quantumania, like seeing MODOK. Yeah. Was like, oh, hey, I recognized him. Oh, yeah, that was so cool to see the
well, obviously you're the only person who did enjoy that, so...
Well, I guess, yeah. All right, I guess I'm the wrong person to say about
this. Still, like, I get it. Yeah, we talked about, like I said, I listened to the second part before we recorded this. Like, yeah, you talked about how, specifically, the Jonathan Majors stuff and losing Kang... as a setup villain, because I think, like I said, he was one of my top 5 Marvel characters because he felt like an actual existential, real problem for everybody. Yeah. The fact that they are so competent, they have so much, they are so powerful, and there's so many, and they have like weird time shit that they can do and hop to any universe they want, and all the weird like powers that even him with just his suit are able to do. It's like, yeah, that felt like a huge, massive, really existential threat.
And I think it was great to have
knocked out for Doom, who we've not seen anything from at all so far, but
And the fact that
it's
he came
still
out of
he has a
nowhere-
reputation still, so he has a reputation that's gonna make him hyped to see when he shows up. So,
But we didn't get the reputation ahead of time,
Yeah.
so it's harder. It's kind of, I mean, similar. Just a spoiler alert a little bit. It's part of the problem with Marvels. Is like
there's a couple problems that I have with that
There's a
one,
lot
so-
of problems, but there's a lot of like build up into the Marvels. I think that we're supposed to have known and we didn't get.
Yeah.
So like that's gonna I think doomed. I think the fact that's honestly why I think like they chose Robert Downey Jr. is now we're invested in him.
Yeah.
To see him back in the MCU,
Oh, yeah.
whether or not it's Iron
Which
Man.
I'd really be hilarious if it's an actual twist and it's any other giant actor that we're not expecting. It would be very funny, but still.
But like I think the fact that Kang was being set up to the point where Kang did not have to show up for another decade. Like the proper Avengers Kang, Multiversal War Kang, whatever. Like that would have been something they could have done where Kang was. I mean, he was in Loki. We see him. We saw him in Quantumania.
Yeah.
We see bits and pieces. We see. I mean, honestly, too. Like even if you utilized Isaiah and his grandson some way, like.
Like I said, they came back. They're relevant. They're
relevant, but
Yeah.
like is the so like Isaiah, like his son, and then the grandson is the one in between them. So
Blue Marvel, a fucking massively Superman level strong Marvel character. Yeah, he's
okay.
scary.
Is he shown up though?
Not yet. No.
Because I mean, listen,
There's
here's my little bit of thing we could have
I'm
done.
about to say right now.
How much would it have been if that was our Kang?
Denzel Washington is rumored to play somebody in some upcoming Black Panther project. People are assuming he's going to be Blue Marvel.
That'd be cool.
Yeah, it'd be very cool. He's fucking incredible.
But I think like that could have been a very interesting way to have like a pseudo Kang.
Well,
Kang,
Kang's born from a very specific time. He mentioned when he's going to be born, and it is like 2027 or 28 or something like that.
But like, think about this: if like that was like we saw an ancient Kang
Yeah,
in Loki
from
too.
yeah,
So
from the past, yeah.
in theory, so like what if that was the main MCU Marvel's Kang?
Yeah.
Build him up a little bit. You have the connections. You bring Captain America and all this. He's defeated, and there's a great way to like, we see what Kang can do in our universe, and that was the weakest of them. They'd be like, wow, they got rid of the weakest version. So hey, so and so, you're who's only conquered half his universe. You're up next.
Yeah,
You're our
yeah.
new weakest.
Yeah. I think,
That's-
well, we'll see what they do. But like I said, we don't know what's going on with the Jonathan Major stuff in a second. And like I said, I wish the characters did stick around. But it's already been a half an hour. We can't preamble too much. We have to jump right in. I wanted to say...
We're jumping right in.
Yeah, I know, right in. Did you want to still go scene by scene full analysis of Eternals?
So, I don't think we need to do a full scene by scene, but I think we can look kind of like honestly, like the thing about Eternals movie, especially, is there are
part two.
multiple
very detailed.
There's multiple variants of this fit. Like there's multiple times. Like you have from like when they first arrived to Earth up until was it Babylon when they split up.
Yeah.
Then there's
So they didn't split up in Babylon. They split up in.
Babylon was when they started splintering. I thought that's where Druig. I think
they landed 7,000 years ago. At 5,000, I believe, is when they got together. They didn't.
They were all together for the longest time. It seemed like
it was 400 AD when they
split.
Yeah, when they split, when they had the big fight.
So Ajax
no,
dismisses them.
that's wrong. I'm wrong. 7,000 years ago landed. 5,000 years ago, they started dating, and then for that time they dated for a long time. Then the Babylon fight happened in 500 BC. By 500 AD, they were married. Then it wasn't until like probably the 1700s when they got separated, because that was when the Spanish were attacking the Mesoamericans. Was when they
that's
left
true.
each other and they split. So that was like 1700s, I believe.
I thought that would have been
maybe
15 or 1600s.
Maybe 15, maybe 6. I don't know. I feel
That was
like,
somewhere in that. I mean, also too, like there was a
it would've
very
been-
vagueness.
Yeah, that
of
would
it.
have been. That would have probably been the 1600s. Maybe.
Between I'd say like at least like I mean we could probably go back as early as probably the 13 to 1600s is about where that is. That's also surprising that it only took apart for like 400 years.
Yeah, well, they said that. Yeah, they just.
Which actually, that
that's
makes
when
sense,
they finally.
'cause Kingo-
That's when they that sequence when they were in that Mesoamerican area is when they had finally defeated the last deviant to their knowledge, And they're like, well, they're all dead now. We can fucking chill out. And then
Ajax separates them.
So yeah, it was Spanish invasion of Mexico happened in 1519.
Look at me. I was like, hey, I feel like the 17th's too early.
Yeah, no, 17, that's when America was being like made a colony. So now that's years later. So yeah, that's when they. That's
when the Spanish Europeans were attacking Native Americans.
Yeah, totally different.
Exactly. That was. I mean, sure too. They were attacking the Native Americans so they could make way to go over to Africa and attack the Africans.
Yeah, to bring them over to help because they wouldn't know the area like the natives did.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, it's terrible. This country has found out great things.
Oh,
but yeah, that's when they split up. So
I'm thinking,
what did you want to go into?
So like, I kind of feel like basically like if we kind of go through like the early stuff and then we can jump into like the modern day kind of era and then we can like go into like the end of stuff. Like the end fight, where it led to, all that jazz. So basically, like where they came from and all that, what they did, main point of the movie, and then also like the ending and all that post, and then that would bleed into Marvels.
I mean, I was gonna jump around my notes like crazy, but sure.
I mean, same here, but like.
Oh well, I was saying this is probably the first and only. Well, it opens with a fucking text crawl about the origins of the universe, which is insane. For at this point, I think
start with text crawl.
Yeah, at this point in the MCU, I think this movie like 20, maybe the mid-late 20s possibly, and they're just the first time actually had a fucking text crawl and about something as like we went into a shit ton in our cosmology episode, a fucking weird, mind-bending, controversial, confusing concepts of like
Celestials.
Celestials they're the first beings and they made the universe, or not to make the universe. They made all the like planets with life on them, and then the Eternals' job is to defend them from deviants because deviants were one of the other creatures that appeared on them, and also wrong because it was a lie about the actual origins as well. So.
Right, but like I will say, like because I wrote this like about it, like you know what I will say. One thing I will give credit to this though is like especially because this is such a unknown and confusing thing. The fact that they started with this to help set the context quickly.
Also, this isn't the first time we see the Celestial. That would have been back in Guardians, the big old Celestial head.
That's right. Nowhere. They even said that was
nowhere. They referred to it as a Celestial, and I think before this also in Guardians 2, what's his name? Ego just says that he's also Celestial.
Yeah, he does. He does say I'm a Celestial, and I believe they even say like that's why Nowhere is so popular is because like people are farming the
brain juice of it. Yeah,
just everything of it.
Yeah.
Which, man, I'm sure there's a story behind that. Anyway.
I mean, probably some being like Galactus or Null or something that is capable of killing. Or it could have been like from the civil war of them during the shit.
Yeah,
like,
maybe.
Anything could have happened with that thing. But yeah.
But
they are killable. That's a boom.
But like, I feel like this text scroll, like, you know, it was a quick way to at least set us up with something. And especially because, like, if we just went in without knowing this little bit of a text scroll, it makes the whole film much more confusing. Mm-hmm. I feel like if we're going to start with a text scroll, it worked.
It worked, yeah.
It worked to set the context of the film. And
for a film that, like I said, my sister and my mom described it as, like, a lot of... They enjoyed it decently enough, but they said it, like, it's a whole lot of exposition, a whole lot of explaining concepts because it is so weird and bizarre. So a lot of scenes, whenever, like I said, it was like scenes of exposition and then scenes of them chilling a little bit. Scenes of exposition and then scenes of them chilling a little bit. Maybe a fight or two between there.
That is one of the biggest complaints I think I have is like I wish there was a bit more action here because like there's a lot even the nuggets we get here, and this is I think why it's so sad to see them gone. Like there's characters wasted, and I said it at one point in my notes. I'm sure is like one of the biggest flaws is they split up and had to bring everyone in. It got really hard to show off some of the stuff. Like some people got a glow up, some people were still underused in the late game, and some people were overused.
Yeah,
and then some people were even just like confusing how they were still there in a way.
Like I said, this movie, just thinking about it, I'm like, man, I wish we had more time with every single character. I wish we had more time with Kingo, obviously, because I love Kumail.
Kingo was like him. He was one of I think the least used.
Yeah, in the
Which
past,
is a shame because
he barely had any lines in the past. I would say, but like in the modern episode, in the modern half of the movie, he's incredibly fun, charismatic, and because he's fucking Kumail Nanjiani, an amazing comedian. He's really fucking cool character in the modern segments. I can't remember a single line that he had in the past.
He really did nothing. I mean, literally, he was just...
He showed up, shot at them for a couple... Shot ineffectual bullets at them for a bit, and then...
Honestly, he had a lot of good powers, actually.
When he charges up, he's could potentially kill any of them, possibly, who knows. But in the past, he was like just like, shooting ineffectual bullets, not saying any lines practically, and while like everyone else is kind of being dramatic in the past, like mostly Ajax giving exposition and stuff like that. And then in the modern part, he's the fucking best part of the movie. So it's very...
I will argue, I think, in a
Festus?
way... No, well, Festus was great, but I forget his name, his assistant.
Oh, yeah.
That, and I think that's also what helped, is that you had
a regular human.
You had not just the Eternal, but the regular was like, oh yeah, I know everything about this. And,
the pet human.
he was a great character. He was a great character in this movie. Like, holy shit.
He's going to give a speech like, sir, it's been an honor. He's like, he's ready to die because his boss is literally saying like, yeah, I'm with Icarus. He's like, I'm with Icarus. I'm not going to fight my family for my beliefs, but I do believe he's right. And then like that dude just like, sir, it's been an honor, and if the planet dies, it's perfectly fine. He still didn't change his mind. He's like, thank you, thank you, cameraman. You're my best friend. And then continue to be like, yeah, I'm on the side of Icarus still. It's like it's so the movie needed to be like 5-6 hours long. I swear, it needed a lot more scenes. So
it needed a lot more preamble.
Yeah, honestly, yeah, that would be helpful.
So I will say too, I enjoyed that the names of them are like all like historical figures. Mm-hmm. Like, but I did notice that between like my notes and like looking at the characters, is that there's changes. Like Icarus is with I think like in like lore, isn't it like ICC? But in this it's like IK.
Yeah, IK.
And like Cersei was changed. I know Phastos was changed. Mm-hmm. Like a lot of these. Also, I did find it funny just to think about it. Like Ajax. Like, that's the name of the villain from the first Deadpool movie, isn't it?
Yeah, very funny. Yeah,
that I just realized that
Ajax,
now. Yeah. It's also funny how like unbalanced some of these guys are. Like Icarus gets more than one power.
Yeah,
and then there's like certain people. Like Ajax is the leader and has just like yeah, she can heal people, but clearly can't kill herself. Like she can be killed, so she's not like the most powerful.
Yeah. She's no elixir.
Yeah, straight up.
Elixir, I bet there's probably that character, like I said, from 2004, so now it's been about 22, 24 years now since that character was introduced. I'm sure that he's more than capable of bringing himself back from the dead. So,
I mean, there's got to be the fact that he can control his body, like in theory, so like I'm sure there's like mutations where like you could have like two hearts. Right. Yeah. So in theory, if one died, the other because I know cows have octopus have 3 hearts to control limbs.
Or he could probably just heal himself rapidly enough that like a bullet to the heart or the head or whatever would be like rapidly healed before causing any damage. Possibly.
Or even to like akin to like a Darwin thing.
Yeah, Darwin evolving. Well, I remember you kept trying to during our tabletop game, you kept trying to use his powers like Darwin.
But in theory, like could he not like change it so he gets like a tumor, right in his like a breast tumor that is so thick that a bullet stops.
I don't think that's possible.
He heals himself.
I don't think there's anything that human flesh could do that naturally that would be able to stop it. But
if
he's able to knit it in and around the bullet fat. Oh, we're fucking theorizing on. We could honestly look up a thing about Elixir, see what the fuck he's been up to for the past 20 years. I hope he's still alive. Because, like I said, the fucking X-Men have been wiped out by genocidal events like every fucking 2 years. Something horrible happens to them.
Wild.
So I hope he's still alive. Because they've killed off a lot more characters than you'd think permanently for decades. So, I don't know. Elixir was great. I hope he's still around. Actually, no, he is. He's part of the... I'm not going to fucking go into it right now. But the new... Or not new. Now it's probably gone by now also. The current thing with like their own private island that they live on, where they like have cures for all drugs, and they can they're literally all the X-Men are basically immortal now. They can come back from the dead. There's a group of 4 or 5 mutants that have like one can like replace memories, one can like create matter. I think one is Elixir who can heal anything, and they can like literally remake any X-Men who dies bodies from scratch 100% in a new body.
I believe
and guess what? That's just an excuse like anything for like the immortal characters to get like absolutely blown out or destroyed or exploded or mutilated, and then just like pop out of like a little pod saying like, "Ooh, that was crazy," and it's like be back to the next comic issue.
Jesus Christ!
But yeah, I'm pretty sure Elixir is part of that group. I forgot what that group is called, but the group on Krakoa that revives people, I'm pretty sure Elixir is on that group, so he's still alive. Thank God, he's great.
But I guess
but yeah, she's not that powerful.
Right. I don't think let's kind of talk about each one here because we kind of vagued at them. So like
we talked about the actors and now went into the characters.
Right,
before.
but like Ajax, like she's the leader, and so I will say I think I'm wondering if she is the leader. So I think the fact we don't get to really see her power too much.
Yeah.
But and honestly, I think they had to nerf her because they knew if they gave a deviant her power, it would therefore be unkillable. So they needed to be able to kill, but still make it threatening enough. But I'm wondering, that why she's the leader is because she can't have her memory erased because it heals itself.
Oh yeah, you went over that in the
Oh, did I?
part. Yeah.
Okay.
No, I agree, but possibly, and also the way that the way that the deviant evolved, the other like basic, they were like, it was like a pack of like 4 or 5 wolves. One ate her, turned into like a slightly bigger wolf, but then he like tapped all the other ones. One turned into like a fucking weasel, the other turned into a bird, the other turned into like a weather thing. So I think maybe like was it part of her powers with the healing able to like evolve the turtles, make them more powerful maybe? She didn't really do that in any of the past sequences, so maybe not. But like she was able to like enhance her powers and make them stronger possibly. That would have been another interesting facet of her. But
yeah, I think that this was a character who like was given like such a high power seat but wasn't shown. And she's a character who suffered heavily in this film.
Yeah, but also I think maybe just along with her powers and maybe just her personality, we also went over in part 2 about how like the reason Icarus wasn't the leader because he was not very emotionally or maybe actually intelligent, and he did need somebody just to direct him in any direction to do anything. Ajax, I remember like when they first woken up, Cersei was like, "It's beautiful," and he's like, "I'm Icarus," and like he's like, and then like I also mentioned in the last part that like Sprite and Kingo looked at his like stoicism and like high power level to be like, oh, you should be the leader, but in actuality he's not equipped for it.
Yeah,
and he may have been
because I think I think too like I think, and I'm wondering too like if like there's almost a power imbalance of like free will versus power, because like the weaker, like quote unquote weaker powers like are the ones who are the most like
emotionally unstable, because Sprite has the potentially weakest power, but she is the most. She literally fell for Icarus's idiot evil ass.
Well, I was saying like Ajax and Cersei both have like considerably comparatively to Icarus, Kingo, and them like and stuff like weaker powers, but they also like have like. I love them, but the Kingo is unwilling to change, and like I'm wondering that even then is like the lack of like the more power of eternal power they were given, the less deviant they could be.
I think Cersei's potentially one of the most powerful because, like I said in the comic, Thor and Captain Marvel speed tackled her ass when she was like having a dinner with Tony Stark to get her out of the way before the Eternal fight started, because she's that potentially destructive and powerful against them. So they're like, bam, knock her out, punch her into space, and be like, okay, she's unconscious. Thank goodness, she's out of the story.
I'm wondering if it's similar to like. To bring up One Piece, which we haven't done in a while, hinting at our eventual, decade away
someday
One Piece podcast. So like the obviously we know what it is nowadays, but we're not gonna talk about the post Wano reveal, but like the Gum fruit is like that is a fruit that is theoretically it could be strong, but it also could be weak. So like Cersei's power could be weak, it could be strong. Ajax's power could be strong, it could be weak. Icarus is just always going to be strong, whether like so. It's basically like you give a Logia to an idiot, they're going to get more power, like an NL. Yeah. Like you're going to get a bunch of power to a stupid person. They're going to be powerful, but they're not going to be playing at the highest. Whereas like a median, a power that has potential only gets unlocked. So I'm wondering if like there's like some stuff like Phastos as well, like. His power obviously is intelligence, but the ability to create that power given to Icarus is nothing. Yeah. So, I'm wondering if like there's some stuff with that, and that's why
possibly
makes Sprite weird. But I want to go next to Icarus because I think he's a character who we get a lot of in this film.
We get a lot of Icarus.
He goes from start to finish.
I think he's the most. He's one of them. I would say honestly, I legit like the character a lot in the movie because he was a surprise villain, because he was so like blank slate, handsome, powerful man that people did like project like, oh well, he's the leader, he's the most powerful, he's the most important, he should be in charge, and like he ended up being like a piece of shit. And
I think
same thing with. Sorry, I was gonna say like I mentioned last time with the Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., the like handsome white guy muscle protag in that show for like the first season or maybe more. Was just like the main dude, Ward, I believe his name was, and then Civil War happened. Not Civil War, Captain America, Winter Soldier, and it's like half of Shield is Hydra, and guess what? They're Agents of Shield. He's like, yeah, I've been Hydra the whole time, and becomes a fucking villain for the back half of the series,
which is incredible,
an incredible turn.
And I think there's
he was legit a nice, boring lead man for like so long, and then he becomes a fucking hyper capable. Pain in the ass villain. So
I mean that's kind of the thing that makes you enjoy like the brain stuff. And I think with Icarus, like he is like someone who I think it's kind of scary and almost telling, like, even after the turn and everything, like, he's not just, instantly, like, everyone's against him. Like, Sprite joins him. Kingo, even though he refuses to fight, like, for him, he still is like, yeah, Chris is right, and everything.
As motivations, it may not make sense for humans, but it's like practically wise, like, yeah, why should you stop this thing from being boring? Because it's going to make trillions of more planets with tons of more life on it.
Like, and it's kind of like we talk about times, like, I think I've heard too, like, the conversation of, like, villains being made sympathetic can sometimes be a problem, and I can agree with that at times, and I think it's, like, it needs to be done in a tactful way, and that's why we talk about, like, Korra characters so great.
Yeah.
Like, it's why I think Unalaq also fails, and that's why I always get mad at him calling himself the Dark Avatar.
Yeah.
Is like Amon never called himself, like, a bad guy. He said, I'm doing bad things for a good reason.
Yeah.
And everything. And, like, you see these people who are pushed to the points of everything and everything to radicalization. It's like, and it's even too why Korra after Zahir is, even after Unalaq and after Zahir and them, it's like, I'm not going to listen to these guys and say, oh, they're just extremists and they had no good points.
Yeah.
I think you can have a villain who is an extremist with a good point. That's why Killmonger's so great.
Yeah.
Is because he is someone who has a good point, and you can understand why he's got an extremist, but you also see where the extremism makes his cause invalidated, and you need to balance that, and why there's a balance needed in terms of good ideas and good actions or bad actions.
Yeah, that's why they kind of like semi had to hint. I was going to say tangent just to cut off my thought that I'm forming now. Have you been following Avatar Legends, the fighting games coming out?
No.
Okay, there's a new Avatar fighting game coming out. It looks incredible.
Is that the one with the adult Avatar game?
No. That's
okay.
That's a movie, I believe. But no, it's a 2D. It's a 2D fighting game coming out with Avatar. They said the cast was going to be, I think, 12 characters right now at launch. I'm upset because I believe 7 are from the original series.
Only 5 are from Korra?
No, only 2 are from Korra. 3
What?
maybe.
How?
And then they have Kyoshi and I know
Sozin? Or not Sozin, Roku.
Roku. No, I believe it's who the fuck was it? It was, I know from what the fuck his name? Goddamn, but voiced by fucking Henry Rollins, the Airbender, evil Airbender dude.
Zahir?
Yeah, Zahir and Korra, I believe, are definitely in it. I think.
So you're not gonna have Bolin?
No, well, honestly, the game is weird because it has like support characters and like like assist characters, and there's a shit ton of them from really deep cut Avatar characters who like in the background. I'm sorry, I'm eating a fucking scones and I keep coughing. Anyway,
there's a water bottle over there.
I know, but I'm also drinking a beer and coffee at the same time. So yeah, there's a bunch of like they're like support characters or assist characters who pop up in the background and they like really greatly affect the battle and do random cool shit and buff your abilities and stuff. I really wanted Bolin because his lava bending would be fucking dope as hell to have in the game.
See, that's a character that I'm surprised you don't have because like he's got like that is not just like not only would you be able to put Pablo in as a support character, which would be hysterical, but also like that's how you get what's his name? Julie, do the thing.
Oh,
it's Tonrod.
Tonrod?
Is it Tonrod?
I don't know. Maybe. Fucking fun Tony Stark dude.
Varric.
Yeah, Varric. Okay.
Varric. Like, Varric would be the perfect support for Bolin there.
Yeah.
You'd also, I feel like, be able to get, like, a version of, like, Korra and Mako in as a support of, like
I would love for any of them. Yeah, any of that family would be fun.
How fun would it be is if you got those 2 random people that joined the Red Pandas... the Fire Ferrets.
The Fire Ferrets,
yeah. Red Pandas, Jesus Christ. The Fire Ferrets in Season 2 with him.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
That would be hysterical to have them as sort of support.
Yeah, well, hopefully there's, a fucking season pass and there'll be more characters. Now going back to the thought I was trying to form about, who the fuck were we talking about? Icarus being fun, me liking him. I can't remember what the fuck I was building up to. Whatever. Moving on now. Sorry, listeners. I'm sure when we listen to this in the future, we'll be pissed off about forgetting what the fuck I was getting to.
But like, I like Icarus because like he does like in a way like you can see him be just he is like the biggest, not just a blank slate, but the biggest go along with the flow character. But at the same point, I'll say like part of me wonders, does he when he kills Ajax? Does he almost take on, like, that's the point where he's like, I am not going, like, while Ajax has seemingly evolved some, he refuses to.
Yeah.
Because he almost sees that as like I'm afraid I will die if I evolve any further, so where I am now is what I'm going to be.
Yeah. I mean, remember, the scene, it opens with when we finally get the reveal of him being a villain. Ajax is like, I'm starting to like this planet. The whole thing with Thanos showed me like those Avengers did that crazy thing where they defeated him and they fucking saved the whole planet twice or whatever the hell. I want to stop the convergence. This is what's going to happen. And Icarus is like, okay, you're going to stop it. Well, I got to make sure it happens because that's our job and that's our purpose or whatever. So it's like I said, he's a very fun character. His motivations are, like I said, this movie's very dense, but it needed more time.
He's also like, I think what's incredible, like this is evil Superman.
Yeah.
I mean, he is Superman.
Yeah.
Straight up. He's
The
got
kid, yeah.
eye power.
Fastest
He
kid
can
calls him
fly.
that, so yeah.
He's power. He's like, powerfully
He's strong enough, yeah.
He's strong.
He's not as strong as Gilgamesh.
No, but the Gilgamesh's power is straight up strength.
Yeah, it's just strength. Yeah.
And like that's the thing about the Eternal's power. Like ironically, almost a way, he's a bit different than the others because like everyone kind of has like the symbols around them.
Yeah.
He doesn't seem to have that in the same way. Like he doesn't fly and you see it around his
The
feet.
symbol is the cosmic power or energy that they drew their powers from. But remember, I mentioned Druid took like the full laser blast or full punch from him and like got up fine. So they're all very durable.
They're durable, but no one's able to punch him and do the same thing to him.
Yeah.
I mean, literally, no one else could do that, save for what's her name, the fast one.
Oh yeah,
Bakari. She's probably the closest.
Well, I think if Gilgamesh didn't die or if he wasn't on his side, actually no, if Athena was on team stop this from happening because she was having the Mad Weary, then I guess Gilgamesh probably would have been with her, siding with her, saying, yeah, we should probably stop this from happening. Even though, like I said, it would have been interesting if if they really did split.
Kingo was another one.
If the movie was longer,
but see,
like
Kingo wouldn't be able to punch him, but if he tried to fight, I agree.
The full blast one probably could have probably took him out. But I was saying, if they legit kept them all alive and they did split the team in half at the end, like we said, we're going to get to... I don't know if we're going to bother getting to Crow again because we covered Crow last time on the episode. But if they legit even 3 or 4, it'd be 4 because it would be... If Gilgamesh joined him, like I said, it would be more interesting. If it was Icarus, Gilgamesh, Kingo, and Sprite versus the rest of them...
I felt Gilgamesh would have been...
I said either way, he probably would have sided with Athena regardless, or he could have been neutral like Kingo. Or he could have been more neutral than Kingo, maybe. Who knows?
See, I think when he found out that...
Actually, the fact that he was like so dedicated to life and helping people and cooking and all that, he probably would have been fine.
I think Ajax had an influence on him. So him finding out that Ajax was killed for what she was thinking of, because they gotta find that out, don't they?
They all know what's going on at the end.
Right, so I think that would have been what drove him. I would think it would have been interesting, though, if Athena had joined because of the Weary. Yeah. In a way. Like,
the Weary was making her want to stop it, but when she was not suffering from that, she was on side Icarus, that would have been fucking cool, another cool aspect of it. But again, this movie needed to be fucking 7-8 hours long at that point to cover everything that they needed to actually cover.
Only there's a form of content that would be like 8 hours.
I think it's definitely like
they should have made a podcast.
6 to 8 episodes. Yeah, no, that'd been fine. I was gonna say this episode has already, the first 2 alone have made this the longest thing we've ever recorded because I counted it up even with Ben and Chris's parts. Monster Hunter is only about 6 or so hours, a little over 6 hours. Fantastic Dinosaurs of the movies is about like 7.5 hours, I believe, or something like close to that. So this is already the longest episode of the first 2 parts, and now we're here with this now,
which is wild.
Yeah, it's wild. Of the lead characters, I feel like moving on from Icarus being a fantastic character in the whole entirety of the movie. If you weren't ready to move on from Icarus,
I think I will say the last thing I'll kind of end, which is ironic. So like I think. Like the idea of him failing and killing himself in such obviously named Icarus, he goes into the sun. Of course, incredible. Very ironic. But like that was I feel like the greatest ending for him because it was the slightest bit of I'm doing something for myself. Yeah. Where everything else he did was for somebody else. Like he was with Cersei everything he did was around Cersei, about Ajax and the Celestials' missions. He didn't kill Ajax because that's what he wanted. He killed Ajax because that's what he knew the Celestials would want. Everything he did was for somebody else. So him going to the sun was like a great final because I failed. He's free, and he not only is he free, but he's got no orders. He knows he's fucked at this point. Rather than do something of his own free will, he says the only choice I can make is no longer making a single choice ever again. And the only way to stop me is to literally fly myself into the sun. This is also a character, like, because we have the multiverse, I very much would love to see an Eternal, like, to see him from the universe where he wins. Because that Icarus...
He fought Captain Marvel in one of the What Ifs, didn't he?
I haven't seen. Maybe it might have been the third.
Yeah, because he definitely... I believe Icarus definitely came back and definitely fought somebody almost equal power. I think it was Captain Marvel where they're like pretty much equal, I think.
But like that would be something that would be interesting, and like with Doomsday and all these like multiverse things.
I was gonna say,
I'd love to see... Honestly, I'd love to see like if we ever do get like a Kang or multiverse thing, like Kang recruiting certain like
alternate evil versions of characters would be fucking
cool.
Not
just alternate versions, but the versions that win. You know,
I was gonna say, well, that's gonna be. I'm gonna tie that to Invincible in a second, but I was gonna say regarding Icarus. The Eternals in the comics is very explicit that the Eternals have something. I believe it's called the Forge or something like that, where like if they die, they can just like come back in either the
we
Domo.
See that in this, don't we? In a way, like that weird like thing where you see like all of these like linked bodies
in the Forge or whatever.
memories.
Yeah, there was like an implemented one on Earth where like if they die, they just like wake up and they're just like back in the so Icarus could come back very easily with something like that. I was gonna say like if Kang did that. You haven't watched Invincible.
No.
Okay. One of the main recurring villains is named Angstrom Levy, who has the ability to like teleport to other universes, basically. And
so America?
What? Chavez, yeah. I was like, what the hell?
Sorry.
Anyway.
Once again,
that happens all the time with her character, I'm sure.
I'm sure just America?
Yeah, like America. We got the universes.
Just end of sentence.
Yeah, end of sentence. No, but he can like...
I like America, end of sentence.
Yeah, no, he can pop to other universes, and in the actual comics, it's a very fun bit because he does send Invincible, because he's an Image comic, to both the Marvel universe and the DC universe. Like, he meets both Batman and Superman. Since it's written by
Batman
Robert
Superman.
Batman and Superman, yeah. Marvel universe.
DC.
He has a whole comic issue in Marvel with Invincible teaming up with Spider-Man. And then he does also meet Batman because the Image comics are owned by the authors. And then also, since it's Robert Kirkman who does it, he also goes to the specific Walking Dead universe because it's very fun. But anyway, at one point, the big culmination of the season 2 was that he like pulled a bunch of Invincibles from like 30 or so different universes where he's evil, and like had all of them come to one universe and just fuck up Earth as much as possible. And I'm sure you know him from cultural osmosis. Like he is like approximately almost Superman level, powerful and capable.
The Homeland
Invincible.
He's the older guy with right?
No. That's his father, Omni-Man.
Okay.
Invincible's the protag.
Okay.
Yeah, like a 30.
Omni-Man is bad, isn't he?
Well, no. I was about to show it's fantastic. Anyway,
I've seen him be like up and down. Like he's
pretty much. Yeah, but it's fucking great. It's a fun character. But no,
is Omni-Man just Venom?
Venom? No, he's pretty explicitly.
Punisher?
He's only bad for the first season, spoiler, and then after that, he's a good guy.
So Punisher.
Yeah, Punisher, sure. Yeah, basically, yeah. But no, like he beats a bunch of evil Invincibles from a bunch of alternate universes, and they all just absolutely fucking destroy Earth practically. And if that was Kang's plan, that'd be very fun, I think. Very, very fun. Just bring a bunch of evil versions of characters, like an evil...
And that would be a great way to bring back some of these actors who are like got big or...
Maybe that'll be Doomsday's plan. That giant evil Groot is like an evil giant Groot. And they have to defeat him. That'd be fucking cool.
There you go.
But yeah, besides that, I wanted to next go to Cersei, who I feel like the movie set her up to be the protag, but she really takes a backseat after the first like quarter.
She does.
When they're recruiting, she becomes less and less relevant. When she's running around with Icarus, recruiting everybody, like he has more stuff to do than she does, I feel like. And like whenever they're in big group scenes, everyone else is like being funny and interacting and chatting and stuff like that. Where she really does slip into the background after the first like bit.
As you say that, I kind of agree. Like she's great in one-on-ones and in like small scenes, but as it gets bigger, she does kind of really fall back.
Yeah.
I mean, even in the final fight scene, I mean, everyone's doing stuff and she's running across the way, which is also a dumb choice.
But also they need her power specifically when amplified to like freeze the thing turned into adamantium. So she does have a role. And also, like I said, her powers are so crazy powerful potentially that she could like fucking turn the air in their lungs into solid steel. Of course, they probably don't need to breathe, but she could like turn their fucking bones into fucking jelly or whatever the fuck. She could probably do a billion things. Turn their suits into titanium and freeze them in place or whatever the hell.
I just think that's one of the most confusing things about her, and it's maybe that's why they kind of backseated her a bit and all that is because she seems surprised when she in the village turns a deviant to like
she
a
wasn't
tree.
able to,
But it almost implies she's never tried.
No, we remember we went over that. Her powers have never been able to do that before, and they're actively being amplified, so she was able to actually affect organic matter at that point.
Well, I knew that, but like
Yeah.
it's. I mean, at the same point, like it feels like she never tried. I honestly, and it's almost like again, I feel like that's part of the like. I get having vagaries here and there. I think that is a character we needed something because. Ironically, too, like their character, I'd almost wish that we had gotten like a, almost Guardians-esque or like a what is it? I'm trying to think of like a video game or something like where like a character gets met and like freeze frames, you get their name and like their like a power. One Piece, the way they done the show, that would have been something I think that would have been really helpful in this, and like even if it was so basic, because like it would have been a great way for us to learn their power and like have an idea of what they do outside of the like.
I mean,
like,
that's what all the past fight scenes are for. Basically, I think it's like literally all the scenes in the 7000 BC, 5000 BC. 1500s. It's literally them just like showing off their powers and then maybe having a conversation. But those are I feel like those are specifically
shown off. Only the physical fight powers.
Yeah,
I think that was another mistake. Is like we don't see we see Sprite getting to do her stuff with like a group of people, but like. And we see Foster's a bit, but we don't ever see Ajax. We barely see Ajax use her power. And Cersei, I mean,
there's
she
one
literally...
thing where she tries to heal the Mad, where somebody has like a cut on them from it, and she heals that too. Like there's one or two instances of that.
Super tiny, yeah. But like Cersei doesn't really get much like that. She gets...
I don't know, like I said, it's a little...
She's almost like... I mean, it's also too, like she's the envoy. Like when they first show up, so like the start of the film, which first off, also... They could have saved that father. They chose not to.
Yeah, they took the Aura farm and fucking sit up and pose and let the guy die. Yeah.
So fuck them for that. Fuck Icarus for that one.
I mean, I'm sure they barely care.
I mean,
at that point, they really
Icarus, I agree, but like, Cersei, when they land, they defeat the Deviants there, and everyone's like marveling. Cersei is the one who goes up and turns the little dagger gold, which was a good cut to see that on the big screen. I liked that.
Yeah, very fun.
But like, she's shown to be that kind of envoy kind of thing, and she
does
does seem to be someone who's charismatic, and
she may just not be a combatant.
So like, and I think that was, but like Druig as well, like he was someone who got time to shine, thankfully, but like he was someone who did not get it at that opening scene.
I mean, his powers, he would need to have like minions or summons or something like that to do it. Remember he had all of his cult like firing in rounds at the Deviants, ineffectually for the most part, but if that was like an army of fucking humans doing that, like, turning all their weapons against them just by him, like, not even saying anything, just thinking at them. That'd be fucking incredible. He'd be very useful if he had, like, an army of people. But, unfortunately, the movie is just these 7 or 8 Eternals hanging out together where his powers don't work as well.
Yeah, I mean, they could have used it to show him to, like...
Did you see My Hero Academia?
I have not.
Okay. There's, like, of course, in any shonen, there's a tournament arc where, like, the opening thing of the thing is, like, all the students have...
Whoa, in One Piece had a tournament arc?
They've had like a soccer game in the movies and shit.
Oh, they did have a tournament arc.
Yeah.
Yeah. Davey Back Joe, Foxy.
Yeah, Foxy and Dressrosa, I guess, too, technically.
Dressrosa, I guess.
Yeah,
I think Foxy. I think the Davey Back Jones with Foxy is more of akin to a One Piece style. That was a plot centric thing, like. Tournament. I feel like the tournament's not supposed to be a plot thing. It's just a random fight to have fights.
Yeah.
Also, those are all one-on-one fights usually, right?
Yeah, the fun little competitions. But like My Hero, the opening sequence or whatever is like all the students have to use their powers to defeat all these robots and have like choose what class they're going to be in. And the first class is like all the best people with the best powers or whatever the fuck. And then in the tournament arc, way later, like season or so later, there's a kid whose power is that like any fucking awesome power, he has like psychic abilities. Where he can control anybody who like answers a question to him. So be like, hey, how you doing? And the person be like, I'm doing fine. And now he can control you 100%. And so like during that stupid like school competition thing where like he needed to defeat giant robots, like anything he did wouldn't be credited to him. He couldn't get any credit for what he did. So he's put in like the lower shitty sidekick basically class, even though he has incredibly powerful powers because of his abilities. Druig never got to actually do anything besides take a fucking laser from Icarus because he didn't have anybody to order around and throw themselves in a big pile on top of him, which would have probably defeated the purpose of them defending humans.
But I think in that opening scene, they could have shown him like using people, like
all
controlling people to like dodge,
leave.
like a deviant when they're going after a group they couldn't save, like having them like dodge or something like that. That would have been, or like the fact that they all had like you saw them like hunting, so like having them like throw spears to like from like one guy like throwing a spear over to like Cersei, who then like turned it into like a massive like steel thing to like chuck at it.
Remember, they chastised him when he had that all of his cultists attacking in like just completely blindly getting slashed up by the weasel deviant, and then just like shooting their guns, reloading, shooting their guns, and like they're like, "Hey, Druid, stop doing that!" And he's like, "Fine." Everybody run and hide, and then they all just like, ran and turned and hid. But it's like they don't want him doing that. But like. Yeah, he was probably like another person who's potentially one of the most powerful people on the team. Possibly, if you had like a huge army of people going against Icarus, that would have been fucking really cool. And like I said, in the comics, he's a you wrote it. I would say Cersei,
Cersei. But like I would say, like so basically, like that opening scene didn't do great. And I think that was the biggest thing with her. Like we see bits and pieces of what she can do.
Yeah,
and clearly she is like she doesn't seem like a combatic, but she gets into combat probably as much as everyone else in this movie. I mean, whether she's able to, like, she may not be able to throw punches, but I mean, like, the defensive output she's got is incredible. And even then, like, the fact that she's, like, able to, like, incapacitate stuff, I think, like, again, I think if we had gotten times where she tried to, like, influence organic life, would have been a better way for that tree thing, later on to kind of hit harder.
Yeah.
Like, wait, what's happening? Because, like, even too, like, the fact that we, like, knowing what we all know about Thanos, especially for comic folks, how much is it going to have been if, like, someone's like, your powers are changing. That's not supposed to be, you're not supposed to be able to do something you can't normally ever be able to do.
Yeah.
That would have been a great, like, wait a minute, she's being set up to be, pseudo-Thanos-like, where she's having a deviant gene in her.
Yeah.
I mean, that would have been a really interesting way to make this character unique and let us know what she can do, because she really, I agree, she does get underutilized.
Yeah.
Even though she's like, she is the main character, whether she's given the time to or be or not.
Yeah. He's a Druid. Like I said, in the comic, he's like a secondary villain, and side to whatever the Eternals storyline is that he's in, he is like a fucking villain in the rest of Marvel.
He can influence basically anyone who's not an Eternal or Deviant, right?
Yeah.
So, the question with that is, so because X-Men theoretically have deviant genes, would he be able
I'm not
to?
sure if he actually. I didn't see if he was able to use his powers on X-Men or not. I don't know.
Because in theory,
they shouldn't be able to. Yeah.
But also in theory, if they are humans with the gene, they'd still be human. So they would theoretically be able to be influenced.
It would be a toss-up into the air if that gene is enough for them to not be affected by Druid's powers. But then again, all you would need to do is just like control 100,000 or whatever humans to do whatever the fuck he wanted to do.
Well, even then, like Captain America's not, right? Captain America, Iron Man.
No, they've all been mind controlled by Druid before.
Right. So what I'm saying is, like, even if he can't control Magneto and Professor X,
yeah,
he could control so many of these other heroes.
And any fight, like just like
hell, Thor and Loki are considered a prime race, right?
Yeah, because they were able to remember they're gods, so they're potentially exempt. It depends. But he was able to get.
Is all of Asgard then gods?
Yeah. Well, no, not really. I don't know, fucking no, dude.
So like that makes it.
But I was like, he was able to get mind controlled by Scarlet Witch though, so potentially he could still get controlled by Druid, possibly.
Who is?
Thor was controlled by Scarlet Witch at one point, so presumably he could get controlled by.
Also, though, he'd only really need the Hulk, which also that would be a very interesting thing. Is like
she did that too. Remember, Scarlet Witch did that.
Yeah,
too.
Well, she influenced their minds. To be fair, like she didn't like full on. Like she got into their minds, but she did not control it.
Oh, that's what I was saying. Yeah, the thing with Purple Man again, like way back when Jessica Jones was airing on TV, people were saying like, yeah, Purple Man is a character who is as big a threat as whoever he's going up against. Because, like I said, he can just say anything, and they will be forced to do it. No psychic resistances, no fucking getting around it. Like, literally, he just, like, will be like, shut up and fucking go, shove your head up your own ass, and the person will go literally have to do that. Or he'll be like, you two, stop fighting, you stand in the corner, you do that, blah, 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 and they'll literally just go and do that. He can do that to literally anybody in the MCU. He can do that to fucking Avengers. If he's fighting Avengers, he can literally be like, Cap, shoot, or he'd be like, Cap, you stand there, put your shield on the ground, Tony, you shoot him in the head. Thor fucking go attack Hulk, and like that's Purple Man's a fucking Avengers villain now. So like
like, and I think so. Like all of that said, Druid is Druid is a character though in this film. I think he is really good. He's probably like I honestly think
Barry Keoghan's I guess he's been in a dozen massive award-winning movies since this one. Like, this was the beginning of his career. He's been in a dozen fucking things. He's had a shit ton of awards now. He's a huge film.
I think he's honestly, like, I think Icarus is the best character because he has a complete arc. I think Druig is honestly the second best, and it's only number 2 because I think the fact that we're not getting more leaves there to, like, there's pieces that I think we got more of. He get up, or if he had more of a complete arc.
I would love for any Eternals to come back in Doomsday, villains or protags.
Honestly, every single one of them though. Like at the
I
end
would
of the day,
love all
of them would be.
They
great.
should be, yeah. And any of them could or should come back.
Even Ajax. I think Ajax would be a very interesting because I think that she has the potential as someone who clearly was a leader, has a leadership role, and like her healing abilities make her somebody who could. I mean, again, and I think that I think that's where the vaguity of her and Cersei's powers could make her even more like maybe it is similar to Elixir where she's not just a healer, she is someone who could theoretically unheal, kind of thing.
Who knows?
And she's got the memories. We see what Elixir does with knowledge. She's got it.
Yeah. Next, we can talk about Sprite. Very fun character. I enjoyed the reveal that she was in love with Icarus and she joined his side because of that. That was very fun.
I think though, like, first of all, like, so this makes me wonder and question the Celestials here. So how do they choose what the Eternals
in this,
are going to be?
they made them like that. Maybe they just wanted like different facets of humanity. So they wanted a young one, they wanted an old one, they wanted a Indian one, they wanted a fucking black one, they wanted so they made them like they wanted to see someone who was deaf. So they made them so diverse because they wanted them to represent the life that's going to form on the planet from the prime race.
So I wonder then why, like, how do they know what life is going to look like?
I mean, they've done it 1,000 times before. They can probably just be like, yeah, it's probably going to be.
So it's like, the
I'm
prime
sure
races normally,
if they have ears, I'm sure some will be deaf. If they can age, I'm sure some of them will be children. If they can do that, if they're going to be on this rate, they can range from this to that. The species could probably be whatever color they need to be. So let's make them whatever colors it could possibly be, and they'll have whatever accents depending on whatever they evolve into, and then they do that. So,
I mean, I feel like the accents themselves were probably like in theory. I feel like the Eternals,
They could have
if they wanted to, they could change it. Like, in a way, I'll say that. So I think those were all choices.
Or it could be a thing where they hear them talking however the hell they want to hear them talking. Like, if you were talking to fucking Icarus and you were Japanese, you might be sounding like Japanese. Who the fuck we knows?
I mean, they seem to also, even Icarus and them seem to know alternate languages.
Yeah.
So, like, that, I mean, makes more questions, I'm sure.
Yeah. I mean, in 7000 BC, none of the modern languages were around, so you would have had to have learned them. So, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, in fact, too, like, sign language exists. And they also, everybody knows it.
Yeah.
But also, like, Makari's able to lip read, so, like, there's obviously something to that. So, I mean, she's got to also be able to, like, that's another crazy thing, if you think about it, is, like, Makari is able to lip read and also know sign language, and obviously do sign language. So, like, theoretically, she has to know every language to be able to lip read any language.
Yeah, they probably just can automatically translate.
Oh, do you think, like, actually, that makes me wonder, then, is that nowhere? Maybe that's where some of those eternal translators came from.
Possibly.
Because that's got it. Or that's, it could be, like you said,
I mean, the Eternal probably just
Titan was built by all eternal race. Yeah. So I'm wondering then if, like, that translator came from an eternal race, who they all had it.
Or or it literally could just be in the genetics for all the fuck we know. We're talking about fucking Sprite.
That's going to make me question. They're talking about those eternal translators. It's going to make me question something in the Marvels. One of the best, and least, basically, I think, like, the Ajax of the Marvels.
Well, I'm curious.
Heavily underused, has potential.
That's a lot of stuff in the Marvels, but someday we'll get there.
But yeah, I feel like Sprite, I will say I think Sprite is one of the weakest characters overall, though. Mm-hmm. And I think, because I don't know, like, I mean, everyone needed more. Like I said, we've said it. Sprite needed so much.
Everyone
more.
needed a lot more. I wish we had a lot more time with everybody. The movie was like a fucking 10-episode, hour-long drama with everybody getting a billion episodes of themselves. It would have been fantastic. But all we got was a 2-hour movie that was very condensed with a lot of information.
And I think, like, at times they really nerfed Sprite. Because, like, so, like, in the first fight in the modern age with the Deviants, like, she makes multiple copies of people, of them. But they're still seen. She easily could make all the copies and hide the real people, right?
Yeah.
So, like, I mean, she could do that, especially with as close as we are to the emergence, then what you can do. Also, again, like at the end there, she makes like multiple mountains. It's like all you did was just add a few more mountains.
Yeah.
Like,
well, once you got to hide the mountain, that'd be
how are you supposed to
more
be like,
specific.
like, I feel like you could have. Yeah, honestly, you could have, or like just like flat planed things, whatnot.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things. It's probably easier to make things appear than make things look invisible. Probably.
I mean, maybe, or also too, like she could have been like, you know, like made multiple like adjusted the way the terrain looked to people.
Yeah,
like
she could probably
easily.
I mean, in all honesty, she probably could just blind people if she really gave a. If the movie wanted to be like, you know, practical. No fun or fun illusions or whatever. She could make everyone fucking blind, make them see nothing but blackness for billions of miles. At any point.
I mean, maybe, but
and that'd be less cool than making a bunch of mountains or a bunch of copies.
You know what it could have been? I think a good use of her power is like utilize like light and explosions and fireworks to like temporarily like
disorient somebody.
Right? Like
another cool visual, but like I said, she
easily could have done something to that to Cersei, but then showed up all the mountains around you, and then it's a combination. But she just look. There's 3 of me now. Which one am I? It's like you haven't moved. There's one on your left and one on your right.
Hey,
or there's 2 on your left.
She could be anywhere. Who knows? But yeah, I think that just like Druig, her powers are very specific and not very combat oriented. In any other situation we saw, she's able to like very much influence human culture in a huge amount with all the stories and stuff that she was making. So that was her real contribution to it, more so than any like actual combat, like tricking her family with illusions, I guess, or fighting a deviant with illusions. Because like, but even why the hell would you like during all the flashback? Like, what the hell would ever be the point of her making an illusion to distract a deviant when Gilgamesh or Kingo or Icarus are there physically fighting it? Like, what the fuck is she gonna do to help? But then afterwards, when all the humans are downtime, partying, having celebrations, she's telling them about the adventure, giving them an explanation for what the fuck just happened. And then now, thousands of years later, that's all people talk about what happened with her stories. So,
but like even too, like I think, and this I think was another mistake. Like they could have even used her and Cersei together. Like Cersei makes like she turns the ground into like a bed of spikes. Sprite like puts one of them over it. The deviant like jumps into it and it lands into the spikes head first. Yeah. And then Cersei just closes up the ground like or makes a quicksand like she did or whatever, and everything. And like that would have been another way to like show.
Yeah, but like I said, they're not really combat. Why do that when Kingo's shooting it and Gilgamesh is punching the shit out of it? Like they'll do that thing. We're gonna get the humans out of here and into safety. But yeah, if they had more time and they had more fun uses of their powers, maybe maybe in a sequel movie, which is never going to happen.
Well, that also makes me wonder. So, like, I guess, spoiler. So, at the end of the film, she becomes human.
Oh, you talked about we don't know if she still has her powers or not. We don't know. Presumably, I think that you would presume not. But if they ever wanted to use the character again, yeah, she would. But
see, I part of me wants to say that she would because
she should. That'd be more interesting.
Because I mean, not only that, but I wonder like. So if because in theory she got turned human, but as an Eternal, so like I'm wondering like there's a weird like deviate like that would almost give her also the deviant
potential of being a deviant, possibly, yeah.
You know, or whatever. Because if she's a human, she's now capable of some form of evolution, but being an Eternal, she was theoretically not. So she had to have been given something to be able to become a human.
Yeah.
I think
we don't know. Well, like I said, Kumail said they signed up for like fucking 6 movie appearances, fucking a game, a TV show, and all kinds of other shit. But yeah, I'd love for them to come back at some point, especially her. See if she has her powers or not. We'll never know.
I mean, we should because like that would be interesting too to have, especially because that was a smart move to bring this character back, who was a child who would age, so you'd have to be able to use the same actor.
Yeah, she get. Well, I mean, by the reason change. So yeah, maybe who knows? Well, fingers crossed, will show up a surprise cameo in Doomsday.
I really wish they would do. I really hope they do something with the Eternals because
they should. They deserved it.
They really did. Like the film is not like top. Like this is, I would say overall, as a gentleman 7 out of 10.
No, I'd say this is a very good movie.
At least
I'd say it's very, very good.
The reason I say it's a gentleman 7 is like it's a good film. I agree. Yeah. I think there's misses the marks on a few things. Mm-hmm. And I think like those are the down parts of it, but like it's a shame. Yeah. Honestly, too, like I think the fact that they had to fit in action in some places is another part of the problem because this is a film that if this was less actiony, it could actually be better.
Honestly, yes. If it's you know Scott Aukerman, the comedian podcasting dude.
Yeah.
Okay. He's been for like years now. He's been writing a lot of comics, like Marvel stuff, like Spier-man, and he's been doing comics for a bit. But he's saying how there is like a policy where like you need to have some action happening every 2 pages or whatever to keep the people engaged. So, like, you know, randomly, at least every other page, something like that, someone needs to be, like, punching something or swinging or flying or doing something action-y every couple of pages, because if it's just 2 people in a room having a real conversation, like, no one's gonna fucking buy the comic because people are stupid and annoying. And so, like, when people go see a Marvel movie, they want action, they want fighting, and so we can't have these crazy space beings with an insane backstory for the explanation of the universe and crazy high concept abilities and motives sitting there and talking and chatting for 2 hours, as helpful as that would be. So we need to have the action scenes, and then that is why they introduced being or concepts or fucking boring ass characters like Crow. So
and think, well, I see we talked. I know we talked about it a bit before, but once we get done with the Eternals, I want to talk with a bit more because he's still a very confusing character to me.
I mean, I think we've covered most of the Eternals by this week. We got
more Eternals.
We dipped into Makari, we dipped into Kingo, we dipped into Gilgamesh, we dipped into everybody. Who's Hephaestus' family?
So I mean, we dipped into a lot, but again, I don't want to hit hard because I think I mentioned a few things. I want to have more discussion about some of them too. But like after Sprite, let's go to Fastos.
Okay.
Because I think he is another great character, and I think he is he's also, I think we might mention before, he's massively, I feel like he's underpowered to what he should be, because I mean he's literally if I feel like Icarus only gets away because of Fastos was not paying full attention, but also where they were the timing of it.
The amplification of his powers from the thing. So
Fastos, I mean, he straight up was.
Yeah, I mean, potentially he fucking made humans make a nuke, and they've used it stupidly, so he was upset. But he could build and make anything. I was gonna say you had a theory that possibly he was related to the
7 rings,
to the rings, the 10 rings, right?
10.
Is it 10 or 7?
9.
I can't remember how many rings it is. Whatever.
But so I feel
there's actual tie to the rings to the bangle from the Marvels. When I rewatched the end of Miss Marvel the other day because for context for the Marvels conversation we're gonna have, and there actually is a bit with the rings in the show, and I've completely forgotten about. But we'll get to that when we get to that.
So, but I feel like, especially that actually would make sense because we've seen that this is not their first planet, right?
Yeah.
So that would make sense that the bangles could have been made by one of his past selves.
Yeah.
And the rings ending up here would have been interesting to see that.
Alternatively, I don't know if that would really mess with the plot, but the bangle. Well, I don't want to spoil because I'm already gonna get into the thing. But the bangle was found on a mummified blue corpse in the past, which would imply Kree. Which could imply that it was the Kree Eternal that had visited Earth or something like that, but who knows? I mean,
in theory, too, just because, so in theory, the Eternals failing on, so the Kree were, you said Eternals, right?
Like I said, remember, the Eternals don't age or anything like that, but they can reproduce with the prime race or whatever the hell.
That's what I mean, the
Kree are mostly Eternals.
So, I'm wondering that, in theory, that could explain then, if they quote unquote failed there, if that planet is not exploded yet.
Yeah.
So do the Eternals stay on that planet until they're
or
done?
It just could take longer for whatever is going to happen to that planet. Who knows?
So,
or it could have emerged and the planet was fine and they were able to handle it.
But also, even then, mentioned the Kree being blue, that could have been a different Eternals planet that did end up being.
Yeah.
Or
I mean, when we get into this myth, I forgot how fucking bizarre and how much they changed the Miss Marvel actual origin. It's way more weird than I thought. It's much worse than I thought. It's not good.
But like I said, I think honestly, I feel like that would have been. I'm going to believe this theory because I think I want to see more Fastos.
Yeah.
Who the fuck knows after the end of this movie because they all get wished away. Half of them do. The living ones.
Did he get whisked away?
He did.
He was taken.
Him, Cersei, and I think Kingo. I don't think we saw Sprite though. I think
no,
it was
Sprite
only the three of them.
They put it probably. Actually, no, that's when she used to bring Sprite back with her powers because she's left on the planet when all the other Eternals were taken or in space, like Makari and
Druig.
Thena. Yeah, Druig, Thena, and Makari went to space.
Yeah, and
the
Cersei,
other three
Kingo,
were taken.
And Fastos stayed. I'm pretty sure we see 3.
Yeah,
only see 3 because I mean she's human now.
The Eternal wouldn't think about her. So yeah.
Right. Honestly, I mean, the fact, too, like, if she's human, she's now no longer theoretically under his control, too, right?
Yeah, presumably.
In the same way that that the Eternals are.
Yeah, presumably.
And also, too, like, I think, like, what are you going to be able to harvest from a human now? Like, it's not an eternal being. It's not a machine. You can't take the memories out of that the same way.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, potentially, he could probably just turn her back into an Eternal, for all we know. So we don't know what the
if he could, though, he'd be able to fix Tiamat.
I mean,
right?
I think they if they wanted to reactivate that, I have no doubt that they probably could. Well, actually, I don't know. We don't know if Tiamat's actually physically dead or not, but we know that they're being harvested.
It would all depend on what they...
What they want to do with the story going forward, basically.
And also what they give Celestial the power to do. Like, I mean, the fact that, you know, it was in Thor Love and Thunder, it was like, there was one being that could grant any wish.
That was Eternity, I believe.
Eternity.
Yeah.
In the fact that you had to get to that center and have all the stuff to do one like, it's clear that they have the power to do it, but also, like, I'm sure they know the responsibility of it, but also, too, like, they don't want to just do that every time. Because they also know there's a pay of something's going to cost. There's a cost to everything you do. Of course. So kind of thing. So, like, them reawakening Tiamat would also then probably reawaken its rage, and
Who knows? The policy, their motives are all very nebulous and confusing because they are giant, weird, ancient aliens. So who knows?
And also, we're not going to see them for a long time again. Anyway,
presumably not. No. Yeah.
So, but yeah, I think Fastos, like, being Fastos is a great character, not just in terms of this film. Like, powers are awesome. Love what he does. And I also love, too, like, you see almost him afraid of using his powers. Like, he sees the harm his powers can do, and I like that.
Yeah.
Because I think that's great. But also, I think that him being a gay man as a black man is also really powerful.
Yeah.
I know we've talked about this before, and everything, and I know your stance is different than a lot, but I know in the black community there is a lot more, like, negative aspects of the LGBT.
Oh, yeah. There can be. Yeah, I was going to mention that during my actual movie theater experience, there was a group of Middle Eastern dudes behind me. They're on and off, kind of enjoying the movie, kind of making fun of it, whatever. They're kind of mid on it, I guess. But when his husband said in Arabic, like my mother always said, whatever the fuck the quote was, they're back there, but literally they were like, what the fuck? They're like, surprised by that. And that is a much more homophobic community than like most others. But they're like, Jared was like, what the fuck? They're surprised, and then like a couple of them laughed at that. There was like, them shouting down the movie theater, and then the movie just went on, and they were like, whatever about the movie. They're pretty much like, whatever, fine about it. But like I was thinking, like, yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, he's a gay black protag, and he's a Arab husband, which is also crazy.
I mean, that is. I mean, also, like, to think about too, like, that is not a choice that, like, Marvel knows the choices that they make.
Yeah,
they might, they'll say whatever, but like, they made and allowed that choice to happen, and we've seen in the past that they will stop things that they don't want to be in their films from happening. They knew theoretically the risk that this film having a gay black man in a relationship with married, like they are. I feel like they explicitly said to be married.
No, they're married. Yeah, it's his husband. He calls him his husband.
Yeah, it's straight up his husband. So him being married to a man of like Muslim, Arabic, like that is a choice. They knew it, and I gotta say, I think it's massively appreciative.
Yeah, very big, bold choice for them. Yeah, a very fun character. Like every other aspect of this movie, I wish he had more time.
And I love too that, like, we're talking about this now. The film does not make any kind of massive, like, I can't believe that's who you chose to be with. Yeah. It's just okay, that's your choice. That's
your husband? Cool. They actually, it's more surprising that they never questioned that he has 2 kids, or that they really address it at all. Yeah, there were 2 kids.
There's only 1 kid.
No, there was 2.
There were 2? No.
I believe there was 2.
I swear to God, there's only 1 kid.
I believe there was 2.
There's 1 son. Because
he had the son, but I thought he had another kid as well.
I swear he only had only one son. Which, again, this makes me wonder. Like, obviously, like, because the kid looked a bit mixed, right? The kid
looked explicitly black to me, but I wasn't sure.
He didn't look explicit. He kind of almost, like, I'd say, very Miles Morales. Well, holy fuck! Wait a minute. I know.
He played his dad. That's very funny. He has his one child. I don't remember seeing 2 kids. Whatever. He has one kid, Jack. Jack looked explicitly black to me, but
he looked mixed, but but his husband was not black.
Yeah, no, his husband was definitely explicitly
So
Arab.
again, it makes me almost wonder, like, well, then again, as I say that, I'm like, wait a minute, I'm seeing the two.
I mean,
Two men genes, but he's also
an Eternal. He could probably make any device he wanted to. He can make an artificial insemination device fairly easily.
Yeah.
That's not very difficult for him. He probably have a lab in his basement to make a kid, for all the fuck we know.
Exactly. Also, I am curious, because they never do explicitly say that they're, like, his family knows, but, like, I think they...
Whose family?
Fastos.
They know that he had at least somebody...
They refer to him as his friend in college.
When they said, where were you? Oh, you mean his family? No, his family knows that he's an Eternal.
They know he's internal?
Yeah.
Okay, I wasn't sure if they knew.
I thought he was very explicit. He's like the husband said, like, I know what you are. You're gonna. I know, and so you're gonna go with your family to be with them. So yeah, I think he did explicitly know. Yeah.
Okay then. So like I said, I really love. I think too, like, he is such a great character because not only is everything he does, like, so impactful to everything. Like, he is someone who, wants to do good and help people. And it almost seems like he's part of the reason why they don't know. They're not fully all told what they're doing or what's going to happen because he is.
I mean, the more empathetic ones. Well, I mean, like I said, Ajax grew to be more empathetic after the events of Endgame. Before she was fully on board with not telling anybody about the plan. She didn't tell the other Eternals about the plan. And a couple of them, but so Druig was like, I want these humans to stop killing each other. I care about them. Makari was like, I really don't care about them, so I'm just going to go chill on the ship.
She's like, I don't give a shit.
Yeah, she was completely neutral. And then when she found the plan and found the story, she was still like, okay, so when are we leaving? She was still, like, pretty much neutral until she found out Druig was like, no, we got to defend the humans. She was like, okay, sure. And then, like, a lot of them, like, Gilgamesh is obviously very sympathetic to them. Cersei, I guess. Actually, I don't know. Thinking about it, I'm like, really, personality-wise, she could have been on the fence.
I'm very...
But, like...
She is an odd one.
She needed more time to give personality. And then Sprite was just like, I don't care because
she's like,
I
want Icarus.
Yeah, I don't give a
Icarus
shit.
wants.
Yeah. And Icarus is like, that's the plan, so that's what we're doing it. So we know all their motivations. But Phastos was definitely the one who instinctively would have been like, no, these people need to be... Just like Druig, if he knew the plan, he would have tried to stop it.
Exactly. I mean, we even see, like... When he realized, like, he even says, like, you see him crying when he sees what his inventions have done.
Yeah.
And even, like, when he's talking about, like, he's like, I want what's best for them. I want them to have these things and be better and live better lives. And, like, oh, it's not time yet. Don't.
Yeah, like, I made him a giant harvesting machine that's going to, and then you're just like, no, that's too much for them. Like, fine, they made, like, a plow. Like, that's what they'll get.
Yeah.
But he wants to help. He's actively empathetic to them, yeah.
And I think it was also interesting you see, like, someone who's...
And that might have been on purpose for the person whose ability is to make machines to make them more empathetic, just so they don't go crazy and destroy the planet. Possibly, so who knows?
Yeah. But, like, even too, I like the fact that he's so excited to share gifts with them. Mm-hmm. Like, he's like, I want to help them and make their lives better. And he and Druig are basically the same. They are straight up the same. They are tired of the killing. The killing hurts them. Yeah. And they just reacted differently. Mm-hmm. I think Druig's isolated himself with a community, but also, like, in the same way, I'd almost argue, like, Phastos' family and Druig's community are the exact same.
Yeah.
They are a family that love and know that they're being protected by
an Eternal. Yeah.
An Eternal.
I was to say, what if those people were his, like, actual genetic descendants too? That would have been interesting.
That would have been very interesting.
Yeah. Even more cult-like, but still. But yeah, like, yeah, it's
We didn't really talk about that with Druig, did we? Like, there's a whole community of people that
there's a whole cult
where they were all fine dying.
Yeah,
like and it is also too, like,
they only hid because he told them to go hide. They would have been probably still defend it.
It's also interesting though. You think about this. So Druig can make them do whatever he wants.
Yeah,
right. He didn't force them to go hide.
He said that they've been there for generations, so he's been there for a very long time.
Right, so, but what I'm saying is, like, he made them fight. When they stopped fighting, they were all confused, and he said, go hide. He didn't force them to go hide when he could have. So that, I think, is a massive, like, small thing that shows, like, he does respect them and is only, and sees the value. It's almost like how Phastos evolved to see his power as something that is not just, I can't just use this 100% and I need to use it to help them grow. Mm-hmm. Druig also evolved to that point where he's like, I'm going to use this to protect them. Yeah. I will help protect them. These are fucking they're both Minutemen, baby. I'm going to go back to, I think that was for part one when we talked about that. Minutemen / New Canaan. They don't they've learned that you do not growth by forcing them to do and just only handing them. You need to have them learn to protect themselves, but protect them as they learn to protect themselves.
Yeah, that's also why probably Druid's thing was specifically very low tech, like farm cult like, instead of an actual like, you know, modern society at all, because they probably would have let them hurt themselves. They had more tech and shit.
It's also possible that he, in a way, like he said, there's generations, but also like he wanted to keep them off the map, keep them secluded, because he knew that every time he saw what 7,000 years of human evolution. He knew as communities got big and grew and everything, and especially I'm wondering too, like he, in a way, like Wakanda also kind of shows like what happens when you come out and stop hiding. Yeah, like no one looked at Wakanda until they came out and said, "Oh yeah, we're actually super advanced." And then they had
a lot of claws fucking with them. The French,
the whole Namor thing.
Yeah, Namor's thing was, but that was more like a retaliation because of the French people trying to infiltrate their still vibranium and shit. Remember, in Wakanda Forever. You know what's Wakanda Forever again?
I mean, yes, but I mean, again, like if Wakanda is not out there talking about adamantium, then Namor's vibranium. Then like Namor and all of his stuff doesn't have to even touch, because theoretically, like Wakanda didn't go into anything into the ocean and say we're gonna be the ones blowing everything up and taking everything. Yeah, they said we have our own stuff. We're not ourselves. We're doing our thing. We're just helping spread things. It was other nations. So Namor attacking Wakanda is, in a way,
he attacked them because they killed one of his people.
Didn't they not
What's
know?
Her name? No, she remember what was it? Fucking
the original one when he took Siri was before, because Siri killed the guy after she got escaped. Yeah, Namor straight up attacked the nation capital. That's when he killed the queen.
Yeah,
didn't he?
Yeah,
he killed the queen.
He attacked in retaliation for them killing one of his servants when he killed. It's one of those fucking classic war things where like, this person did this, so you did that to them, and it keeps escalating of minor things until it fucking goes full horrible giant cataclysm. But like. But we can't get into Wakanda Forever. That's a great movie. That did
actually, I just realized it was because wasn't it because Ironheart?
Oh yeah, she made a device to detect vibranium, and then that brought humans to fucking checking out Tolokan, and so they're like, we're gonna get that bitch, and then they're kind of like, no, we gotta defend her because she's
Namor sent people to go get her, and then they defended her, so Namor then responded,
kidnapped the princess, and then in rescuing the princess from kidnapping, they killed one of his people. So in retaliation, he went there and attacked their capital, killing their queen.
And then they responded by going to the ocean and killing a bunch of their people. And M'Baku was there and kicked ass.
Classic escalation of horrible war.
This all started because Wakanda started involving itself
with vibranium,
which is also interesting because, like, to kind of bring it back into the Eternals. So, like, because they kind of hand wave it away, but especially Ajax. So their job was to make sure there's enough life on the planet for Tiamat to absorb it and emerge. Yeah. So I can understand in terms of, like, in a way, like, you like, especially some of the smaller quabbles and things, like not getting intervened. But also Thanos, like they had to have known.
We said that my own headcanon for reason why was that, like, what happened was so crazy and so quick. I remember he said he used them one more time to destroy the stones immediately after what he did. Practically, I think it was like maybe a couple months or something after. But like, that would have been a blip in the fucking reality for the Celestials. They didn't have time to give anybody any orders about how to proceed. We don't know if they were affected by the snap or not.
I mean, in theory, like,
we don't know. I don't know how biological. I don't know how biological they are, because they look pretty fucking stone weird magic.
Well, see, even if they weren't affected, they knew that would have a massive effect on all of the celestial life around Earth.
Yeah, but maybe that universe.
And that only lasted 5 years. Universe.
Yeah, but it only lasted 5 years and it was undone. So that could have been like, they could have been like, the tree ends from Lord of the Rings. Like, okay, so everyone convene. Okay, so how are we going to handle? Wait, it's solved? Oh, okay then. I guess we're done. And then they went back to their business. It's like 5 years for them. They're literally like fucking practically, long. They're like, each of them is like probably multiple millennia old. So like by the time they all they communicated with each other, said that let's go fucking talk about how we're going to handle what that one freak eternal deviant mutant did. And then they find out it's all finished, never mind, okay, everybody go home. And then they went on with their lives. While all their Eternals were like, what are we going to do? What about Tiamat? And they're like, it's already solved. It's fine. Some people on Earth, they're like, oh, Earth? The one with Tiamat on it, right? Like, yeah, that one, the one with Tiamat's egg. They solved it, I guess. Like, oh, that's fucking awesome.
But like, there's also like almost a darkness in that. Just like they are like, oh, Earth is the one that literally. Because again, like the snap did not just affect Earth; it affected the galaxy. Because we see the Marvel.
Everyone knows the planet. Yeah,
the galaxy was cut in half.
Yeah, everyone was. Yeah.
So every single planet with a celestial egg in it was now cut in half, and there's a devastating effect on that. Mm-hmm. So they, again, Earth is the one that solved it. I'm surprised they didn't do anything to help out with that. Like they straight up.
Though? How? I mean, like, what, they're gonna blow up Thanos? He destroyed the Infinity
But like,
Stones.
they were very willing to sacrifice the entirety of Earth.
I think that they believed that 50% cut would have been replaced and repopulated in a couple of centuries. Worst case scenario, we've added to our 7,000 or so year plan for our planets, or however many it takes long to get to 8 or 7 billion people. They cut in half. Okay, so let's see, from 8 billion, it's down to 4 billion. They're like, yeah, I'm like, okay, well, let's give them a fucking another 20 years. 20 spins around their solar system and it'll be replaced. Don't worry, it's fine. And like, by the time they said that, I'm sure, like I said again, they're like, oh, it was already fixed? Okay, well then what the fuck are we supposed to do about it? We never give our Eternals any orders. They're freaking out. Like, that's fine. They'll deal with it. They'll tell them to keep going with the plan. It doesn't make a difference.
Titan itself. That never that would not have had an emergence, right?
No, definitely would not, because they destroyed. That probably happens very frequently. Remember, they said that like it needs to get to a certain point, which judging by it's approximately 8 or 9 billion people or whatever the hell population of Earth is at the time of the MCU. People like the Kree or people like the Skrulls could like destroy themselves or evolve themselves in a different way or colonize other planets and move away from their main planet for centuries ago. Like, for all I said, the Kree planet we see, they have so many colonies that could not be their home planet. They could have left that planet behind it by fucking nuking it like the Krogan in Mass Effect or something like that. They could have like left it forever ago.
Well, in Marvels, they mentioned that the planet that referred
that is the home planet, and they have a dying sun, so they're fucking leaving or dying. So they have other colonies. Who cares? And they go to a Skrull colony. And another show I watched, Secret Invasion, they have their Skrull colonies elsewhere, and a lot of the Skrulls are on Earth, escaping there, completely defeated by the Kree.
Yeah.
And so like there's a billion other things and scenarios that could affect the plans, but like I said, there's probably so many plans with so many they really probably didn't give a shit. It probably wouldn't have affected anything that much.
I don't know. It seems weird at times too. Like they don't offer any advice or anything.
To who for what? What purpose?
There's got to be something.
They could, like I said, like most sapient planets, that 4 billion missing could literally be replaced in about 30 to 40 years.
You say that, but I mean,
presumably, if the people don't kill themselves.
You think about this, the fact like, and we're at in the world, and like it is a known fact that the birth rate
has
on
decreased,
Earth has
and the
decreased.
depression of that effect could probably definitely slow it down more.
Exactly. I mean, the fact too, like you think, like if you cut off every half of all people, like you're still going to have aging people and everything. So like there's going to be a mass. Like you're able to replace a few, but you're also. I feel like at that point, if you cut off half the Earth's population, like. Even if every single woman went out and got pregnant, you'd still feel like a net. It'd basically be the start of a decline because you're losing theoretically half of the people who can actually get pregnant and have children, and even then you can only have so many, and people are going to be aging out and down, and there's also going to be massive effects that affect the lifespan of people because like the lifespan is increased. Because of advancements, because of all the people that are needed. Yeah. So, like, if that's not needed, it's going to be slowed down, and it's going to be.
But like I said,
because
by the time it takes them, they could like Esau on the calculator, whatever the celestial for calculations could probably have run all these scenarios in his head, like Strange with the time stone, and been like. Well, there's a good chance this will be resolved because it was one stupid eternal deviant mutant that did this stupid thing, and he's already being tracked down and to be defeated. So, in worst case scenario, they can use the stones to, we destroyed the stones. Okay, well then, worst case scenario, we can give it some time. But with the Opstar, give it some time for them to replace. If they don't, we can just see some new planets additionally and wait another 7,000 years. Who cares? Or we can do all those other things. And while he's saying that, like I said, again, just for the comedy beat, it's fixed. They undid it. Never mind. Let's fucking go home, everybody.
I mean, it's possible.
So, but again, these are really cool, really fun, high concept conversations that you'd love to fucking see, but like the average moviegoer isn't going to the MCU for that. They're going for fun laser fights against like, you know, giant monsters.
But
like
they didn't get fun laser. Most fun laser fights.
Yeah, no, they didn't. That's another reason the movie didn't do well. So.
Speaking of fun laser fights,
Yeah.
going back into each internal character, let's go to Kingo.
Yeah, fun. Kumail Nanjiani, the GOAT, funny-ass character, the funniest part of the movie. Like I said, very fun, cool, nuanced stance.
Also,
honestly, my favorite. Probably
I
my
think
favorite.
too, like that's somebody who, like, I mean,
You think
again,
that he would love humanity, but he's really more like,
yeah,
no,
he is.
I'm fine with being responsible.
I mean, he's straight up like, I mean, he clearly, like, he let one person know his secret identity, you know, to access, but like, he still was known as like the next in a line of these generations of actors, and like, it's also too very telling that he was someone who was willing to give that all up. He was ready to, despite that being literally, that was what he did with his free time.
I was gonna say, have you ever seen Vampire Diaries? Again, Matthew watches too much fucking TV and shit.
Welcome back to Matthew watches too much TV and shit.
Too much TV and shit, and too many movies. Did you ever see the show Vampire Diaries?
I've heard of it and never watched it. It was coming out. I think it was coming out when.
Around the same time as the Twilight
Blockbuster.
Yeah, it's Twilight era, because even though the books were before then. But one of the main things that the two brothers. They're both vampires, obviously. They're both hot. They both love the main boring girl. Like the fact is that like they go to this town and they go back there every 20 or so years when they pretend to be the descendants of the people who lived there before, and they've been doing this since like the like Civil War times or whatever the hell. And so like they love this family, so they love their house, they love their family, so they just say like, oh, we inherited all the wealth from our father, who like, you know, and then they just come back every year, every 20 years, these twins saying like, oh no, we're descendants of the last ones, and then their father, those two dads or whatever the fuck like before that.
Yeah,
that's a very funny little bit. But like that's what basically Kingo does. I'm sure he like probably leaves the public eye for about 5 or so years and says like, I am his son, you know, whatever the hell.
And I love,
it's very fun.
I think I love Kingo too because like he's a character who ironically like his best characterization isn't from his power because his power is massively underused.
Yeah,
we talked about like he's got, because you can see like the longer he charges it up, the more powerful it is, and he never really charges it to the point of like excess.
Yeah.
And even too, like, I mean, literally, the final scene, the final conflict, he's not there.
Yeah.
He doesn't even show up. Like, honestly, I think that was a massive mistake to have him not show up for either side.
Yeah.
I think that would have been really interesting to see him show up to fight somebody.
Like it would have been more useful. I love the fact that he does have a nuanced take. But yeah, if it was, like I said, they split the teams in half, however they split them at that point, and did have Sprite, Kingo, and Icarus versus the rest of them, I think that's a huge deficit on for one side, because I don't know if Fastos can deal with everybody like that.
I mean, I think even too, like, Makari and Kingo would have been an interesting fight to see, because like the longer he charges up, the easier it is to hit her, but also like that gives her more time to get
beat him up, or well, in the meantime,
and everything. And I think too, like, it would have been interesting to see him come in and be like, we need to stop fighting. You're right, but you're doing the wrong thing, but you're doing the right thing, so just stop here and figure this out. And then he has to make a choice. I think honestly, I think that could have been a great dilemma too to see.
Yeah.
He clearly believed both sides. He had a stance, but he didn't harshly believe in it.
Yeah, Kingo was, like I said, but number one favorite character probably Kingo, followed by tie between Druig and Icarus. But like, so many fun characters.
And I think again too, like his assistant. I wrote his. I think I wrote his name down somewhere, but I'm gonna find it. Yeah. He was a great grounding.
Very fun, too. Very fun grounded character with a hilarious little bit about the cameras and recording all the time.
Because it's also interesting to think, do you have somebody who is tied in with Kingo and has a perspective though that does differ? Like they do feel like this. We get political for a minute. So like if we're thinking a centrist here, Kingo was like just one side, and his assistant was just the other side. They're very close in terms of the things. They agree on a lot in terms of stuff, but they also like have their own personalities and will and use their voice to share it. But we're not willing to take action to bring the other person closer to their side in a way that was respectful, because they knew the value of it.
Yeah.
And I think it was a great character to have in this, amongst all these beings, to have someone who's looking at life from an individual,
regular human mortal position. Yeah.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Kingo fucking owns. He's the best.
Makari honestly, her best.
I think they didn't have much for her to do until literally the last act of the movie is when she's
And even
literally
then, she
introduced.
barely did much there.
No, she was just a person who physically could stand up to Icarus for the most part.
Yeah, which is, I mean, it's crazy, but like at the same time, like.
And she was another person who was pretty neutral, except for one of her people is not. So she just went with the person that she cares about, because that's what their position is.
And that was obviously she was almost more beneficial to Druig than as her own character in it, which is a shame because I think she could have been interesting. I mean, a speedster.
Like I told you in the comic, Makari's the main character and is a guy, but Makari's like the lead character in it. And so I think it's much different than
which is a shame, like that. She's not given much of this because I think she is it. I mean, having a deaf speedster is incredible because I mean that is, it is. People obviously live with it, and unfortunately, they can't hear us talk about this stuff for 12 hours.
Yeah, that's what the automatic transcription of the podcast is for.
Exactly, but at the same point, like to have somebody, it is a disability. It is something that you have to that is going to have a negative effects. Like she's able to read lips at normal speed, but at high speeds, you're not even going to listen for a lot of stuff. So she has to solely use her eyes, moving at these high speeds,
and hopefully not the Flash version of speed where like everyone's moving incredibly fucking slow, because that would suck for her, especially with the lip ring and everything else she has to deal with. But she's I wish she had more to do. Her little like stealing gimmick was very underutilized. You only saw it in one other scene, and then you saw her a bunch of shit in the Domo later.
I mean, but she was just living in the ship too.
Like she's just living in the ship, not needing anything, not caring about anybody, being completely fine and neutral, ready to go whenever they're ready to go. But if not, she was fine with that too.
I think it would actually been more interesting if she had actually sided with Icarus. In all honesty,
well, I mean that team would be fucking way more one sided. Actually, if it was mostly the combat people on the follow the plan, and the like more helping humanity people like Phastos and like Cersei like Sprite were like, no, we should help them. That'd be an interesting take too. But like,
this is where Crow actually I think made it more difficult, because Thena being on, like, if Thena was on, like, even if she had the Mad Worry still here and there, like her being with the side to stop would have given them, I think, the edge. So like Makari, Sprite, and Icarus versus Phastos, Druig, and Cersei, with like Kingo as like a back and forth here and there, would have been really interesting to see, because you have more combat power on the one side, but Thena does, I think, tip the balance somewhat. Yeah. Phastos can help the others. Cersei's obviously, Cersei and Sprite kind of, neutral each other out. And Kingo would have been interesting to have for that.
Yeah.
And honestly, I think even too, like, Crow could have been used to bring people, like, of warring to come together if he was used better.
Yeah, I mean, if Crow was used better, that was another issue. I'm ready to move on to Crow, because like we're literally 5 minutes from 2 hours already. We're still on the fucking first movie again. Of course we are. Besides that, who else? I mean, like I think we've talked enough about Gilgamesh. Thena has some.
Gilgamesh was a character who his death ruined his character somewhat in a way that I think that wasn't unintentional. He was fringed for Thena, I think.
Yeah.
And I think too,
I do agree with that. Yeah, that he was just there to support her and then killed so she would stick with the stop it side. Because even though technically Crow was for the stop it side, so he probably should have joined the fuck this planet side. But the Mad Worry explicitly is telling her to like stop this from happening again. So
Gilgamesh was a character who, like, honestly, if he had given more time, he is just as charismatic as he was
very fun
as Kingo was.
Yeah, he was very fun.
The two of them are great.
He was actually, what I was going to say. Kingo's more of a humorous character, but Gilgamesh was like a joke, like actually making jokes. He was everything about what Kingo was doing was funny. His personality was funny to witness, but he wasn't like making jokes. And Gilgamesh was doing that and like upsetting people, but like he was still like, actually making an effort to make actual jokes at people's expense and stuff like that. But just funny.
And I think too, like, it's also a bit of the it is a bit of the stereotype to say, but like Kingo was a very average build, body, like a bit more dancerish, obviously for being a Bollywood dancer kind of thing. But Gilgamesh was this big guy. His power is straight up strength. Yeah. But for him to have the soft side of, wearing the kiss the cook, making a pie, and everything.
Attending the person who has early onset Alzheimer's, like attending them like a
like
at homemade or whatever.
To be someone so soft as a person while so rough as like a fighter.
Oh, yeah, I was
gonna say it was a great like contrast that gave him, and just that alone gave him a character.
Yeah,
it was not just whatever.
Yeah, I was gonna say I forgot to mention that as of this recording, now the Gang of Dragons seems to have fallen through with development. Some issues with the studio and with funding and stuff like that, so the game might not be happening at this point. I remember I mentioned last time the head of the Yakuza game series for like the past 20 or so years or whatever, left the company to make his own company. And he was making a game called Gang of Dragons starring the dude who plays Gilgamesh.
Oh, yeah!
Apparently the game's fallen through. The company might be shutting down. It might not be happening now, I believe. So that's unfortunate because I was really looking forward to it. I love the Yakuza games, and that dude is funny as hell. I would have loved to play a game with him, being a big, giant Korean dude, fucking people up. But I mean, as of right now, it looks like it's not going to happen. So that's unfortunate. Yeah, I mentioned it in the first episode. I was like, oh, yeah, hey, Gang of Dragon. It looks like it's
because he was in Death Stranding 2.
Yep, Death Stranding 2 was in. He's great. Yeah, we mentioned Train to Busan in the first episode.
Yeah, that's where... And that's another great... That was a very similar role where he is this protector, but he's also this soft father, loving husband, that kind of thing. Like, he's a calming presence. And I think that's... For a big guy to do something like that, I think...
Everyone has a shit ton of really fucking fascinating facts. That's why I think Chloe Zhao did an amazing job with this movie.
That's why I think
everyone's very well rounded, but it could have used more time, which is not something they have. Or if they would have sacrificed some of the action sequences in the past for more character scenes, I would have enjoyed it, but probably people would have been like, this movie's too boring, so I don't know.
Then again, people didn't like Last Jedi, so...
Yeah, people are stupid. Every time
I will bring that up all the time.
Every single time with that.
I will say this, too. So, thinking about this, so this is, I think, why, because we've talked about this plenty of times. I've said this so many times. Drax is best written in the Guardians films, and I think, too, that's one of the reasons I love the third one so much. So, I feel like he's only
talked about the other.
Yeah, he's only ever made to be very
2 hours.
He's only made to be very bullheaded big guy in in the films. But I think we get to see him in the Guardians, especially relax and be someone who is he's not the smartest, but he's also caring and loving, and also you get to see that in the Guardians thing where he has the soft side of caring with these kids and knowing it. It's you never asked.
Yeah, it was
fun. I think that's why Gilgamesh was so fun, is because this is a big guy who's I think
remember we already talked about positive masculinity.
He's
in his entirety. Yes,
Gilgamesh is hard positive masculinity outside, similar to Fastos and everything.
Fantastic.
Last is Thena, I think, right?
I mean, yeah, she had the least to do probably because only Angelina Jolie, so it was probably expensive to get. But a fun character, the aspect of the Mad Weary being early onset reverse Alzheimer's, like we said, is very fun. Her being the physically most capable, her wanting to fight Icarus is very funny. He was like, I'm not going to fight you. I'm not enough time for this. And then, just blasts her and flies away. So, and Crow shows up I'm here to make the movie boring. But no, Thena, very fun character. Angelina Jolie is a wonderful actress, amazing in everything she does. Another character who barely had anything to do, unfortunately.
And I think, too, you could
served a great narrative purpose, but
you could see, I feel like they didn't know what to do with her. Because her power straight up makes weapons, right? She can make...
No, she's like a weapon-based combatant, I guess.
Well, in theory, she's basically able to make...
melee weapons.
Ironically, too, it'll bleed into the Marvels. She basically can make anything she wanted to out of...
I was going to say Quasar. It's another fucking Marvel character. I believe she's the daughter of the first Captain Marvel. Also one of the main, actually openly gay characters early on in the 90s and stuff like that. Also, I should know you saw a young version of her in Guardians 3, the little girl with the white hair. No, her name is Faye Lavelle. That was her in that at the end of Guardians 1. Or Guardians 3, actually. I know Guardians 3, the little kid was her, Faye Lavelle, who I wanted to be in Marvel for a long time. She's really fucking cool. But yeah, she had the ability to generate weapons, basically, from nothing. Basically, what Thena does is basically what she does. She can just, make spontaneous melee weapons from nothing and use them, from, star power and stuff like that. Mm-hmm. Yeah, very similar power base. But yeah, she makes, the light-based cosmic melee weapons.
But it's also, too, in theory, could she have made different things? Because they only really gave her, a spear, a shield.
I think she's basically just mainly about, melee fighting is basically.
And even then,
as opposed to Kingo's firearms, I guess is the point.
Well, Foster's would be more firearms.
No, I think
like proper because like in theory like
I mean he could have made like in the past he could have made
too,
a big for a fight he could have made like a big turret gun or whatever the hell easily, but like
I see what you're saying, but
Yeah.
I will say that I think Athena like she always had a spear and a shield,
and she made swords too
and a sword.
Yeah,
but like it would have been interesting to see like give her like a mace or like a flail. Or,
I mean, if the movie had more time, like we keep
and
saying,
I think, but I think that is I think too like why she had so little time. They didn't know what to do with her.
Yeah.
Part of it could have been the budget, obviously, but like she was a character who could have had more nuance, and I think even shown a bit. Like honestly, too, like how interesting would have been is if Athena only used like the same few weapons, but when she would hit Mad Weary, she started using these things that looked much
shit.
different.
Yeah, like other alien planets, weird weapons and shit. That would have been really fascinating.
Even then too, like if she used, like more like Tom, like even if like every time she went Mad Weary and then back, she used like different styles of weapons. That would have been a really interesting way to show like the memory. Like that would have made it so like, oh, she's remembering. She's running off her these old versions of herself.
Yeah.
Kind of thing.
Very fun. Yeah, that would have been. Yeah, I mean, like the movie was, like I said, if it was a series, but if it had the same budget, that would have been fantastic. Maybe we'll see them again. I would love if they gave them a short something. That'd be fun.
Oh yeah.
Oh my god, I was just thinking. They just confirmed Wonder Man is having a second season. I swear to God, I would love. I told you it's about literally just like about a dude with powers in Hollywood where you're actively discriminated against for having powers, trying to hide that from people, and hanging out with Ben Kingsley's character.
Kingo being taken away is now the worst thing because they could have had him.
Yeah, as I said, season 2 is confirmed. I want him in that show. I want Kingo popping up as an actor to be like telling him what it's like to be an actor with power, or if he's returned to Earth after whatever the hell the dude did, open about having powers or whatever the hell, that would be fucking cool as shit. And then hanging out with him. I want Kingo back on Earth, and I want Kingo hanging out with him in Wonder Man. That'd be the best scenario ever. That would be so fucking funny.
So real quick before we hit Crow, 'cause I think we'll talk more about him. What's his name? Firebird. In the end credit scene. What was his name?
Oh, Eros.
Eros.
Yeah.
Is there much to talk about with him?
Oof.
Yes,
the characters. Oof.
I do know that. Isn't the character like a not great guy?
No, he is not. The only story that he has ever been relevant to is that he was on trial for a massive amount of sexual assault allegations, given his powers are to make people fall in love with him. And it was She-Hulk's job to defend him. It was a huge giant comic run and a huge giant comic event that happened. And then at the end, it really was I think she did get him not acquitted from not having done that. So he was actually legit okay dude. And then I think maybe at the end, he maybe hinted that he did fucking use his powers and possibly to even convince her to work for him. It was very nebulous and bad. I think since then the character's been worked to be less problematic or potentially problematic or even addressing that situation purposely problematic. I don't fucking know. I didn't read the comic myself. I just know about it from decades ago. But when the character Eros popped up, and I was just oh boy, that character, because that's the one main story that he's ever been relevant for.
So that was Patton Oswalt who did the.
Yeah, Patton Oswalt. Who this is his fourth or fifth fucking Marvel character at this point.
What has he been?
He was a tech ally of Blade in the third Blade movie. He was a weird agent who either has a bunch of copies of him, either is a clone or has a bunch of siblings that all work for S.H.I.E.L.D. and Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. He was MODOK in the very, very good Hulu animated MODOK TV series. A legit, fantastic, very funny. It's fucking Avenger Brothers level, funny seriousness. Very good, recommend. And him just having a family, trying to be normal, but being a MODOK, an idiot, crazy person. And then now as Pip the Troll.
Which, okay, we've talked about CG.
Yeah.
This CG on Pip the Troll was bad.
Yeah, and then I
Really
mentioned that
bad.
Scott Aukerman talked about how a lot of the post-credit sequences usually are slightly lower budget, slightly lower quality because they're not made by the actual movie director. They're usually made very quickly by just whoever they have around, or not. Well, they set them up and everything like that, but they're usually set up much quicker, much cheaper. And if they do have CGI or sets, the sets or CGI is much lower budget than whatever the actual movie's set or CGI budget will be. So that's why Pip the Troll looked a little rough, and that was the reasoning for that.
I mean, I can understand that to an extent, but I mean, even Endgame even Thanos in Avengers, in the OG Avengers, that looked even if it looked like Josh Brolin, it was distinct. Yeah. It did not look terrible. I would have, but also too, I think we've seen what CGI can do nowadays,
Yeah.
they could have. You easily could have put something in front of him more. You could have shown him less. You could have used shadows more. There's a way to make that look less egregious. That was
This was
bad.
also the beginning of the CGI department being overworked, which got a lot of shit for like some of the CGI in She-Hulk was a little rough. Some of the CGI in Thor: Love and Thunder was a little bit rough. And so like there's a couple shots where people are like, take the shots out of context, put them online, and then like Marvel haters are like, shitting on it all over the place and memeing it and setting it all over the place, making like everyone think it's bad.
It's the tree and sword and shield.
Yeah.
I mean, straight. I agree. I can understand that. And as I said, I get that. And in the main film,
Yeah.
it could have been better. It was so bad. It
Yeah,
was
or just not
visibly
include that
painful.
weird, ugly little thing.
Honestly, what they could have done, you could have easily gotten. I would have looked better if you had like a little person in costume and just did a voiceover. Like if you're gonna eventually do something, you could have. It probably would have been cheaper too. It would have been much cheaper. I guarantee you to have like a shorter actor play this character and everything. Listen, they put Gary Oldman on his knees.
Yeah, well, hey,
they could have put
production movie.
Patton Oswalt on his knees and put him in makeup.
And Patton Oswalt was already also short. You could just put him in makeup. That would have been funny too.
He also would have done it. Because from what I've seen of him, he's someone who will do stuff like that.
Oh yeah, he would have. But yeah, he was mostly irrelevant. Arrow's very problematic. I'm curious if they're
Ever gonna do anything with that?
Implement him again? I mean, they probably have to address that at some point, hopefully. But also I'm going to say, even if the movie doesn't do well there, I was just realizing now, like, they did get everybody off planet and everyone away, so if they didn't want to bring them back for a while or for whatever reason, they can. So that's unfortunate.
I mean, and I think they brought 3 characters who I want. Every Eternal is great, but, like, Druid getting more is awesome. Thena, I think it has the potential to be better than she was.
Yeah,
and
but,
even if she's also someone who, if they recast her, it almost would make sense in a way, as if, like, you could almost argue like the Mad Weary caused her to get destroyed, but they found a way to reset her, and it caused her body, but it required changing her body.
Yeah,
like that would. I mean, also they didn't even address Edward Norton to Mark Ruffalo. So.
Yeah, that's fine. If recast her, it'd be fine if they did, but I wouldn't.
And
they wouldn't.
Makari is a character who could also be reused well.
Yeah. But who knows? Hopefully they'll be reused well in the future. But unlike who we're finally going to get to before we even never going to get to the fucking Marvels, Crow could have been incredible, could have been interesting, but absolutely was not. If
the film didn't have Tiamat as the main threat, he would have been interesting. They should have. Honestly, we were talking about extending the time. This is, I think, the biggest reason why the film is both a flop and a massive mistake. This first film should have just been about Crow. Should have just been about the Deviants. Mm. And Tiamat could have been Eternals too. Because we would have gotten more time with them on focusing on the deviant issue of things. And it also would have allowed for, like, weird splits here and there. It could have led into a great sequel. And they could have utilized, I think, like, Icarus being both a good guy and a bad guy, they were both great versions of himself. Yeah. They could have given Ajax more to do. I think also, too, how interesting it would have been to have teased the Ajax being killed scene. That would, like, but it wasn't Icarus throwing her to he threw her to a deviant, obviously, I guess. Like, her coming back to life in a way to join and help out this would have been another interesting thing. They could have brought her back. They could have had her help Gilgamesh come back. That would have been a very interesting thing in Eternals 2 to now have these two characters. Like that, even if we're talking about the imbalance, how crazy would it have been you have this massive power imbalance between people. Yeah. And all of a sudden, Gilgamesh comes out of nowhere and you see Ajax show up and it's like, oh, they're alive, even though their powers were absorbed. But there's some part of it still exists because she healed them. How crazy would that have been?
I think mostly the fact that they didn't believe in the movie 100% is why they got everyone off the planet, why they, as much as they could, they put the entire the insane backstory of the universe and the Celestials and everything in it. They put Crow and Icarus and Arishem technically as an antagonist. And it's like, they just wanted to put everything in this movie to make enough ideas that if the movie did well, or if it was well received, that they could go forward with more of it.
And I think they DC'd it. They pulled a DC. Yeah. They were afraid, and that's what DC's. I mean, we've talked about it before. Like that's one of the problems with DC is they're afraid to commit to future. They're looking at the now,
Yeah.
and the Eternals was a now project and not a future project, and it could have been much better.
Yeah. Crow is the weakest part of the movie. Completely unnecessary. Narratively, like I said, in the comic that it's based on, Crow is like the big overarching deviant issue, and the leader. He becomes like the leader of the deviants, and like, you know, they try to stand up and be like, you know, they deserve to live and all that kind of stuff like that. A much more interesting other dynamic for the character. But like, it just a fucking muscle person to distract Thena from the fight is all that purpose of Crow in the end was.
Which also makes no sense.
Whatever motivations he had, anything that he had going on.
Why would Crow stop
the person
Thena?
who wants to stop the planet from destroying?
Yes.
Yeah.
Why is he not fighting Icarus? Because that also would have been an interesting twist. Is if he's trying to stop Icarus.
That's how it started too. They pitched it. He came in. They're like, what the hell? He's trying to help us? And he literally came in trying to kill Icarus because he wants the planet to live. But they're like, no, we can't let him absorb it. So that's why he's fighting Thena. But it's annoying because, like, yeah, all he did was take Thena out, but he could have been... If this dude who killed 2 Eternals last minute became an ally, they stopped him from absorbing, but they still let him help fight. And then at the end, he, again, for the third time, another reason that he sucks, fled at the end of the fight, which he did like fucking 5 times already in the movie, which is very boring. If he did that again, he'd be like, okay, well, whatever, we'll deal with him in the future, maybe, who knows. But like, him getting killed by at the end made him completely fucking worthless. All he was a distraction at the end. But he also, like, he was very boring, because every time he popped up, fought them, Icarus or somebody who's capable of killing him shows up, and then he would flee. Happened again at Druig's cult, and it could have happened again at the end of the movie, which would have been a funny little, like, okay, ran away again like a little idiot, and then that'd been funny. But no, he just is a distraction for Athena, and that's it.
And
that's all that character accumulated to.
Yeah, and it's also like, I mean, they also could have utilized the deviant genes, because in theory, like, him evolving more and more, like, we saw him literally use voice work of Gilgamesh to trick Athena. So, like, think about the threat that gives you. Yeah. And it was confusing as all get out. Like, even too, like, him showing up trying to fight with them, but, like, absorb Icarus's power. How interesting would that have been, where they're trying to fight Icarus, who, you know, while not letting him get beaten by this other, like, a 3-way, like, I mean, it was literally, like, you could have had, like, the War of 3 Armies situation with these super beings.
Yeah, one of those fun things where, like, or like a funny thing that happens sometimes with, multiple times in the Daredevil show, whenever Daredevil's fighting with Frank, all he's doing is, like, screaming at him not to fucking just blow people's heads off. So, while a bunch of ninjas Punisher.
Okay.
Like, it'll be like a room of like 30 corrupt cops trying to kill Daredevil for whatever reason. He's like, you know, using his batons and knocking the shit out of them. And then Frank's over there with a shotgun, literally pointing at people's heads. He's using his baton and knocking out of them, blast somewhere else, fighting. Stop Frank from doing something. He knocks down and blasts their knee off. Like, okay, whatever. They're like, fighting. Stop Frank again from doing something else. It's like very fun little like dynamic for them. It happens very multiple times because like I said, he is just straight up like if Daredevil's not there, Frank, you can call him Frank because that's what you're referring to. The Punisher is just straight up fucking murdering people for potentially a good reason, because they're usually pretty shitty people he's killing. But it's like whenever any other superhero or Spider-Man, like you saw, he's like webbing up the gun so he doesn't blast somebody. It's like it's always like a big giant 3-way thing of someone trying to stop Frank, if it's like Cap or Iron Man or whoever's with him at the time, trying to stop him from brutally murdering people while they're like just incapacitating everybody.
Yeah.
That could have been a fun thing. That would have really been a very fun action sequence for them trying to stop him from absorbing, but let him help fight Icarus and maybe Kingo and whoever else could have been on the team at the end.
And honestly, that would have been interesting. Yeah, it would have been really interesting to see, like, because that could have been the kind of thing that made Kingo choose a side, where he's got to, like...
You guys are working with the Deviants? That's the whole purpose here. You're going to work with the Deviant to stop a Celestial from making more life on the planet. You guys have completely gone insane.
Yeah.
I'm going to fight you. And then, the Deviant is there fighting or trying to absorb Kingo or Icarus and also putting up a good fight. And they're putting up a good fight, but stopping him from doing that as well. Yeah, it would have been very fun, but yeah.
And it would have been... It had great potential.
But no,
because even, too, like, we don't fully know what Ajax was capable of with life. Like, who the hell knows what that deviant could have created? And
I was gonna say another thing. Like I said, in the actual comics, they're like usually like the big mongoloid-looking monster people that look like recolors of the Thing or the Hulk or whatever in the deviants in the comics and stuff. Maybe some look like vaguely like demons or whatever the hell, random monsters and shit. If at the end, using his powers or his evolved state, remember he turned those like the 4 other wolves or whatever with him to like a bird, a weasel, and some other creature, and they were all fighting them in Druig's cult.
Yeah.
If he turned all of them into normal biological bipedal sapient looking life, and they had like maybe different aspects of the powers or slight aspects of the powers or more personality, it would be like, no, these are beings that deserve to live. They look more human, so now the audience will sympathize with them more, but they deserve to live. That's the narrative now. And he's trying to absorb more powers to stop him from doing it. There's a billion things they could have done, but the movie, like I said, there would have been way more time, way more development for everybody.
And I think that's where, again, Crow could have been used as an introduction and as like a small obstacle, but especially putting him at the end fight, that made no sense.
Yeah, no.
It was just a waste.
But yeah, in the end though, we ranked the movie. It's very enjoyable, lots to talk about. We had a fucking fun ass time. We enjoyed huge aspects of it.
We also didn't even talk about stuff like they literally have two characters fucking on
We talked
camera.
about it, yeah.
Did we talk about that?
We didn't go into details, but...
Oh, we didn't go into details. Well, I think we know what the next hour is going to be. The middle of... I'm just going to read some of these funny lines I wrote. It's the middle of nowhere where Miriam lives with her husband. Eustace Baggs.
No.
I don't even remember what that was. I was confused how no one noticed Cersei using her power in that classroom at the beginning. Mm-hmm. Like, no one questioned that one. I wrote this. King Druid is the goat, unshackled by blind devotion and using power to do the right thing is an opposition of the power. BTS to do... Oh, wait. Kingo... Oh, okay, here's how I wrote this. Kingo being a Bollywood actor is awesome, and his valet is the hero of the film we needed so much. BTS is to do the cameo and a BTS song in the next scene. So that's funny. Especially apparently, I might upset the army when I say this, and she's changed it, but I heard one of the songs from their newest albums, BTS. They finally got their newest comeback. I forget what the name of the song is, but oh my god, I'm not kidding when I say that the backing track literally gave me a headache and made me nauseous. It was terrible. Oh, speaking of this, comedy of the film is on point. Gilgamesh is also peak character. I love the talk of Avengers and references to Marvel proper. Mm-hmm. Small but important for connection. I stand by that one.
Yeah, I wish they would have had more cameos to make them more like integrated into the universe more. That would have been fun, but
yeah,
maybe in the future.
This is another question. Arishem really just trusted that Cersei would just instantly be on board with the Earth destruction and the Celestials' plan. He straight up just kind of was like, okay, well, you're the leader, so I'm telling you everything. Yeah. Here's it all. Yeah, I know you're on board.
Yeah, she needs to know everything, I guess, is the point. But yeah.
So, what does it say? Celestials make suns and galaxies to destroy with new Celestials. Feels like making yourself have a never-ending purpose. I stand by that one.
Yeah.
That's a comment I stand by. Holy shit. They literally make themselves important by saying, oh, I'm going to kill all this life, but I'm making more life. Then I'm going to kill to make more, to make other beings that will also make life.
Yeah.
Disagree, Kingo. Druid is based, especially in the year 2026. Yeah. Actor who plays Gilgamesh is underused actor. He's able to be both physical badass while kind/calming/caring and soft. Switch between tough and soft without fail. I'm reading this. I did not reread this before we talked about this earlier. Icarus, okay. Holy shit, I'm fucking based with my comments here. Icarus is toxic masculinity. Thinks he needs to be a protector. Thinks his is the way, as the things that have always been is the only way. That's Super Deviant gets Icarus. They all would have been fucked. Yeah, they would have been.
Yeah,
they could have been. Gilgamesh death rough to watch. Yep. Deviant evolution dude is the weirdest part of the film. Like, threatening, yes, but what does it bring to the film specifically?
Not much, especially in the end.
I said Karun. Oh, that was his name, Karun.
Karun? Okay.
Karun giving a prayer to Gilgamesh is a subtle but powerful thing.
Yeah?
He gave a prayer out to Gilgamesh. Foster seeing what technology can do in the hands of evil people, feeling the guilt is crazy and so good to have. War leads to technological advancements. Also very interesting. Here's where I wrote, did Phastos create the 7 rings? 7 rings, or how many that Shang-Chi had?
Yeah.
Icarus carries too high the benefit of the doubt. Is it because the fear of him and his power, or just because they think of him to be right and or just? In millions of years, Ajax never lived amongst planet inhabitants. Also, how else could/would Celestials be created if not this way? That's another good question.
True.
There's also because he's curious that she only cares about until Earth that she only cares.
They said it was. Remember, they explicitly said that it was because of what the Avengers did stopping Thanos.
But when did he kill her?
He killed her after that, like shortly after.
Okay,
It was only like a couple of weeks, but after she died, that he went to her and told her like Ajax is dead. We need to join together. It was like he just did it practically when he went to her.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Icarus is the bad guy because he's too stupid to think for himself.
Yep.
Did Ajax only have healing powers, or could she, in theory, have forced evolution of others? If so, is there a chance she was involved in super soldier research? My fucking notes here! Holy shit!
Yeah. Well, hey, you were thinking about this movie could be more fascinating if they had more, more to do.
Scorch marks didn't give away the game. Yeah, that one. Okay, let's talk about that real quick here. So there were scorch marks where an Ajax home. That didn't give away the game that there was something going on. When did the Deviants ever show that they had the ability to use fire? Who else do we know that could use fire beams?
Yeah, I mean, well, hey, remember, it was only Cersei that was being tricked by that point. She only went to the actual spot to find out what the hell was going on.
Okay, so Cersei's an idiot, is what you're saying?
Yeah, I mean, what did how much of a fight did they expect her to Ajax to put up against them by herself? So
fair. The ocean gives and takes life. I mean, technically, but pretty sure it only takes the life of those who threaten it and try to conquer or live too close without regard to its power. What the fuck did I just write? Holy shit! I had a fucking shower thoughts during this film, apparently.
Well, hey, this movie is very insightful. You were thinking there's a lot
Clearly! Druid and Athena hint at how film holds more potential than the film could give us. Yeah? What have you done? What do you mean, what did he do? I don't even know. The white man saying he exists for another being to the black man is insane.
Exists for another being.
I know what that is in reference to.
Because Fastos said you said you.
He tells Icarus tells Fastos you only exist for the
Celestials, I assume.
Yeah. You only exist
for my family.
Holy shit!
Yeah, he said I exist for my family. Yeah.
Holy shit! What the fuck?
Yeah.
Also, what the hell? Jesus Christ! Why did Icarus not watch them and just stay and imprison them? I don't even know what that's a reference to.
I mean, you could, instead of telling them about the plan, just letting them fuck off and do whatever they're doing.
Very possible.
He could have let the emergence happen and they probably would have been like, okay.
Okay. The complexities of the characters is more than this film is given time for. Though the human assistant guy is the best character completely.
Yeah.
Alright, that was a little bit weird. Technically, Celestial isn't born yet, so killing it would be more of an abortion than a murder.
Real nice.
Film gives us a MacGuffin, but one we actually have seen have power. It isn't out of nowhere. Okay, that was talking about Fastos' ring thing.
Yeah.
But also, like, the fact that it just out of nowhere it kind of exists.
Oh, yeah. The fact he was able to make something to restrain Homeboy, yeah.
Yeah, that's where I think that this film is ironically better. Is much better than the Snyder Cut. Because we had those MacGuffins out of nowhere, but this is a MacGuffin out of There's not out of nowhere. They deserved more. Athena deserved more action scenes. Lady Cap versus bad guy Superman shouldn't even be difficult for cuckold Superman. What the hell? The fatal flaw in their plan is the glowing lines toward Druig. What? There's that one. Also, he talked so ill of Druig, like, bro, that was uncalled for. All right.
I don't know.
She really just running toward Icarus without no help. Fastos finally OP, gotta say. Deviant who killed Eternals just rolls up to the party for no reason. Lol. Man, my notes are strange.
Yeah.
Deviant guy's named Crow.
Yeah.
How would we have known if subtitle didn't tell me?
Yeah, no, literally.
That's how I learned that his name was Crow.
No way of fucking knowing.
Sprite really didn't put her all into the Cersei trick. Though, also, she's way too confusing. Druid one-hit king... Druid Okoing Sprite out of nowhere is honestly hilarious. Crow getting freaky with Athena and with them tentacles, and then took his time. That was clearly a mistake. What a pointless, interesting, underused character Crow was.
Yeah. It was, yeah. He's dead now.
How is the emerging hand from the earth and core under the sea not instantly causing all of life to end immediately?
I mean, it's not that big, but still, yes.
No, not that. Oh, no, it's
Insignificantly large, yes.
It's also coming from the core of the Earth, bursting forward.
Yeah.
So did it create a perfect seal around it? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, the adamantium is unbreakable, so it's fine. It's safe.
Oh, there you go. Oh, and his face, too. Like, Earth should be instantly unsalvageable, right? Oh, yeah, his face does show up,
He's like half out. Yeah, he's like the top half of the face and the hand is up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
"'Twas beauty tamed the beast." What material celestial bodies made from?
Yeah. Adamantium is the answer.
Well, Icarus needs therapy. Also, he clearly never found purpose in anything to be that codependent on Circe all these centuries later.
Yeah, true.
Circe transcended the rings, apparently. Also, Kumesh, Indian guy, how did he just nope out of the literal final battle? No last-minute rescue scene, just, I'm out.
Yeah. He gave a good reason.
Well, he did, but he still never showed back up.
Oh, yeah.
Tiamat looks like stone, by the way. Icarus literally is the literal worst. Like, bro, what the fuck did you do besides lose time and time again? His ending thematic, I will admit, childish, but should have seen coming based on his name.
Yeah.
So all that planning was unnecessary. Also, did they not just at least feel the effect of a being just dying? No footage of the emergence, really?
I mean, it was in the middle of the Indian Ocean, right? By
Yeah,
the
but
volcano.
there's still...
Yeah, about possibly. Huh?
Sprite getting to be turned human feels extra convenient, like trying to do too much and wrap up a bunch of stories at once.
Yeah.
Is she not crazy anymore? Also, why not say... Wait, what the fuck? Did I write? She not crazy anymore. Also, why not just say, quote, Daddy used his brains to save the world. Oh, okay.
Fazl's talking to his kid.
He's talking to his kid.
Yeah.
Daddy used his brain to save the world. Who is parenting Sprite?
I mean, she still has 7,000 years of maturity. So.
But who's her legal guardian in the eyes of the law?
Yeah, presumably Kingo, I guess. It looked like Kingo was helping her get in the car. Probably just whoever the hell.
I think I wrote... Kingo, you didn't do shit, bro. You hit like a bitch. So she can only change organic matter when in Unimind. She literally knows there are superheroes she could join. Wait,
why she didn't join the Avengers or whoever after this point? Yeah.
Celestial shows up, takes his Eternals, and just nopes out of there with no repercussions. I mean, didn't the humans save the galaxy and make it so more Celestials could be born?
Yeah.
Ending give off drag me to hell vibes. Erisham didn't know his creation locations outside of Earth. CGI weird guy is bad. Star Fox is weird, like what the fuck?
Yeah.
Eternals post-credit really just were Arrows and Pip's swings that they quit after taking. Huh. There you go. Those are my extra notes there.
Yeah, hey, well, we need the notes. We ranked the movie fairly high, both of us.
Yeah, I do have the rating king of... Do we...
We talked about it in part 2. Yeah, we said we would put them.
Oh, yeah, I know we both did. I'm going back to my... So we're going to be finally touching the Marvels now.
Yeah, well, first, there's about some other stuff, but yeah. It was number 5 for me. I think it was around that same point for you, possibly.
In your overall ranking?
Yeah, and everything.
So, let's see. My overall ranking was 7. Which...
Nice.
Yeah, I think it's... So, yeah, like, without talking about the rest of the films, because I think, Marvels will be a very interesting revelation for us. Yeah, Eternals is a good film.
It's very good. Yeah, very enjoyable. I liked it. I wish it got more praise. I think now, like I said, online people will talk about my initial scenes from it. They talk about it. It's a lot more positive than it was at the time. A lot of people said the movie was boring or was weird or confusing when it first came out. But now, years later, people are a lot more amenable to it, which I think is way, 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 way fucking deserved.
Oh, yeah. It's interesting that, again, it's Eternals, again, I quoted it earlier, it feels very Last Jedi coded. People don't realize how the experimental is good for the health of things.
Yeah.
They did not need to use, honestly, like, every character could have been brought in.
Yeah.
Like, straight up, in my opinion, every single character, either they lacked potential or they had such good arcs that, like Loki, getting to see an alternate arc would have been very interesting.
Yeah. Like
getting to see an Icarus who does think for himself and act for himself.
I'm very curious about the Icarus and the what if story or how that happened or something like that. I'm very curious about what he does in that thing. But yeah, in all, very fantastic. before we go into, I was going to say, there's one bit I wanted to go into about the comic arc, or the comic arc X-Men versus Avengers versus Eternals, where a very similar thing happened. It's kind of like a weird Frankenstein Celestial is like brought to life by the teams. I forget who specifically. It's like made from a bunch of different parts of a bunch of Celestials, but it's going to go, it's the one that's being the judge for the planet Earth and seeing if it's worthy. The way that it goes about this is that it like appears in front of nearly like every single human on the planet in some form or something related to them or something like that, and then like either watches them or talks to them or judges them, and like, or some, you know, since it's comic, a lot of people have like full comic issues of their own individual comics talking to this or dealing with the Celestial. I wanted to go over some of the specific judgments. Luke Cage is currently running for mayor of New York during this storyline. He appears as like a random journalist during like a political thing, like, what are you gonna do about this crazy shit going on? You know, how are you gonna defend the city or whatever that? And he gave a non-committal answer, like, oh, ask me tomorrow. And then he like leaves, and the Celestial's like, you have failed. You have failed. Another one, Thor is battling an Eternal that is literally the size of a Celestial, made of like crazy ass polygons, and it's like, Thor, a god from another world defending this planet. The inscription on the hammer is still true. He is worthy. He passes. There's like a random girl running from, like, she's like running home because she's like sees a giant fucking monster over the city that's towering over the planet, and she like decides like she's gonna go home and like talk to her mother and apologize for everything that happened and like return and not run away, and it's like she passes. Another fun one was Daredevil, a man of faith who breaks his code all the time. I appear to him as Jesus, and I tell him he's failed. He cries and says, I know. It was a very fucking cool sequence.
Did he pass?
He said, no, he failed.
Oh, he tells him he failed.
Yeah, he tells him you failed.
Ironically, I feel like that would have been a pass.
Yeah,
that should have been a pass.
That should have been a pass for that, yeah. Another random woman's leaving a hotel because of what's going on. She doesn't tip, and he says she fails. Very funny. The best one of all time, I absolutely love. I was going to say another one, but he appears to Spider-Man as Gwen Stacy, who canonically had died way years ago back in the past. And like he's like a whole long issue of traveling with him, and then at the end, I think Spider-Man does pass, and he gets to talk to the actual Gwen Stacy. Like the Celestial brings her back to have a conversation about what happened with them. But of course, the number one best one ever, he appears before Dr. Doom as the Celestial and tells them, Doom, you will pass. The only thing you need to do is say Reed Richards is smarter than you. And Doom literally just laughs in his face and says, fuck you. I passed myself. And the Celestial's like, hell yeah. You pass. It's very fucking cool. It's a very fun sequence.
That is interesting. And
it's very, very cool. Yeah.
I mean, I think, like I said, we talked about it too. Like the biggest problem with this film is like it had so much. This is a film that should have been two.
It should have been.
It had two stories in it.
Yeah, and I
mean, Crow and Tiamat are both their own movie.
Yeah, Icarus being a surprise villain is also a fantastic thing.
Yeah, and again, I think you could have brought people back. You could have roped in Avengers. You could have done so much more. Like, I mean, even too, like, Crow being shown, even if you want to take just Crow killing Ajax, I can see if I had to make this film where Tiamat is still the first thing, Crow killing Ajax, honestly, Gilgamesh not getting killed but having a lot of his powers absorbed would have allowed Crow to get that evolution but not be seen to be needed, kind of thing, and allowing Gilgamesh to almost be like a pseudo version of it. He gets neutered somewhat, so he can't fight in the final fight, because he does, I think, tip the balance. Yeah. So him having to recover but being able to be in the next film would be interesting. A finish the job situation. Yeah. And I think too, like, even Icarus, like at the end of this film, if instead of flying into the sun at the end of this film, he just flew off into the sky, and even if they looked like he was flying towards the sun, him going, then, you see, like, part of the end credit could be him just flying around it.
Or he could survive. Remember, he could potentially survive that as well. Or come back from, regeneration or whatever the hell. But
yeah. Or even too, like, even at the end of the film, like, you get a thing where, like, where Arishem is like, I'm sending you as to judge whether they made the right choice. Yeah. And you get an Icarus 2.0.
Well, yeah. Well, maybe we'll see him in the future. But now the next sequence I wanted to do was I'm going to talk about the 14 Marvel projects between Eternals and the Marvels. All right. So yeah, first one immediately after was Doctor Strange: Multiverse of Madness.
That was the first one right after Eternals?
Yep, right after Eternals, that movie came out. Incredible, huge fucking favorite. Well, legit one of my favorite post-Endgame movies of the entire MCU. I've seen the movie multiple times. Like I said before, I've listened to the director's commentary. Incredible.
I should listen to it. I know, like, and it's also funny to think that, you know, especially after watching the Brighter Day trailer for Spider-Man, like, so like with No Way Home, like we got the bring in a lot of Raimi-verse Spider-Man. So like Multiverse of Madness being Raimi was kind of like a real full circle moment thing.
Oh yeah, majorly introduced multiverses, introduced America Chavez. Spoiler:
did she show up elsewhere?
Not yet. No, she's still training with Doctor Strange in that weird academy. There's another movie in the works called Strange Academy, which is going to be a bunch of like young magic users. Looking forward to that.
Are we gonna get that weird Minotaur guy who got killed?
Yeah, that'd be fun. Yeah, I'll explain that motherfucker.
I would say like that film is. It's crazy that was the one right after this.
Yeah, it's a crazy after the insanity of the world was created by Celestials. Then you get to now this multiverses that are actively dangerous to you or whatever the hell.
And here's a character who can literally go between them.
Yeah, but the major thing
also it seems like too in canon. She is the only version of herself. There's no other version of her, right?
No, yeah. In the comics, it explicitly is that she is the only version in any universe. So theoretically, if the comics universe in the same universe, it should be the same character.
But also then. Every other universe has a version of every other person, right?
Not 100%.
Like there might be
like,
variants here and there.
Well, I mean, the point is that there's infinite universes. So yeah, there's like trillions of versions of Peter Parker, but there's also trillions and trillions of planets that never had a Peter Parker. But it's just like explicitly,
but there's a reason
America Chavez exclusively is not in any other of the trillions and trillions and trillions of universes that could potentially exist.
With Peter Parker, like that would be like there's trillions of Peter Parkers who are Spider-Man, but there's also trillions of universes where Peter Parker is not the Spider-Man, and also trillions of universes where there's a Spider-Man but no Peter Parker.
Yeah.
Basically, like, there is a quote-unquote correction for these universes.
And there's, trillions where there's no life at all in the entire solar system, and it's just a bunch of blank rocks or nothingness or whatever the hell. But there's no other America Chavez who has the ability to jump between these universes. No other America Chavez, period.
There's one person who has this power in all of the infinite universes.
Well, there's a bunch of other beings. There's a bunch of beings that can go between universes, but her explicit powers and her explicit being the only version of herself is what's like the most unique about her. But yeah, the other major thing is that this thing seemingly killed off the Scarlet Witch, even though there's hints of something. Not dead. Yeah, presumably.
Also,
not.
Like she had a mountain come down on her, but she's not dead.
Presumably not dead. Yeah, I don't think
I don't think she died.
Yeah,
I think she's. I think that's why that film is so good, because like that is people talk about her being like I should be a villain. It's like, again, we talked about it before in our other episodes. Like, it makes sense that she would go, similar to like how Quill, like people like shit on him. Yeah. I think that they don't realize, like people, because it's sometimes I kind of connect back a little bit here, as we're so close to the Eternals. I know. I literally was trying to. I was going to just literally list these 14 projects. But no, like I think like there's a misunderstanding at times where like there is a deeper moment to these things. So like, her grief, we don't fully get to see. We don't see Quill's total grief. We saw her what she did in WandaVision was to be fair, horrifically terrible. We don't know what she sacrificed for. Yeah, we don't know what they don't appreciate what you sacrificed for. I thought about being my opening goof. Yeah, no, that was terrible. But yeah, no, what she did was incredibly villainous. Scarlet Witch originally was a villain in comics and shit like that. But yeah, what she did was a horrible thing that she did, and also presumably the Darkhold is also corrupting her, and Agatha was fucking with her, also corrupting her. So that was her main thing. But yeah, that was the main contribution of Multiverse of Madness. Great movie. Yes. Next thing was the Hawkeye TV show. Legit fantastic, dealing with Clint's fucking just depression after all the events and everything shitty happening in his life, trying to bring his family back together and be normal. But mostly about Kate Bishop being his protege. And also Yelena, Black Widow's sister, coming to try to kill him.
because presumably he's responsible for the death.
Yeah, remember you mentioning that.
Yeah, at the end of Black Widow, Miss LaFontaine told her, like, yeah, that's who's responsible for your sister's death. And so she's trying to kill him. But then Kate Bishop and her become, like, friends, and they're kind of, like, pseudo messing with each other, but they're pretty tight at the end. And she doesn't say, obviously, not to kill him. So also some, like, random mobsters and stuff like that. The other main point of that is Fisk. Kingpin is also a major villain in that, who's trying to kill him because of what he did during the time skip as well.
Yeah, which I think I like that idea, because like him being Ronin during the time skip, but I think the fact that it all kind of comes back to haunt him in a way is kind of interesting.
Yeah.
Does he get, so you said spoiler, does he get killed in the show?
Hawkeye?
Yeah.
No, he's not dead.
So I know the actor had like a lot of...
Yeah, he was like in an accident, I believe.
Jeremy Renner.
With like a snowplow or something like that, possibly.
Yeah.
He's still recovering, I believe, still.
He's a good guy, as I recall, right?
He's a weird guy.
But he
has like his own Jeremy Renner app, and he has like a bunch of weird music albums. He's a very odd person, but I don't believe he's done anything problematic.
I would say he's not like a problematic person, where like
weird.
He believes that like people shouldn't have rights and things.
No, not that I know. But
I do know he's a musician too.
Yeah. He's a very odd person, but he's not. I don't think he's problematic from what I know.
So I do like the idea of the show being to like pass this on from him to somebody, because she does show up in Marvel. So
yeah, she does. Like I said, the main thing of that is Fisk is back. He's super strong. I think he gets like shot with arrows, just literally pulls him out of himself and then continues to kick people's asses. And then after that, we have Moon Knight introducing the Egyptian gods and their concept of avatars who work for them. We see a couple of different Egyptian avatars.
So this is Oscar Isaac Part 2,
Oscar
right?
Isaac's third Marvel character at this point, after Ensabanur Apocalypse and after Miguel O'Hare, Spider-Man 2099. He is now also Moon Knight. Fantastic show about dissociative identity disorder, and like him just being this kick-ass Batman-like person for the Khonshu, an actively maybe chaotic neutral god who's not very helpful and very selfish. So this
talks more about the gods?
A little bit, yeah.
I know we keep going back, but I'm curious. We mentioned basically like this has no connection to. So Cersei's boyfriend, no
the
relevant.
Black Knight.
He's all set up with no whatever.
Not relevant.
You said that was supposed to be Blade talking to him, or
Blade was talking to him at the end of the movie. Yes.
So we're supposed to be getting a Blade revamp, aren't we? Or
remember the project has been in development hell for like years and years and years now, and officially I think like last year or so they said like, no, we're not doing a Blade movie, we're going to do a Midnight Suns movie. And I was like, that's fucking perfectly fine. Midnight Suns rules.
So, but like Moon Knight didn't have any connection to anything.
Well, Moon Knight does explicitly in the comic. Oh, I'm fucking burping up beer foam. In the comics, more than like he's usually fighting, ironically enough, werewolves is one of the major things that he deals with very often, as opposed to Blades.
That would make sense.
Yeah,
Moon
vampires.
Knight?
Yeah, literally. The god of the
Moon Knight killing vampires.
Yeah. Werewolves. Yes. His main villain is usually werewolves that he fights, and he fights a couple in the show. But and he does team up with people like Blade to fight vampires and werewolves and stuff like that occasionally. And anything moon related, he has like a little bit of power over. Like he can like sometimes in some incarnations he can wield Mjolnir because the metal it's made from is from technically a moon. So since Khonshu is a god of moons, he's able to wield Mjolnir. It's a lot of really cool stuff.
So is it similar to like a Dr. Fate thing with Moon Knight, where it's like he's like a vessel for like a higher being?
No, it's more like Venom. It's more like Venom, but like he can see the giant 9 or 10 foot tall skeleton bird head god talking to him, telling him to do stuff, and he's just like, no, I don't want to do it. And then like if his DID flares up, he goes into one of his other personalities, just like completely dedicated to the fucking thing, does whatever it wants to do.
So what Thena could have been?
Yeah, that would have been interesting. Yeah. But no, like, yeah, he has a couple different personalities. They introduce a couple different variants. One's like a fucking super assassin. One's like a super nervous comedic guy. One's like a regular human. It's like there's a bunch of different personalities, and they work for Khonshu, and Khonshu's actively fucking with this dude's life as well.
Is it so? Like you mentioned, DID.
Yeah.
So is it much better than Split in terms of like? Because I know Split had like a massive like.
Split was more
negative.
I think Split the more. I don't know any controversy personally about it, but I would assume that the more issue was that the person was a villain and that their personalities were all like evil and like actively harming people, and it made it look like somebody with this disorder is like a person to be scared and will turn into like a big beast monster and like kill people. Like no, it's actively really fucking up his life. It's really difficult to deal with. He wakes up in black all the time. But then also on the side part, he is also a superhero that has like try to fight people and help. Like so, So it's like it's handled much better. I'm sure they actually had like actual consultants on the set and everything like that because it's difficult to
the way
do.
Marvel does, I would see that.
Yeah.
But I remember that because like that's like a lot of people with disabilities are shown to be like it's kind of similar to like how like was it Insidious 2 had the woman in the black veil, and it was someone who similar to another film which I don't know if we'll probably have to do it someday because I'm mentioning it now, and I've gone back to the old episodes and we mentioned films that we eventually do.
Yeah.
But
with Sleepaway Camp?
Sleepaway Camp.
Yeah, that's
the idea of like a transgender person becoming a murderous villain. Like they did that in Insidious 2, and it's also for Lost that someone's forcibly transitioned and not actually personally choosing to transition.
That's a old trope from the 90s that really should not have been in a movie made like that. As recently as Insidious 2 was a very stupid idea, and that was not a good thing to do.
Sleepaway Camp is a terrible film, by the way.
Yeah, Sleepaway Camp is great.
You're gonna punish me
it's
with
hilarious.
This someday.
It's fun. There's
funny moments.
If anything, I would make you watch one of the later ones, which are actively terrible. Those are much more fun to be laughed at.
But I'd have to watch the original. You see, this is why I see you torture me with the original, and then make me watch the others as well.
Of course. The opposite of torture after Moon Knight, a fun-ass movie, Black Panther Wakanda Forever, legit fantastic. Like I said, along with Multiverse of Madness, I think both of these movies are top-tier Marvel that I don't think get enough love, but they are both incredibly awesome. I've seen them multiple times. I've listened to the commentary. Fucking great.
Like I said earlier, I see what it was doing. I appreciate it. It just wasn't for me, and there was... Whereas Eternals, I think this is my problem with Black Panther Wakanda Forever. In Eternals, I could see enough of the complete picture where the small bits in here and there didn't affect me. With Wakanda Forever, there was just too many things here and there. I think that took me out of it. But again, I don't dislike it. And it's also like I ranked it on my bottom 5. That's not a dig on this film. It's a statement of how good I think Marvel is.
Yeah.
Like this is a film that is in almost any other set of movies. It's middle. I don't hate it. I don't love it, but I don't hate it.
Yeah.
It just fell there. And again, I think I think Namor was... I did not like Namor. The way they used him.
I love Namor. But yeah, the main point of this one was that Shuri is now the Black Panther. Possibly...
did she... she never took the thing, though, did she?
She took the herb, yeah.
She did take the herb?
She did take the herb, yeah.
When?
She definitely did, because I remember she synthesized it.
Oh, that's right, she did in
the
final fight with Namor.
She had to, because otherwise she would have gotten fucking killed by Namor.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, Namor is on their side for now, even though he's like, we're going to I'll get revenge one of these days, but yeah, we're chill for the time being.
They're going to end up having a kid together, right?
I mean, Namor is for Sue Storm only. How dare you? She already has a thing for Latina men, according to obviously her being with Pedro Pascal's Dr. Fantastic. So, but we'll get there in a minute. After Black Panther introducing the Atlanteans and all that kind of stuff, next is Echo. Like I said, she is Daredevil's protege.
That's a show, right?
Yeah. I believe she is deaf. But yeah, it's a TV show after I think she may have appeared. She was like a minor antagonist in an episode or 2 of Hawkeye, I believe, as well. But yeah, she's basically Daredevil's protege. I believe, like I said, I think she's deaf. A decent show. It's like any of those like very low budget, very small, like goes to like a weird little western town where her family is and just trying to deal with local crime people there.
With what there?
She is.
You said she goes to a western town that has what there?
Well, Western town that does crime.
Oh, you said family.
Family. Family. Family. Family. Family. Family. Family. Family. Family. Family. Yeah. I believe she is either Native...
remember that joke, Chris?
Yeah, Chris. Oh, Chris. Yeah, you're great, Chris.
That's right, by the way.
Chris is still here.
Friend of the podcast, Chris Bow is definitely still here.
Yep, still here.
Still here, being silent as always.
Yep.
Chris, friend of the podcast, Chris Bow, you jokester, you.
Yep, and of course, as stated, I don't know if I've mentioned it recently, but as I remember from Jack and Jill, guess who's back in the house? Heels click-clacking about. Me and Ed are in full drag, as always, with every recording.
Of course.
He's a massive wig on. It's great.
And I'm also wearing that dinosaur dress I
referenced. And the dinosaur dress.
From part 1.
Exactly.
Boom, look at that. Look at us getting callbacks.
Hell yeah. But yeah, Echo, small, tiny show. I also forgot, she is Kingpin's niece.
Ah.
Yeah, but yeah, she's Native American or Hispanic or both. I can't remember. But yeah, she's a nice little thing. She's a pretty little acrobatic fighter. She's cool.
Is she going to show up in anything else, or she hasn't yet?
I don't know. She's too minor to probably be in anything
Was
major, but she could be in the Young Avengers. But
okay.
Right now, that Young Avengers lineup is like fucking. It's like literally like 6 or 7 all female superheroes, which I'm sure would go over very well. So it's like a lot of the proteges and a lot of the people, the heirs to the name in the groups are like literally. I can think of them, and they're like 7 or 8 all female superheroes, which should be, shittily received.
Which
if
is
it
a
was,
shame.
regardless of quality, shittily received, which would suck.
Yeah, and I think I will say too, like people talk about like an Endgame, the all like Captain Marvel. Spider-Man gives Captain Marvel the glove, and he's like, I gotta get through all of that, and he's like, or she's got help, and people talk about that scene.
Yeah.
I think that scene's actually fun.
In the moment, I was just like, I rolled my eyes a little bit. I was like, all right, but it's going to be fun. And then we get to see all these fun super female characters kicking ass, and that was fun. But of course, shitheads use that as an excuse to like be, shitheads. So.
And here's the thing: is like, Captain Marvel could easily blow through them all. There's no doubt about that. The thing is I think that you have to look at the greater impact of like you are now creating a squad of people distracting more from that Captain Marvel could handle them, but it's also going to be distracting her that she has to deal with them. So they are distracting what will distract Captain Marvel. Yeah, in this moment.
Yeah, they're aiding her, and it's just a fun little sequence. And look how many female characters we have had in the past. And like I said, in theaters during this type of moment, I was already teary eyed almost from the portal sequence, and that I'll admit it is a little cheesy for like all the female characters to be in that one sequence together and all whatever. But like I rolled my eyes for a second, like it's a little bit cheesy, and then I moved on with my life because I'm not a fucking piece of shit. So,
right, like it's cheesy, but at the same point, like it's a fun
action sequence,
and every one of these characters deserves this moment. Like they don't get shafted.
Yeah, they're all supporting our secondary characters.
I know. My bad.
Yeah,
but also they kicked ass.
Yeah, it was a fun scene.
Everyone kicked ass. Marvel kicked ass. And everyone supporting her kicked ass.
Yeah. Speaking of shittily received female characters, next after Echo was She-Hulk. A very fun law show. I thought it was excellently handled, and of course the meta at the end was fucking insane. How hilariously meta it gets.
I do need to say I've never finished it. I did start watching it, and this is where I think I said this in episode 1. Like this is an episode. This show being released weekly is hurt for me. Yeah. I stopped being able to focus and watch it because I ran out, and then once I needed to catch up, it just became too much. Because I enjoyed what I was watching. Yeah. It definitely suffered from the weekly release. It should have been a much shorter. It should have been had multiple episodes. Because I think too, it's not just like because these are all like about an hour nowadays, right? Mm-hmm. So like 3, you hear
like 40 minutes to an hour normally.
Yeah, like, and I think here's the thing is like people, I get they're worried of they're just gonna binge it for the 1 month, but like you could easily like put a few more episodes in, or even if it's just a month, like people will pay for that 1 month. And the people who aren't going to wait until it's all released, they're going to wait no matter what. Yeah. If I had 3 episodes worth, like a 2 hours, movie's worth of content, a movie either I'm watching a movie's worth of content, or I watch 1 episode per day, and that helps me get into the next ones. And if you did the finale, it'd be a little bit longer. And put a little bit of time in between. Oh, maybe I want to rewatch the first episodes into the lead up into the finale. Yeah, well, it definitely suffered from that because I did enjoy what I saw. Yeah, and everything, and I agree, it was a fun show.
Yeah, it was. I liked the show a lot. Introduced Hulk's son with his terrible haircut.
I didn't know that even happened.
Well, spoilers. And now next one, the 7th project is actually relevant because this is when the Miss Marvel TV show happened. Very cute, very delightful. Iman Vellani is a very fun actress. She's very cheerful, and the show is very cheerful for the most part. I forgot. Like I said, I watched the last episode just to recap what happened. I forgot how fucking zany it is because I forgot she's not an Inhuman in the MCU now. What her ancestry is, or whatever the fuck it is, are Jinn. They're like from another dimension. And they have various powers or whatever the fuck. And there's various Marvel interpretations of Jinn. So she is technically half Jinn now as opposed to a human. But then at the end of the show, they do reveal that she does also have an X gene. So she is a mutant. I'll get into it with the bangles and everything. Like I said, the bangle was found on the arm of a blue mummified corpse by the Jinn.
In Earth?
I believe on Earth. Yeah, it was a temple that the Jinn were using while and also
wait a minute. There's Jinn in the Marvel.
Yeah.
What?
Of course. Oh, really? Are you surprised? There's werewolves. There's vampires. You thought there weren't Jinn, motherfucker? Come on.
Okay, I'm not surprised that there's more than just more vampires and werewolves. I'm surprised that they brought that in and they just don't do anything with it.
I mean, you have to watch the Miss Marvel TV show. You didn't do that. How are you going to enjoy the Marvels? Anyway, yeah, exactly. But I forgot the show also has time travel because she goes back to the partition, which I'm sure I don't know if you know about
partition
in real life. That is when the Muslims of India, after colonization was ended, quote unquote, they pushed out all of the Muslims, and that's how Pakistan was formed as it is now. It's a huge event that people are in the Middle East are very much aware of, obviously. But yeah, the British colonials pulled out. Yeah, the partition. There was a really fun episode about Doctor Who, which is how I really learned about it. Also, one of my coworkers was from Pakistan, and we were talking about how the Doctor Who episode about it. But that is when in India they pushed out all the Muslims out of India, and then that is where Pakistan became the way it is now, as a separate, mostly Muslim nation of people who are of Arabic and Indian descent. And that's where Kamina Nanjiani's family is from as well. But that's the actual major history. And that's like not knowing about the American Civil War, pretty much. It's like you don't know about that. What the hell's wrong with you? And this was in the I want to say it was a little bit after World War II, so it would have been in the 50s or 60s, I believe this happened.
Here's the thing: is I think for me, and we
it's European history or Asian history.
We were in 6th grade when 9/11 happened.
Yeah.
So I think that.
Oh, yeah, change the curriculum.
That event changed the view of the Middle East.
Yeah.
Massively. I think that's why, because I am actually part Lebanese. And I know that which apparently I've heard too, that Israel is going to steal part of Lebanon, South Lebanon, potentially. Yeah. So there's that. But I've also heard too, Lebanese history has some weird,
yeah, and
Middle
all
East
fucked up from colonialization and everything else.
It's
from the past
a combination of colonization and just bigotry of all the kinds.
Of course, yeah.
But I mean, for us, we were at that age where we were just going to be getting into. I'm sure, in high school, in middle school and high school, I think we would have learned differently about the Middle East had 9/11 not happened.
Oh yeah.
But I mean, you think about especially the first 3-4 years of post 9/11, I mean, we're learning about the Middle East mostly for the first time, and it's just this, they are what fostered the terrorists that attacked the U.S.
Yeah.
But and everything, and I still, I think too, it's lost on us at times, and a lot of our generation and younger people. So I talk. I'm going off on a political tangent here for a moment because it's a podcast. We go on tangents and within tangents.
We're at 3 hours now. We're probably not going to cover the Marvels. It'll be a 4-parter.
So, we have enough time. I think the kids don't get home for another hour and a half-ish. So. In worst case, they get upstairs. I'll give my the switch for a little bit here. Anyway, so Team America has, so the part of the plot is, of course, America is the world police.
Yeah.
One of the things that ironically stuck out with me is when Gary is infiltrating the terrorist group, and he's they're why would you want to be a terrorist? We put a jihad out on the Americans all this time, and he gives this story. It's a false story, but it's no, it makes sense, and it's why I feel weird about sometimes when people celebrated Osama bin Laden's death. You look at the death of somebody from two different sides. You see what someone did as defending, they had nothing else because they lost everything because someone took something from them. So they were fighting to make sure no one else went through those pains, and that person is killed. We look at as Osama bin Laden is the orchestrator of a massive event that hurt so many people, and people celebrated. But for the people that suffered and saw him as doing something that was taking back control and freedom for themselves, and you now see celebration of death, you think, they're going to celebrate his death. Why would they not celebrate my own death? Basically, though, I forget where I was going with parts of this.
Well, honestly, that's pretty relevant because obviously, like I said, she's Pakistani, she's Muslim. The actual like story, like I said, besides going out about the partition, which is incredibly important to their religion and their people, it does like I said, time travel and shit like that. But also, she's going to like mosque and stuff like that during the course of the show, and it's very relevant that she has Muslim friends, but she does go to like a Western school. She's discriminated against because of that in her school normally. But also, a major plot point is that damage control, which is pretty much taken over the Shield's role in MCU going forward. Like, they're relevant in Spier-Man. They're the people we talk to. They're relevant in Wonder Man. They're the people who are investigating actors who are possibly superheroes. And then in Miss Marvel, explicitly, damage control is monitoring for this new superhero that's popping up in here, and then, like, they're literally going into mosques, questioning all of them, trying to see if there's any radicals in there. There's one damage control agent who I believe she might possibly be partially something. It's very explicit. The show is very explicitly about this dude. She's like
frosty.
Yeah, she's like literally like a kid with superpowers, a Muslim kid. And just like at one point, like during the opening of the finale, she says like, "This is what happens when the wrong people get superpowers." And her person, she's with like, "What are the wrong people?" She's like, "I mean kids," And then later she goes to a mosque and like the person, the head imam or whatever, talks to her. And he's just like, hey, like, the community is basically like covering for this kid so he doesn't get taken. And it's like a very, scene you would have seen definitely anything from the aughts, politically wise. But like, he's literally telling her like, hey, like, I don't need to believe, like, she's like, oh, you really think you're doing something good? You're benefiting this kid by hiding him? He's dangerous to people. And then he's just like, well, I don't need to, like, I don't need to believe anything, even if God doesn't believe in me or whatever the hell. Like, some really nice quote about, like, either I don't need to believe in God as long as he believes in me, or vice versa, something like that. And then she's like, I don't have time for chronic quotes. And she's walking by, he's like, actually, that was Abraham Lincoln. And it's just like, there's a shit ton of, like, little microaggressions from the DID or from agents like that. Very fucking fantastic.
First of all, that clap is half for you because you turned up my random rant about like 9/11 and all that back into Marvel.
Yeah, Miss
so
Marvel.
Good on you. But also honestly, like I think that we need to talk about these microaggressions because I don't think like. Listen, people talk about, you make a white, I'm going to take this for a second. People talk about making white people feel guilty. Like, no, I'm not the person who, enslaved people, who colonized people, who did these atrocities. Mm-hmm. But people who looked like me did. Yep. So, like, there needs to be an understanding that they're, someone who looks at someone who's like white like me and might be afraid because of what my ancestors did needs to work that extra little bit hard to make up for what people who I related to did shit for. Yeah. That's not a bad thing. But to put extra good into the world to make up for the darkness that would put into the world by people who looked like me. Yeah. Because white people do not get better by ignoring what we did. Oh, Jesus Christ, I went to March CX? I feel like we need to somehow reference every single film we've done.
I mean, probably. We might as well have. But yeah, the show's very confusing. Like I said, she does time travel at one point. She's dealing with her aunt who is part Jinn during the partition, dealing with
how are Jinns are involved in Marvel? I need to know this now.
They're beings from another dimension who have powers.
So this is a random dimension that it's Jinn?
Yeah, they're Jinn. Why not?
So they're just
yeah.
Like, they're just
beer folk. We're only on
halfway through.
We're on 7. Miss Marvel. We're on 7. That's Miss Marvel. That's a little bit but like I said, she's half Jinn. She's not inhuman like in the comics.
But her powers come from this bangle, apparently, according to the Marvels.
Or do they? Because the bangle man
they do, according to the Marvels.
Activated her X gene because she is also
has an X gene. They do because of the Marvels. So after Miss Marvel, there was.
Yep. After Miss Marvel was Thor: Love and Thunder. Very delightful. Fun movie that got a lot of hate for the weirdness of it, but I enjoyed it. Gore, wildly, obviously, and aggressively underutilized.
Oh, we talked about that one.
Sure. What a waste of an amazing actor and an amazing character with amazing motivation. They did not touch on enough about what the gods are and how they work in relation to the Celestials and everything else.
Especially,
maybe they did, maybe more than we remember. Maybe I'll need to rewatch it after my deep dive into the cosmology. Maybe it'll be a better experience, but I don't think so.
See, I enjoy the film, and I think again, I feel about it similar to I do at Eternals. Like, I have fun with the film, but there's problems I have with it. Yeah. I feel like Thor: Love and Thunder is like under Eternals in terms of my ranking because there's so many things left unsaid, and I think I mean, the opening sequence alone is. Talk about a fucking like drop of this. Like somebody who's like, my daughter died. We suffered because of our, but our faith in you never wavered. And the guy's like, "Ha! Oh, go fuck yourself, guy."
Like that's hilarious.
And the second he gets a chance to, he murders. And I think too, like that's where, like the Eternals being written out is the same, because isn't Null on that sword related to that sword we saw at the end scene of Eternals? There's some relationship.
No, not the black. The black sword for the Black Knight is different from Null's evil sword, the Necro sword. Different weapons, just both black swords.
There's a connection of like their high being. See, there's a thing too, like, to bring it back to One Piece for a second, like the fact that there's different grades of swords, like the fact that these two swords may have very different things and purposes.
Yeah, they may
have we not gotten a sword-based show?
I mean, that's what fucking Dane Whitman was setting up with his boring Kit Harington actor. It was like, they're Dane Whitman, the boyfriend of Cersei, was meeting Blade to do something, but now we'll never know, because that presumably is maybe he'll pop up in Midnight Suns and know just what the fuck the black sword is even. Like,
this is where Marvel went DC for a minute, because like that is interesting. Yeah. And like and even if Null's gone, like I feel like too, like these swords have like a life of their own, right?
Yeah, they can.
So like in theory, I would equate back to the Force. Like they talk about the Force, the balance of the light and the dark, right? So like think about the fact that if Null is gone or no longer has like as a powerful user behind it, that would theoretically empower these other swords that have their own purposes, right?
Yeah, the beings
Black Knight would have been great.
Yeah, that would have been a good tie-in. But also remember, like all the beings that Gore the God Butcher was making look like symbiotes, because it could have been powerful. The Necro Sword. Remember all the black beings and the black planet they went to and all the kind of cool.
That is
very beautiful aesthetic.
In comics, that is what makes the symbiotes, right? That's the wielder of the creator of that sword also made the symbiotes.
I mean, technically, I think Null made the symbiotes,
but he also made the Necro Sword. Right?
Yeah, he made the Necro Sword.
So and here's also where they gave us the symbiotes.
And if you watch Venom: Last Dance, he also made the Xenophages, which are symbiote hunters, which he made after the symbiotes betrayed him and locked him in that planet that he's on, Clintar.
So what you're saying is basically
there's
Eternals, Deviants, in Venom now.
Yeah,
Jesus
Venom symbiotes.
Christ.
It's crazy.
After Thor: Love and Thunder.
After Love and Thunder was Ironheart. Another very, very fun, low-budget, low-key show. Riri, after the events of Wakanda Forever, back in college, of course, her being an inventor who doesn't give a shit about anybody is honestly pretty selfish, which is what the show's about.
Is she
gets kicked out of college.
In Young Avengers 2 or
Young Avengers? There's no Young Avengers yet.
I'm saying if there was a Young Avengers,
she would be another potential member. Yeah, but yeah, it starts with her being kicked out of college. Remember, she was like,
you mentioned,
yeah, she gets kicked out of college, has to go back to rural shitty town.
She said in part 1 for being a shit.
Yeah, for being a shit. She's basically really, really selfish. The show's like subtly hints at it. She makes like an AI of her friend who passed away, which is a very fucked up thing to do. But the show doesn't treat it like that for a long time until that girl's brother finds it, and he's like disgusted and freaked out and like pissed off about it. Very fucking cool. But anyway, she's hooks up with these like low level criminals, including one who has a magic hood that he got from Mephisto. And in the pursuit of all these minor crimes, she ends up getting tangled with Mephisto.
Sacha Baron Cohen.
Yeah, Sacha Baron Cohen. And she's like, what are you? Some kind of like, are you like Dormammu or some kind of like giant god? He's like, Dormammu's not fit to wipe my ass. That's what he says. It's like, hell yeah, Mephisto.
I'm just going, I've never watched many of his shows. Yeah. And in all honesty, the thing I've seen him the most, ironically, is Ricky Bobby.
Oh, really? Not Borat?
I never watched Borat.
I
know about Borat.
Yeah, growing up, R.I.P. Dima, but growing up with Dima and Roman, they fucking practically watched that movie on repeat. They fucking loved it. Because they,
this is funny. Where my subtle hipsterness of it is because it got so big.
Yeah.
I almost refused. There's also too, like, I knew about everything just tangentially.
From, cultural osmosis. So literally everywhere.
Osmosis everywhere. Yeah. My wife.
Yeah. Actually mash. Yeah.
Great. Oh, I would something. His house burned down. A big success. Yeah. So I know about all that. But, like, ironically, I know he also did the Ali G show. Ali G is you guys talked about a lot.
That's what I know him from. Yeah, that's what I know him from.
So, part of me feels like Dormammu or Mephisto being like, I'm going to say this very carefully, a a white individual
He's
putting
not
on a
white.
black
I don't
scent.
think he's white. Ali
Sacha
G?
Baron Cohen?
Yeah, Sacha Baron Cohen's not
Well,
white.
Ali G was about being a white
Yeah,
guy.
he's a white. Yeah, he's a wigger.
Being,
Yeah.
you said it.
Yeah.
I
Very
learned
funny.
I learned my lesson when I tried to say that one.
Shub Niggurath.
Yes, I learned my lesson. But yeah, being a white person putting on a hard black
Yeah,
scent.
being a very funny wigger.
I don't know why, but I picture Malfesto being that.
I mean, he could have been. That's hilarious. He does do. Actually, it's very funny when you first meet him. He's like, all suave and decked out and offering guilt like the devil he is. And then later when he comes back, he's like disheveled and angry and upset. And his voice is literally different, using a different accent. And then he's like talking to her like pissed off and like doesn't have time for whatever she's doing. And she's like, "What the hell's wrong with you? Why do you sound different?" He's like, "What? Like just fucking get this over with. I'm busy with something else." And it's just like, hell yeah, whatever the fuck
he
he's
has
doing.
not shown up anything else, right?
Not yet, no.
See, that right there is a great use of a character using different appearances and vocals.
Yeah.
So the idea of him being tied up with something else,
Yeah.
what the fuck's he dealing with?
Exactly.
I want to know. I'm not even watched the show yet.
But yeah, Ironheart's legit pretty fun. And then after that was the Werewolf by Night special. Like I said, it's like an hour or so special of all these magic hunters trying to hunt the Man-Thing, who's just like this giant swamp creature that, like, if it touches you, you burn to death if you're a human. It's very cool magic people. And then his friend, the Werewolf by Night, is there to rescue him. And that's when you also get Elsa Bloodstone, who's another, like Moon Knight, like Blade. They're a bunch of different, like, supernatural being hunters. That they're just, like, it's a fun little, like, black and white. The whole special's in black and white. It's like a Universal Monsters, like, parody thing, kind of. But it's very brutal.
I realized I just made a face.
Yeah.
And it's like, so I went, oh my, I'm very interested.
Yeah, it's like a Universal Monsters black and white style thing, but like all these magic hunters in the MCU getting together to hunt the Man-Thing. It's pretty cool.
You said Midnight Suns is like a
Midnight Suns is like the Avengers,
but with magic users.
but with magic users explicitly fighting big giant otherworldly magic threats that like they wouldn't really bring the Avengers in, even though like half the members have been Avengers before probably.
So like in theory, there is a group that would be considered like the supernatural Avengers, right? Is there a group that actually is named that or no?
I mean, there are like splinter groups of the Avengers, like the West Coast Avengers and shit like that, New Avengers.
So what you're saying is no, there's not a
Midnight Suns would be if anything.
Midnight Suns is magic-based Avengers.
Yeah.
The Avengers are the main villain or villain fighting group.
Yeah.
But there is no specific group that would be the supernatural Avengers, right? So what you're saying is hey, Kevin Feige, listening to our podcast
Yeah, you better
here
be listening.
on our what are we at now?
We're at 3 hours and 13 minutes.
3 hours.
I mean,
plus
technically,
the
this is
previous
now, 8, 9, 10, 11 hours. This is 11 hours and 13 minutes
11
now.
hours into our talk on Marvel. Why have you not taken the leap and given us a movie, a series, a show, something about the supernatural Avengers? That's how you get Blade in. That's how you bring in the Black Knight. That's how you bring in Moon Knight back into this
And make
shit.
them all fight Mephisto. And, of course, lose because they will lose against Mephisto.
But they don't need to die to lose, right?
Yeah, no.
I mean, hell, they lost in Infinity War.
Yeah.
But only half of the people
Hey,
died.
Midnight Suns, hope it's a great, big, awesome project.
Also, can we take a second to appreciate that I just came up with Supernatural Avengers and the comic creators haven't?
Well, you want to call them the Supernatural Avengers? I'm pretty sure it's probably
There's a group that you would know.
Yeah.
I know you would know if there is a group that is a Supernatural Avengers group.
Yeah.
You would know that.
That's what I said. Basically, that's what Midnight Suns is, though.
But they're magic. You said magic.
Oh, wait. What do you mean supernatural? Because, like...
werewolves, vampires...
I just said Blade
Jinn.
and Moon Knight are on the Midnight Suns. They hunt vampires and werewolves.
But those are supernatural, not magic.
Yes, they're magic.
No, they're not magic.
They're
supernatural.
They're explicitly
That's like
magic.
fighting an alien that comes down and is... listen, supernatural and magic are very different.
I don't think
magic,
so. I think they're very much the same.
No, they're not.
The origin of werewolves and vampires and swamp things and everything else, those are... And, like, the monsters... They fight monsters which are basically... including like witches and like werewolves and like vampires, whenever they're huge, world-threatening, evil gods and stuff like that. That's usually what the Midnight Suns are dealing with. Or magic beings.
I'm going to argue witches would belong
demons
to supernatural.
and
demons? No, demons are in the weird place. Witches are on the supernatural versus magic side, and here's why. I'm about to go off the shit now. Fuck the Marvels movie. Apparently. So here's what I'm thinking. So I'm thinking here, when we talk about supernatural, we're talking about a deviation that causes people to basically be inhabited by a power that corrupts their core. Basically, a person can So basically, there is to me, a supernatural being is more so the concept of super soldier has created somebody's dark side to manifest, overtake even a good person. And that is why Red Skull's darkness overtakes him, but not Captain America's. So we're talking about a being that releases the inner beast, aka the werewolf. We're talking about the drive and push to influence others, aka witches, or the person who feeds on the pain of others, a vampire. That is supernatural to me. Whereas magic is about manipulation of reality to bend of a whim. Witches can be magical, but they are supernatural in being. That's why it takes sometimes extra things to kill off werewolves, vampires, all those things. So that's my fucking thing. Midnight Suns is fighting out the people looking to alter reality. They're not looking to stop the corruption of internal beings. And I want a group of heroes who specifically deal with fighting the corruption of beings. That's why you can have a good vampire, a good werewolf, a good witch. But traditionally, their power comes from a dark source. They are the warlock style versus the sorcerer style. They are the wizard choosing to be good or choosing to be bad.
Okay. Well,
anyway,
as someone who played the very fantastic PlayStation 5 game Midnight Suns,
I think I looked it up. It was too expensive.
Oh, well, catch it on a sale or something like that. But it's fucking fantastic. But yeah, no, they do explicitly fight ghosts, witches, vampires, werewolves,
cheating.
Whatever.
That is not a supernatural.
They're literally magic in origin, Ed. They're literally magically based in origin. Yes, they are.
Well, it doesn't change the fact that supernatural and magical are different to me. So.
Werewolf by Night, a fun, low-budget, little Universal Monsters throwback special. After that, speaking of specials, was the Guardians of the Galaxy special, which I mentioned before. Drax and Mantis go to Earth to try to get Peter Quill a present. And what's that present? Kevin Bacon. So they they fuck around on Earth for a bit, and then they go and kidnap Kevin Bacon. Very, very funny.
I watched that. I
believe that there was a reference to it in Guardians 3. Yeah, I believe maybe somebody like Cosmo, somebody shows up earlier. I have to watch it to remember. But like, it's very fun.
I want to watch them again.
It's the Christmas special is very short, but it's very funny and very cute.
Mantis and Drax, by the way, great pairing. That was a great pairing of two characters who are
very
both
funny.
Not only very funny, but I think like they're very similar despite their power set and physical appearance. I'm not talking just like man, woman. It's like Mantis is very small, thin, and her powers are about like manipulation. Drax is very big, bulky, and about like physicality.
Yeah.
So the two of them being so similar, I love it.
They're fantastic.
They are fantastic. And the films are incredible, and I'm very excited to eventually watch this in the next day / 20 years from now.
Yeah. Next project is Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania. Very weird movie. Like I said, when it was coming out, everyone was just comparing it to the shitty Shark Boy and Lava Girl movie that was like 90% CGI backgrounds that looked very weird and blurry, and everyone was a weird monster. And it was like Eternals. It was very high concept and being in a microverse with a bunch of different weird looking alien creatures. And then on top of that,
so wait a minute, hold on a second.
Yeah.
So you said Adventure Shark Boy and Lava Girl.
Yeah.
Is that a cult film nowadays? That's like a cult.
People love it for the memes now. I remember. Now you're Mr. They're fucking those guys with the Mr. Electric. Send this child to the. Remember the fucking little kid. All I remember is the meme version of that fucking that scene where like the kid's like, he stole my dream journal, and he's like, I did not. Mr. Electric, send him to the ball smashing device immediately.
So obviously, you know what Shark Boy did. The actress who played Lava Girl, she went on to do something, right?
Yeah, she wasn't she the? I keep getting her mixed up with the main young daughter from Spy Kids. I can't remember if she did anything. I can't remember. She might be famous.
We need to look this up, bro.
Really, Ed?
Yes.
We're talking about Ant-Man Quantumania. What did you think of it? Never mind that. Shark Boy and Lava Girl time.
Shark Boy and
This is what happens when you have two people who have very short attention spans doing a podcast. You get 11 hours of nothing.
Also very funny that that's a Robert Rodriguez film.
Yeah, of course it is. Fucking.
Wait a minute, I don't think she's done much because her name is, I think, the one name I saw that did not immediately.
Jesus. Anyway, Quantumania. Kang.
Oh my gosh, I did not. Taylor Dooley is her name. She is like the one name that has not showed up because you have Kaden Boyd, Taylor Lautner, David Arquette, and Kirsten Davis, George Lopez, and all that. Hell, Sasha Pieterste as Marissa Electrodad / Ice Princess. She's got a name. Taylor Dooley does not have her name highlighted.
Well, she may have just stepped away from acting.
I need... What has she done now?
Jesus Christ. Well, anyway, I'm going to talk about Quantumania.
Sure, go ahead.
I think that the Ant-Man family is very fun. That actress I just saw recently in Ready or Not 2, the blonde, the one from... what the fuck are the scary movies called? The low budget ones with the camera.
Paranormal Activity?
Paranormal Activity, yeah. We saw, she was in, I think, 3 or 4. The one, she was like the blonde actress. She appeared in Supernatural for a couple of episodes. But she also is, she was in Ready or Not 2 as a sister. She was pretty fantastic in that.
Holy shit, she's been in. So after Shark Boy, she was in a short. She was in a video. She was in a film called White Patty. She was in an episode of House. She was in a film called Hell Mountain. And then she was Lava Girl in a 2020 film called We Can Be Heroes. And that's the last thing that she's done.
Well, she stepped away from the industry. It's a pretty bad industry, so that makes sense.
I mean, yes, good for her on that. But also, like...
Anyway, Mr. Electric, I did not send him to the ball smashing device and have his ball smashed immediately. Oh god, that's so terrible.
Quantumania, like again, it's a film that definitely. The reason I think that its biggest fault is I think they put Kang in, and he wasn't called Kang, but we know him as Kang.
Yeah.
And we got that great end credit scene, and we got all this creativity on him, and I think that it's. You kind of mentioned earlier today, even like getting a version of Kang that's defeated, but not the final defeated. Mm-hmm. You know, we got that's the thing. What made Thanos so built up is we got Thanos's the people under Thanos, who he trusted as his top people getting defeated, but we saw the threat that they posed, and they were under this guy. So getting these Kangs defeated or beaten or challenged, but not the massive leader, the one who remain style level Kangs. Yeah. I think that's where Quantumania should have been higher up in things, and that's what it was setting up for. Before a lot of the outside things, fucked up things, which again, even too, they could have kept and they kept. I mean, how many people? Again, the Hulk has been massive in so many things. They don't even address the fact that Edward Norton played their first version of Bruce Banner.
Or Rhodey was recast. Remember?
Exactly. He was in 2 films and never gets referenced that he changed looks.
No, he's in the first movie.
He was in 2.
No, what's his name? What's his name from Ebb and Flow or whatever was from the first one?
I swear to God, in Iron Man 2, that was him because he even sees the suit and he goes, next time. Wait, it was Don Cheadle.
Don Cheadle was only in he was in 2 onwards was Don Cheadle.
I swear to God, that was Terrence Howard.
Terrence Howard was only in the first movie only. Yeah.
I swear to God, he was at one point in 2. Jesus Christ! I'm having a fucking Mandela effect moment.
Yeah.
I swear to God he was in 2. Because I swear to God there was a second suit. You see him go, oh wait, that's right. Okay.
In the first one he says I'm going to go next time.
Okay, I might be misremembering.
Yeah.
It's been a while since I've seen Iron Man 1, to be fair.
I looked up the thing about Jonathan Majors. So yeah, he was guilty of two assault and harassment, I believe, as he was convicted for the 2 charges, and he was just sentenced to 52 weeks in-person domestic violence intervention program in Los Angeles and probation. So that's what happened with that. But that was enough to get him off of there.
I mean, and here's the because I've heard bits and pieces, so I might be misremembering things. Like, and this again too. Like, even if we're taking John Majors out of it, they could have recast. They could have recast.
We took pictures of a couple. I think that they could either recast as a younger Kang or someone, because like that's a major character in the comics. Is Iron Patriot is actually a young version of him at the beginning of his time loop journey.
And even there's a young version of himself who is like actively against old versions of himself.
Yeah.
But also too, like, here's something to pitch. What if you, instead of hard recasting, what if you put Kang in a completely different capacity? What if, and I'm just gonna take somebody who is a black muscular man who we have seen in Marvel before, M'Baku. M'Baku is the version of Kang who slowly took over power. He became the king of Wakanda and became more powerful.
That already wouldn't make sense with the time things we've already established with him. And also,
who the fuck? Well, listen, what the fuck does it matter?
There's a billion other actors. Honestly, like I said, they could recast him. The visual one who looks most similar to him, I said, was Maximus from Fallout. That actor.
That's right. Yeah.
He doesn't have the sexy ass voice of Jonathan Majors for Kang, or maybe he doesn't have the intimidating presence of Kang. But if it's I said, Iron Patriot is what?
How do we know he doesn't?
Because we hear him talk all the time, and he's very like goofy. Also, he's British, I believe, too.
But we talked about. You ever heard that Southern drawl from Rick in Walking Dead? He's talking like, I mean, I've been doing a terrible impression of it, but he's doing like this. But then you hear him, and he's a very, very posh, like I said, listen, visually, there is accent work that can be done. I believe in the actor who plays Maximus, who of course is actually the act. Oh, that's not the right Maximus here. No, the Maximus of Fallout actor. That man is named Aaron Moten. Yeah. I believe in Aaron Moten has the ability to put on an imposing, intimidating voice.
But also, you may not need to be intimidating. Like I said, if it's Iron Patriot, the young version of Kang, that could be fine for like a Young Avengers team. Sure. But yeah, Ant-Man and the Wasp, fun little bit. After that is Guardians of the Galaxy 3. Incredible movie, The High Evolutionary, what a piece of shit. Rocket's backstory, absolutely tear-jerking, inducing. Groot, audience hearing Groot say, "I love you guys," fucking tearing in the audience. Everything was fucking wonderful. The future Guardians team, everybody retiring and doing their own shit.
Drax him, Mantis, Warlock, who again is
Adam Warlock, joining the Guardians, being a little nice, funny dude. That movie was incredible. Will Poulter, I love Will Poulter. I fucking love that man. He's in everything he's in. He's fucking great. But yeah, Guardians 3, absolutely fucking incredible. Mind-blowingly incredible.
Even too, like, I mean, you think about the fact that it also brought in Cosmo, the Astro Dog, and also Howard the Duck.
Yeah, Howard the Duck finally. Well, he was in back in Thor: Dark World when the Collector's Office we saw Thor. We saw him back then there. But he's also in What Ifs. But like he had not really been in a mainstay proper film. Yeah, true. And whatever, in a main role. And he's there. He's fun and shit. Guardians 3 was mind-blowingly amazing. Not much to say. We've already went over it with our top ranking of movies and everything because it was fucking so goddamn good. Yes. The last project before Marvel's was the one most relevant to it besides Miss Marvel, Secret Invasion. Like I said, there is
that's the show, right?
Yeah, the show Secret Invasion. A number of Skrulls were left on Earth after the 90s events of the original Captain Marvel movie. They've been in protection by Fury, but he was also using a number of them as spies for S.H.I.E.L.D. for a long time. And it's basically like one radicalized Skrull has taken a bunch of them out of the country, and they're like a cell of people. They have been taking over a number of Marvel characters. Like I said, both Martin Freeman's character from Black Panther and Rhodey have been Skrulls for an unknown amount of time.
So we learned that Fury was a Skrull in one of the films.
No, he's not
shows.
a Skrull.
The version of him wasn't it? I swear.
Oh no,
to God.
he at one point he needed what's the name to do cover for him, Ben Mendelsohn's character from the first Captain Marvel, and like I think I've seen in that movie he like pretended to be Fury for a second, but it's been just Samuel Jackson as himself for a long time.
There was somebody I swear that I think it was Far From Home. That, like, at the end of it, you learned that they were Skrulls.
There weren't any Skrulls in Far From Home.
In the end credit scene?
No, I don't think so, no.
There was someone who was like, there was two people who showed up.
There was a Skrull, there was a scene at the end of WandaVision where Monica Rambeau was taken aside by a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, and then that S.H.I.E.L.D. agent revealed to be the young Skrull that she was friends with at the end of Captain Marvel, the first movie.
There was I swear it was...
No, everything when he disappeared at the end of Infinity War. Or...
See, this is the thing is I thought that Fury and someone else were revealed to have been Skrulls for a while because then we got to actual Fury up in space. And it was like they were like talking to him.
Who showed Fury in space? I can't remember which thing that was.
What? I swear that was Far From Home. Now I gotta check.
Maybe.
Spider-Man Far...
I don't remember a Skrull being in that movie.
End credit.
Yeah. Besides that, there was a like I said, there was a radicalized Skrull. The main villain was a radicalized Skrull, and then we find out that they have been, or S.H.I.E.L.D. or whatever they are now, was taking DNA from various Avengers.
Okay, I'm fucking right.
Yeah.
The second end credit scene shows that Nick Fury and Maria Hill were actually Skrulls, Talos and Soren, in disguise with the real Fury operating from a spaceship. I was fucking right. I knew it. That him and Maria Hill ought to be showing me Skrulls.
I don't remember that scene
whatsoever. It. Once again, you doubt me.
Yeah.
And what happens? I got your face.
Yeah, I don't remember that scene whatsoever. But anyway, I would say I do remember him in space earlier because he goes back at the end of the Secret Invasion movie. Secret Invasion show. But yeah, there's a radicalized group of Skrulls, but you find out that S.H.I.E.L.D. had collected DNA from every single Avenger, including a number of other people. They've collected DNA from the Guardians, from their brief stint on Earth. They've collected DNA.
Guardians on Earth?
Yeah, they were on Earth during Endgame and during the what's it called event, the Christmas special and shit like that.
Okay, Christmas I get, but
also during
Endgame they were barely there.
I mean, they were barely.
Rocket was there.
Yeah,
but Groot was not. Because Groot, Quill,
Groot went to Earth at some point, didn't he? Oh, no, he did. Yeah, he definitely was at Earth. He was at Earth in the end of Infinity War.
But then he gets snapped.
Yeah.
So there's no way they got his DNA.
They usually could. Yeah, they could have because they also have the DNA of the Obsidian Council. That's the people who are working for Thanos, like the Ebony Maw and the dude with the claw hammer and the other dude with the spear.
Yeah, their DNA makes even more. Their DNA makes sense.
Ebony Maw was only scratched on his face once by like debris, and that's it. They got his DNA. But anyway, a number of those people, Guardians, Avengers, a ton of the villains that they found in the past, all their DNA has been cataloged by whatever remains of S.H.I.E.L.D. I think it's Sword now, but anyway, remains of that group.
By the way, Peter Quill's DNA would only...
That's not helpful. No one would need that. No, they would... What they took Groot's. I think mainly it's Groot's and Drax's DNA that they took.
Okay, fair.
But yeah, they have all their DNA in the catalog, and the Skrulls are using that to enhance themselves like Super Skrulls, and that is how they introduce Super Skrulls into the thing, where they have the powers of a shit ton. Like one literally turns his hand into the Ebony Maw's hand and is able to do all of his telekinetic powers. One turns his hand into Groot, and they're able to like use the fucking like crazy Groot stretching wood powers. They're able to find that the main thing that they want is that they want something called the Harvest, which is like everybody, including Captain Marvel and a number of other really powerful people's DNA, to make like the fucking ultimate Skrull that could more powerful than all the Avengers, which is the main threat.
So basically, it's Adam Warlock, but not with the what is that race called?
I forgot what they're called. I forgot what they're referred to as. I have no idea.
So is she referred to as the High Evolution? No, she's not the High Evolution.
No. They work for the High Evolutionary. I think he made them. They were like a lesser experiment of his. I think he referred to them as something like that.
Okay, but it's very similar to what they kind of presented.
Yeah, pretty
in terms
much.
Of like Adam Warlock being like the creation of like the perfect being of their race. Like they were trying to make that with the Skrulls.
Yeah, the Skrulls are basically using their superpowers to try to defend themselves and try to take all their planet. Because they also it's like you see in the Marvels, they don't have really a real home anymore because it was destroyed. And there are various tiny little colonies that are going to obviously be being fucking absolutely devastated by what's going to happen in the Marvels next.
Oh, Jesus Christ, they are.
But yeah, in the meantime, They're on Earth. This one wants to take over, or at least get revenge on Fury for using him as spies when he was young, and all kinds of it's a really, like, basically it's a very low-key, again, low-budget, like, spy thriller, pretty much, with Fury being an incredibly old man, retired spy, getting repercussions for all the horrible shit that he did in the past for the couple of years that he's been leading the S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Avengers and everything like that.
Which is funny, because I feel like he's probably blamed for the Hydra actions of S.H.I.E.L.D. without being part of Hydra. Yeah,
it's partially that shit came from them, and also Maria Hill. The major thing from the show, Maria Hill dies in the show. I remember
that. Yeah, because I was like,
terrible.
I remember that.
There's a couple of other, Kira, the Skrull, who's working for him now. She's the one who gets the final harvest, along with the villain, but she kills the villain with all the superpower, the super Skrull powers they have.
That makes me wonder then. So if Fury is getting Fury was obviously in charge of S.H.I.E.L.D., right? And everything, but they were run by Hydra. So
he was only in charge when the other dude, Robert Redford's character, died in not Civil War.
He wasn't in charge, but
Winter Soldier.
But Robert Redford's character was he was the director, but it's basically akin to the squad followed Nick Fury, and Nick Fury followed Robert Redford.
Yeah.
Everyone else was under Nick Fury.
Yeah, so Nick Fury was basically the one who I reported to and was the face and did most of everything. Yeah.
And everything. So part of me wonders and it's probably something that should be talked about more, and it could be maybe it's brought up in some stuff, but Nick Fury is not so different from Hydra in terms of his beliefs.
That's what, like I said, the Skrull was an agent for him when he was young, and they said they were promised a home, and all he did was use them. And one of the fun things that he says to him when he's dying from radiation exposure at the end of the thing, because he's actively really a lot of pain. Obviously he doesn't die because he's in the Marvels, but he tells him. He's like, why did you betrayed us, Fury? He's like, the dude's British. He's really fucking cool. He's like, you pimped us, Fury. You put us out. You fucking made us do all those work for you. You risked our lives, and you never had any plan on giving us a home or anything like that. It's a really cool sequence. And then he says because it's easier to protect 8 billion people than to change their hearts and minds. So I'm not gonna. So I'm not gonna expose you guys. I'm not gonna give you guys the planet. I'm gonna continue to use you to defend the planet because that's what you're for. It's a very, very fun, very role, but it's like I said, it's a very dark, low budget, serious spy comedy with a lot of dark alleys and running around and people telling information, and obviously with Skrulls, people changing who their identities are, who you're talking to is never really. Yeah, it was a decent show. It had issues, a lot of issues. Wasn't very received at all. One of the major issues or minor, I don't know what things about it was the intro was completely using early AI. That was but it was explicitly the point in very, very, very at the beginning of the art AI stuff where it was all weird, surrealist, ugly looking painting art of people looking slightly off or weird or fucked up. It was a bunch of art of that of Skrulls and Fury's facing a bunch of people in a very odd looking thing. But the fact that it was AI at all was bad. But it was explicitly made to be weird at that point.
If you're going to use AI for something, I will say I think that's probably the best use of it is to make something look not real. The problem is as humans we can make things that we can twist things, but there's still a sense of grounded reality, and AI twisting and forming that. I've seen the someone asked AI to draw the Rock over and over again, and it changes it crazy.
Yeah,
I think funny. That is, again, there's a lot of problems with AI, but I will give credit. I think that is, if you're going to use it, that's probably not the worst use.
It's not the worst, but still, you should probably still use regular artists for anything like that. It's still stealing work from somebody. But the show, and then at the end, he goes into space to go to that sword base or whatever it's based, and then the Marvels happens.
Sword are good guys or bad? They're still bad guys, right?
They're basically Space S.H.I.E.L.D. dealing with aliens specifically.
But they're still bad.
There's a lot of aliens working with them, and they seem pretty chill in the Marvels. They're not really antagonists at that point. But also I forgot to mention, the main thing was that the president at the end, when it's revealed that Rhodey is a Skrull, and whole B plot of the show is that the Skrulls in Russia are false flagging something to try to make America go to war with Russia, and I think they even mentioned Iran too, ironically enough. And they're setting up a false flag. The Skrulls are about to make humans go to war. It's revealed that what's going on, and then the president does some horrible evil speech about all extraterrestrials are now enemy combatants, and they're it's a horrible situation. And then Fury tells him after that fucking hateful ass speech, it's that's real one-term president shit. And then, of course, you see...
Why is that not reality?
It's worse than you think, dude. Because and then after that, they show a montage of, like, various politicians either being, like, the people, like, busting in and, like, shooting them up and then, you know, dying because they're purple blood. They shoot them dying during scrolls. And then also you see innocent politicians. Like, you know, you have, like, fucking crazy extremists killing people. You see, like, a woman who's, like, you know, just giving, like, a regular speech. And, like, a guy, like, runs up and, like, shoots her several times and she's just, like, dead. And she doesn't transform because she's not a scroll. She's just a regular person. And, like, this horrible thing is, like, you know, fucking fucked up the planet. And it's fucking crazy. And then, of course, like I said, you think this guy's bad, the next president is fucking, in Captain America Brave New World, it's fucking Harrison Ford turns into a Hulk.
I'd rather have a Red Hulk than listen, that at least has a sense of, like, disconnected tissues comparatively to all aliens are enemies and need to be taken out.
Yeah.
Like, it's God,
crazy.
that...
And that's a very interesting comment. Like I said, it's a very dark, serious, low budget, low key.
God, that's
spy
so
thriller.
Fucking on goddamn. That came out what year? 22, 23?
Secret Invasion was right before the Marvels in 2023, so that probably would have been 2023, 2022, maybe.
So that was halfway through, like, our fucking, like, 4-year, like, breath of fart infused air.
Yeah.
Like, you're not breathing in chemicals that are going to kill you potentially, but at the very least, like, you're not going to die. It's just uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, it's a very dark end, and he just, like, fucking leaves the planet to go into space and deal with what he's about to deal with in the space, a bunch of evil cats. So now we are at the end of Marvel to the point of 2023. We are going to, again, call this one just because we are sick maniacs who are capable of getting to the movie we're supposed to be talking about.
We're our eventual 24-hour episode.
I mean, this episode might end up fucking being 24 hours. We're already at 11:42. So,
I mean, well, by the time we're done with our plugs and rankings, we'll be at 12. So
yeah.
We'll hit 16 with this, but the 24-hour total is either going to be a full-long special or it's going to be Freddy got fingered, let's be honest. Like, listen, I will like straight up be like, all right, we're going to end this one super early. Here's your plugs, here's my plugs, okay, bye.
Yeah,
just to make sure that we hit the first 24 hours with Freddy got fingered.
But yeah, so that is Marvel between the two things. Next we would be getting into the Marvels. We're going to call it. Do we want to rank yet, or do we want to call wait on?
So I think, you know what?
Also, what are the notes you're taking for the movies in between and stuff?
So I just wrote down mostly the films that came out between them. So also I wrote down the partitions I want to learn about.
Yeah.
But honestly, like, because I won't lie, I did not remember ranking the Eternals and the Marvels.
We specifically skipped the Marvels in our ranking of the Eternals. We said we had it. So yeah, if we want to go to just spoil where Marvels is, or keep going.
You know what? I want to spoil where Marvels is because I think we have focused mostly on Eternals.
It may move by the time we talk about Marvels too, possibly.
That is also true. I think there's going to be potential changes. But I think also too, like, you know what? Listen, this is part 3 of now eventual 4.
Yeah.
So let's give everyone a little bit of nugget of, like, this is where we're going with. Like, we talked about Eternals, we talked about potential, we talked about we could see a lot of good things, and even though it's flawed, it's a good film. I think we'll see from our rankings where Marvels is taking us and what the conversation is going to change to. So, since you did this one, this was your choice. Do you want to do your first? You start with your rankings?
Yeah, I'll start with mine.
You'll probably go from...
Now, this is a little difficult. Yeah,
I'd say go top, bottom.
From the top down? Yeah, sure. We haven't done that in a while. Okay, sure. Number 1, obviously the greatest film ever created by humanity. Freddy Got Fingered. Fucking fantastic.
Throne of Heaven?
Yeah, Throne of Heaven, undefeatable. Willy's Wonderland, amazingly funny and fun action. Freddy vs. Jason, a fun-ass action movie that I love to rewatch. Vampire's Kiss, more insightful and interpretive movie than we've expected, but a very fun experience. Number 5, Eternals, a pretty legit, great movie. A lot of very fun ideas. Needed more time, but was still very much an enjoyment. Did not deserve the hate it got. Nope. Next, number 6, Digimon. Fun-ass anime. It makes no sense, but it's very fun. Number 7 was Fast X. A fucking great, not the best Fast and Furious by any means, but a very fun one. Yeah, next, Road Trip, a fun comedy, but I'm not a fan of straight comedies, so it didn't rank too high on my list. Number 9, Star Wars, Revenge of the Sith. One of the best Star Wars movies, IMO. Fucking fantastic.
IMO.
Warcraft is number 10. We've said it 1,000 times. Half of an amazing movie, half of boring. Next is 11, Fantastic Dinosaurs of the movie, purely by nostalgia and my appreciation for weird old shit that I don't really have much for any other context. Next is number 12. This is my list of like CGI bad things that Matthew likes alone. Number 12, X-Men Apocalypse, incredibly flawed movie with some fun bits and interesting ideas, just like
This
a
is
Turbo.
where we start.
We always
divulging.
very much deviate. Number 13, Transformers: Age of Extinction, utter nonsense, pure just nonsense noise action, and then it's a couple of fun visuals. Number 14, The Marvels.
The 14?
Yeah, 14. We can go into detail why it's there. Just like before, CGI interestingness, but the next things are boring, and then it goes quickly into I actively hate. I don't think I hated this movie. Like I said, for MCU movies, it's in the bottom, but that still puts it above a lot of the other shit that's like very much qualified or I'm 100% neutral on. So my feelings end up being it's Marvel, so I'll give it a benefit. A lot of shit's happening in it. I'm not actively angry. I'm not actively bored. I'm a little more confused and slightly checked out, but not, as the next things on the list. Fantasy Island. A very mid movie that was very forgettable, but very, had interesting ideas, but was pretty mid in the long run.
Jason Blum didn't let us forget that he knew about it.
Yeah,
somewhat.
fuck you, Blum.
Yeah.
Then 16 is Trolls 2. Like we said a billion times, fun with friends, deadly boring otherwise. 17 now is Snyder Cut, which I think it moved down a lot from the last time we did this. Just because Snyder Cut people are sickos. Still. But yeah, Snyder Cult, it's interesting idea.
Snyder Cult?
Yeah, Snyder Cult, the Snyder Cult. Interesting ideas, but yeah, vaguely boring, vaguely stupid. There's a lot of really dumb issues with it, and like I said before, I'm glad the universe is dead. The fans suck about that movie, even though I was vaguely defending it back then. Number 18, I Party with Victorious, a mid-show, 4 episodes of mid-shows from a narrative I didn't really watch. Percy Jackson, Lightning Thief 19. What a disappointing interpretation of a thing we actually liked. Bananas Supposed to Hug, a mid-horror movie that was, also very, very forgettable, despite the IP. Now's the hate. 21, Resident Evil 2.
Wait, was that 20?
20 is Banana Splits.
Okay, that's 20, okay. 21
is Resident Evil 2, Apocalypse, sucks. Number 22, Jack and Jill, fucking unfunny and sucks. Number 23, Terror of Tiny Town, boring and shitty. Thank God it's short. And then number 24, the most offensive piece of shit I've ever watched for this show, Marcy X. Every time I think about it, I get upset. It sucks. Also not funny, so it's not funny and racist. 25, Monster Hunter, an embarrassing slap in the face of something that means so much to me. Then Bad Taste, disgusting and boring, and of course the worst piece of shit ever. I can't believe somebody made that. Fuck you, M. Night Shyamalan, The Last Airbender.
So I definitely see our cracks here and there.
Oh yeah, we've been running a lot.
So go on my list here, of course, as the same as always. Freddy Got Fingered is the Throne of Heaven, number 1. Number 2 was Vampire's Kiss. I genuinely, going back, I could not believe how deep that film got and everything. I was very impressed. Number 3 was Road Trip, because again, I think part of it too is I just didn't expect to, especially a 2000s film, to be so progressive and so great. Honestly, the only negative thing is needed more Tom Green. Number 4 is Willy's Wonderland. Nick Cage is clearly so incredible that 2 of my top films are him. Number 5 is Fast X. Part of it too is I think it's very Avengers-esque. It's enjoyable because of everything that came before it. Oh yeah, but man, it's enjoyable as fuck. 6 is where's number 6? Freddy vs. Jason. As you said, it's an enjoyable film as hell. It's goofy, gory, fun. 7 was Eternals. It is I enjoyed the high concept of it. There's definitely things like I'm never someone who needs everything laid out in front of me. But I think it would have benefited from laying some of it out, from cutting a few things and giving us a bit more. And I think it could have easily kept the amount of action while making it more influential and hitting harder. Definitely could have been a bit better, but was still very good. Number 8, Warcraft. To quote you just now, half a good film, half a boring piece of shit.
Yep.
That good half was good though.
Oh yeah.
Number 9 is Star Wars 3, because nostalgia is a hell of a drug. Number 10 is Fantasy Island, mostly again because I was able to somehow surprise my wife, not having realized that I'd seen it before. Number 11 was Digimon the movie, because it's bright and colorful, and I love that. Number 12 is Marcy X, because apparently I hate you, and I
can't believe that.
And I'm an ally, but not that much of an ally.
That's terrible.
13 was Fantastic Dinosaurs of the movie, action highlights from SFX Classics, just because I think our conversations on trailer culture was great. Apparently not enough nowadays looking back. Number 14 is Bad Taste, because I like me some good old Splatterfest, and I like me some old ass films.
Oh yeah.
Number 15 is Troll 2, because the fun it is. I agree, it's boring as hell on your own, but goddamn, it's fun with friends. 16 is Banana Splits, and again, as I've said, it could not have been better than what we got, but I think that's an admirable in a way. Number 17 is my Andy Dalton pick. I party with Victorious. It is not great. It's not terrible. You're good if you're better than it. You're bad if you're worse than it. 18 is Percy Jackson Lightning Thief, because it is just worse than... It is just below average. Number 19 is Terror of Tiny Town, because I think there's... It has concepts of a good idea.
Listeners, I'll just say right now, I am shocked.
I'm not saying it's a good film.
No, not Terror of Tiny Town. I mean, that you've not listened to Marvels yet.
Well, we're close. Spoiler alert. Number 20 is Monster Hunter. I think ironically too, Monster Hunter World, or not Monster Hunter Wilds, did a lot to, I think, make that film bearable-ish. Listen, I think that going back and realizing that we were coming up with concepts that Wilds then addressed was just fun. And again, I think that there's so many bad things. I could go on a whole tangent.
Look at these knees.
Though there's a lot of that's right. It's only 20. It's still in the bottom half. It's below the Andy Dalton average. Here. It's a bad film. I'm not defending it's a good film, but there's things to defend in it. But that's where Marvel's comes in. There are some things here and there, but we will get into. There's a lot of bad in that film, and I wanted. Here's why it's so low for me. I wanted to enjoy it more because I came in with all of the dude bros hated it, so I'm like, there's got to be something that they hated. That clearly the things that they hate are because they're fucking dumbass shitheads.
Yeah,
like.
No, that 100%. I was like, that was one of the only movies I was like actively like sitting there like F5 refreshing Rotten Tomatoes, because it was like that movie leading up to it, tons and tons of fucking shitty hate from online from assholes, and I was like, so like, God, please don't be bad, please don't be bad, please don't be bad, and like reviews were coming on Rotten Tomatoes one at a time. It was just like the average bouncing like 3 positive reviews is at 100%. Like, okay, yeah, 1 negative review is at 75%. I'm like, oh no, refresh. Like, 30 reviews. It's like it's sitting at like 59%. It's rotten. It's like, oh no, and like more come in, 80 reviews. It's now at 64%. I'm like, oh God, what the fuck is happening? Everyone was like, before the movie came out, everyone like literally was just like, is it gonna be bad? Is it gonna be good? Are the fucking shitheads online correct? Or like, what's gonna happen with it? No spoilers, but it ended up, I think it's like exactly like 61 or 62% or something like just on the line. I was just like, oh, thank God, the movie's great. I went and saw it. I was just like, it was all right. And watching it now this years later, I'm just like, ugh.
And this thing is, I was the same way. I wanted to. I watched this film looking for something to enjoy, to enjoy it. And again, I'm not as deep into as much lore post Endgame as you are. So like there are gaps in my knowledge, but I am still invested. I still think that there could be great things, and I still want there to be good things from post Endgame. And I was looking, and it was I couldn't find anything in this film comparatively to what I could elsewhere. Yeah, like there's it just hurt so much. and I was so upset. I remember I genuinely agree with. I don't know what my notes say yet. I've not reread them since we watched it, but I'm very curious to see after reading my Eternals notes. I would say curious.
It being that low is very shocking to me because like really like what the fuck was it below like fucking something shitty. I was like
Monster Hunter.
Yeah, but below Monster Hunter, below Terror of Tiny Town, below like all these below Percy Jackson. Like it was whatever. We'll talk about when
here's why I think so. Like Terror of Tiny Town, we all know what it is. But here's why I think it's below for me. It's below Percy Jackson. It's because like Percy Jackson was the first attempt and it failed. And maybe I'm a bit colored too by what we got in the second version of those
second movie or the show?
Second film, the second movie. Yeah, I think that was a better film. And you saw what it was. You could see where they made the corrections here.
Yeah, they made just a lot of things immediately, like trying to fix it. Yeah,
and I think I look back at it the same way I can look back at Age of Ultron and see, I see where they're trying, I see where they failed, I see where they enjoy, whatever. So like looking at this from the lens, I would look back and I did what I could to try to. I wanted to like this film, but there's so many areas where it failed for me. Like we'll get into in part 4. I wanted this to be a better film. I wanted this to be above average.
But I'm glad we're saving it because there's going to be a lot of conversation to have around it.
But I can, and I think I'll say too because I'll bleed back into my rankings for a second. As much as I hated it, I think that it suffered from something. But I feel like a lot of people tried their best, and I think that there's a few. I think too, like there's a few voices here and there that ruined it. Similar, I think Monster Hunter conceptually being a standalone film is why it's just below. It's just above. Mm-hmm. So both of them, I think suffered from a single failure. I think Monster Hunter being a standalone made it 20. Marvel's had had previous things that still failed, so that's why it's 21. 22 is X-Men Apocalypse for me because I'm so mad at that film. I'm so mad at it. God, I hate that film. I wanted to. I love the Magneto thing, and they crap all over it.
Well, the Grand Magneto story did end pretty stupidly.
Speaking of Apocalypse and having something to do with a sequel, Resident Evil 2 Apocalypse is 23 for me because the few special effects don't do it. Number 24, as I judge it on its own merit, as our friend of podcast Chris Bow always reminds us to do, is Last Airbender. It was colorful, unlike number 25, the Justice League Snyder Cut, which is also 4 hours long. Yeah. So you give credit to Terror of Tiny Town for being short. Justice Snyder Cut is long and painful. 26 is Transformers Age of Extinction. Because what the fuck even happened in that movie? But at the very least, I forget what happened in that. Unlike the continuous fart noise subtitle of a film that is Jack and Jill at 27.
I gotta make chocolate squirts, as Jill said.
No, she says I got chocolate chimichanga or something like that. Oh God, that film. That's the only good moment of that film is the after credits, so it's not even part of the main film. It's just referencing the film. Yeah. Oh God, that film is terrible.
Wow, that like what? So from the bottom, it's like 7 from the bottom, or 6 from the bottom. 6 from okay, yeah, that's crazy to me. Yeah. Well, like I said, it may jump around, it may get lower for me after the next discussion, it may get higher. Who knows? But yeah, that movie has issues. We'll get into those issues in depth for another 4 fucking hours because we are both mentally insane people.
Thanks for joining us in our therapy session.
Yeah, if you want to see 2 mentally ill people shout about Marvel movies it's going to be what, fucking 18 hours that next time.
I honestly thought we were gonna end up blowing through.
Legit yes, but I mean, like, I think we're gonna have probably an equally lengthy discussion about the Marvels of all things. Next time.
I will say, I think it is. I think it's a testament.
We'll get our feelings out, and we'll like I said, over the course of the discussion, I'm sure our feelings will change either positively or negatively about it.
That's a possibility. I think too, like for me too, I think Eternals is a weird film to be so close to Endgame but be detached from it. Yeah, and I think that's why maybe that too, like the fact that there's so many projects in between them.
Yeah.
Like, we can look at
Oh, yeah.
Eternals and see, they're trying to build up to something.
Yeah,
we see the Marvels and we say, oh, God, you had all this time to build and you didn't build anything.
The joke I heard a lot was one of the people, Jesse Cox. I don't know if you follow the YouTuber. He's a very funny dude. But, like, he had a Marvel podcast for a while, that whenever any Marvel project came out. And he was talking about, he was like one of the main proponents, like screaming at the TV every single one of those 14 projects. Why aren't you going to address the giant man sticking out of the ocean? Like the fucking the events of Hawkeye are happening. Like, why aren't they talking about the fucking giant man sticking out of the ocean? Fucking the next one is like fucking Echo's happening. Fucking Daredevil's happening. Fucking She-Hulk's happening. Like, why aren't you addressing the giant man sticking out of the ocean? There's a giant fucking statue. What the fuck is that? Marvel's happened. Nobody cares. Secret Invasion. The little Skrulls. Like, what the fuck is this giant fucking creature in the Indian Ocean right now? A human hand or human-looking hand is sticking out of it. What the fuck is happening? And then it took until Brave New World, fucking multiple movies after the Marvels for them to finally be like, oh yeah, what the fuck is that thing?
They also, like, we kind of didn't address it much. So theoretically, the entirety of the world saw Arishem show up, right?
At least half the planet saw that shit. So,
yeah, and that never gets addressed. And also, okay, maybe only half.
I'll say there is one gag during a news scroll in an episode of She-Hulk. At the bottom, it does say the giant man in the ocean has still not been. It's like being investigated by the governments of Japan and America or something like that.
But like
that's about it.
So here's another thing to think about. Like, so even only half the world saw Arishem, there's footage of it. Like, we talked about that.
Oh,
there's footage. There's guarantee you. There's some. We have footage of to bring it back tonight.
9/11. Why don't you send me model like the fucking meteor that hit Cleveland or whatever the fuck? Something less crazy.
Well, I didn't see any footage of that, but there's footage of 9/11.
Yeah,
there's footage of
that
the
was
first.
25 years ago.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's way before our modern age of like everyone having a phone and filming things.
Yeah.
So like there is footage of the planes hitting, and I'm gonna guarantee there's probably multiple angles of it. In 2001, in 2000, in the 2020s.
Yeah.
This also was before COVID, so we were still online, and we were still heavily online for this shit. This was after, wasn't? No, it was just before. But like,
COVID would have happened technically during the fucking blip. You forget the blip happened too. And like I said, these people are so desensitized to insane shit happening on their planet and around. There's like, a fucking a trillion-foot creature appeared for 2 seconds and then disappeared in a black hole a foot away from Earth.
And there was also a lot of people in the park around Cersei.
Yeah.
And she gets whisked into the sky.
Yeah.
Even if, let's assume that Fastos...
Kingo was like on the set of a movie and
Fastos, I can see, was with his family. So the only
Yeah.
two people really, maybe his family and maybe his neighbors.
Yeah.
Not that many. Yeah, Kingo was probably on set or around in a celebrity event because he is very much enjoying the spotlight of things. So he was and being one of the largest actors of India, Bollywood and all of India is going to talk about how like one of their main stars was whisked into the sky at the same exact time as a giant face showed up. Oh, which by the way also looks like the giant face sticking out of the middle of the ocean.
I'm about to say, Pakistan may have just had like a pretty like fucking Arishem's crotch for all the hell we know, or like his elbow or something, or his armpit. Like, I don't know what the hell they saw of this trillion-foot being appearing, like this god appearing before the planet.
Yeah. Again, the world is. Listen, the world is massively fucked up. How long? How many years? How many films? Nobody brings it up. The closest we get to something before Brave New World where they actually address it is a bottom news scroll. It's not scroll. Scroll during the meta-breaking She-Hulk, which is perfect. But also, how did it take? What? No. What?
Yeah, it was a very weird decision. But they did address it eventually.
Okay, eventually. Okay.
So it's all good. We're all good.
We're all good now. All right, then. Okay, we're just going to address it finally eventually. Like, also, too, like, the fact that listen, too, I think that there's going to be something, there's got to be more. The Atlanteans are fucked, right? There is no way that their hometown is not vastly affected by the giant man emerging from the core of the planet, where they live under the underground of the Deep ocean.
They're like in they're like in the Atlantic, aren't they? Technically.
Oh, they're in the Atlantic. Okay, that makes it
fine.
so much better.
They're fine. They're safe.
Yeah, exactly. Tiamat was only emerging from the Indian, the other part of the ocean where they weren't. There's no effects of a giant being being birthed from the core of the center of the earth. The people living under the crust that sits under the deep ocean of a different ocean, they're perfectly okay.
Yeah.
Also, how the fuck are they not fucking affected from this? Because Namor has to be wet to be healed, and like all the other people have
Anybody who doesn't know what happened, it would appear like this giant man popped out of a hand and a head popped out of the ocean, and then a couple of days later, a massive trillion-foot version of one of those things appeared for Earth and then disappeared in a black hole.
And there are people who were seen lifted out of the sky, and I'm sure that they all heard say, "I'm going to check whatever you said exactly. I'm going to see if this planet is worthy." And no one's concerned about the giant being, especially because I have not seen the Fantastic Four film, but theoretically, that takes place before all this, right? That's basically
It's a different universe.
A different universe?
Yeah.
Well, fuck me then. Because that makes me so upset. Because doesn't Galactus show up in that or no?
Galactus does show up in that, yeah.
But they also going to show up in Marvel Prime, right?
They're crossing. Spoilers for Thunderbolts, aka the New Avengers. You do see at the end post-credit scene while they're discussing a very funny bit. I don't know if you're going to watch the show. You really should watch the movie. Like I said, if anything, that's a great movie to watch. Are you going to watch it? Because I'm going to say a minor spoiler for a second.
Eventually. But, all right.
And not plot-wise, it's just addressing Doomsday. The post-credits scene, while they're like in the New Avengers tower or whatever, chilling and being silly, they do address that Sam Wilson is forming an Avengers team, and that he also copyrighted the name, and so they have to like come up with a new name for themselves, and they're just being very like they're like the official government Avengers team that works for the government, and nobody trusts them because they're literally all like fucking supervillains. Yeah. But like, they say like Sam Wilson is building an actual Avengers team somewhere else, and then they see the Fantastic Four spaceship is coming in from somewhere. It's coming onto the planet. So cross universe thing with that. Yeah.
But also, okay, that's also later on because I was going to say, Doctor Strange has met Mr. Fantastic.
He's met a Mr. Fantastic, yeah.
Exactly, and that's the thing here, is that in theory, well, also, too, that brings into stuff, because, like, in theory, if every universe is going to have a Spider-Man, whether it's Peter Parker, Miles Morales, whomever, Gwen Stacy,
Ben Reilly, or any other weirdos,
Paul.
Yeah. Oh, God, don't think you do that.
There's a universe where Paul is Spider-Man.
Don't be going to make all the fucking Marvel fans kill themselves if that happened. I was going to say, in the brand new day trailer, sorry for detangenting us, we do see that MJ is flirting with a guy at a party. Immediately, everyone's like, if that motherfucker's name is Paul, they're going to lose their fucking minds. and I was like, that better be that motherfucker's name.
Yes, better.
That would be the best.
100% on with that.
That would be the best scenario.
But, like, so Strange knows that there is somebody who, like, so if you look at that Illuminati from that universe, you have a Professor X, which mutants are kind of canonical, non-canonical.
They said that he's like the head of like the mutant affairs or something like that.
Right. Yeah. You have Captain Britain, quote unquote, with Peggy, but you recognize her as a Captain of Marvel.
Yeah.
Captain America pseudo because of her appearance. You have a Captain Marvel.
Yeah. Who's also, I don't know if that X-Men universe that appeared at the end of Marvel's is supposed to be that universe, or is that a different one? So I think she was going by a different name, so that might be another one where she got the powers instead of Carol.
Very good.
But remember, the Carol
but Strange saw Captain Marvel in this other universe.
Yeah.
Even if she didn't look like the Captain Marvel he knew of a Captain Marvel.
Yeah.
So hearing the name theoretically tells him that person is something, and then you have the Sorcerer Supreme of that of that was someone who he also knows.
Yeah.
So he has to know that there is a Reed Richards-like person in his universe.
If they meet, he might say, "I met another Reed, but he wasn't sexy ass Pedro Pascal."
Right.
He was sexy ass John Krasinski.
So but basically so there has to be there's got to be a Galactus level threat. You know, I think too, Deadpool is going to be, well, I guess that's his own weird universe, because he also saw a version of of a Fantastic Four who encountered
yeah.
Galactus.
Yeah, he met another one.
In theory, we don't know all what was discussed during that time, and he's also very medical breaking. So I guarantee you,
I mean, he would know regardless. I'm sure if he he'd probably just know because of hilarious Deadpool powers.
Exactly. So like that's Galactus.
I mean, like,
and also
I said,
let's also take it for a second.
She-Hulk mentioned the X-Men when she was having her meta discussion with the Kevin, the being that controls the universe, and she was like, "Oh no, the X-Men showing up," and she's like, they looked at the camera like, "Don't worry, guys."
Also, let's not forget about the fact that there was a Celestial that that the entire universe should also know at some point, known as a guy named Ego.
I mean, the universe wouldn't know. Actually, no. I don't know.
He's got connections because he had that seed on every planet in the universe.
How many people actually knew about it? Did he die at the end of that movie?
He died at the end of the movie, yes. But there was that flower indicates, and the fact that he had so many children indicates that he did leave some connection. And as we've seen, there has to have been somebody who knew that something happened. There also, like... I guarantee you that Peter Quill. No, I think they even said Peter Quill was his DNA was checked by the Nova Corps,
and it did sense it.
And the Nova Corps knew that there was something else besides the human DNA.
Yeah.
They probably knew because I guarantee you the Nova Corps feel like they were eternal,
they would
connected race.
Or they would just know about Celestials just from being space people,
Exactly. And the fact that they have a relationship with the Kree probably have to know about it at that point as well.
They definitely know. Yeah.
They're not known. So, like, there is connection and knowledge of the Celestials at this point.
They're not a mystery of the spacefaring races. No, because, like, everyone who travels in and out of nowhere from a billion different planets all know about Celestials. So that's
yeah. So let's not address the giant man sticking out of the earth.
That's just that. No. That's just us. Who cares? Who cares about Earth?
Okay, let's
get the plugs because we're gonna be back on tangents again.
Yeah, we'll plug just like how the core's crust is being plugged by the giant man sticking out of the earth.
He has made of adamantium. Now I gotta rewatch Brave New World just to fucking figure out how the hell what's going on with that. I was gonna rewatch Brave New World the other day, but I'm like, I don't have time for that. I'm just gonna watch these 2 TV show endings and be confused.
I streamed for 7 hours. Nice. Speaking of streaming and having nothing to do with it, well, actually having everything to do with it.
Everything.
My plugs. Because I'm not gonna get to my next time movie because we'll get that in part 4.
Yeah.
I still have 2 films. They both star the same actor. One is a sci-fi action film, and one is a comedy.
I will say, have one or both of them been covered by How Did This Get Made?
Yes, both of them have.
Jesus said, I don't know. Well,
listen, one of them is painful, one of them is enjoyable.
Well, we'll figure it out next time.
And also, we do we go into things so in depth that we talk about everything around something, even if it was somehow tangentially related. So.
Absolutely. Well, plugs.
Yes. We'll plug that conversation.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I have those 2 films. I got them in my mind. So, but you can find me. I mean, really, the only thing I use is Twitch. Father_Bohawk. And as I mentioned in the other parts, I'm doing the champion lock. And actually tonight of when we record this, so you'll know
2 or 3 months from now when you hear this.
2 or 3 months from now, you'll either have been hearing me talk about what I'm going to do and be able to look back at it, because eventually I'm going to make videos, because I am on my 5th set of E4s in Pokemon X, where I'm setting to put another 6 Pokemon into the Hall of Fame as part of my effort to make every Pokemon a champion. And yes, that will include legendaries, which I did actually use my first legendary in any of the playthroughs. I did use Xerneas, and it actually died during the random battle with the random guy that I did not expect. That was a surprising moment for me. I think I went in having taken some damage, to be fair. But yeah, it died dead. I wasn't gonna be a part of the E4 team, but I'm going. Yeah. Anyway, Pokemon X is to be my 5th set of E4 teams. It'll join Blue, Emerald, Black, White, and Pearl. I'm doing X now, and spoiler alert for what people already have seen is I'm preparing to get Pokemon Moon next, since my naming scheme is actually moons, so like all the moons of our solar system. Yeah. Which is funny. So I named my starter Moon, and it's actually good. Spoiler alert my first attempt at making a starter Hall of Fame is going to be Chestnut named Moon. So yeah, I'm doing that tonight, and that's still ongoing. So eventually, I will make videos because I have so much footage from things.
No.
And I think they're fun. Be funny, and it's been a lot of fun because like I'm planning these E4s and thinking like who do I want to get rid of from my encounter pool. But once they're Hall of Fame, I take them out of my encounter. So like Geodude was in the first. I can't use it anymore. It's the Cantonian version. I can still use the Alolan and Cantonio versions of things, and all the different forms are different. So like Poliwrath is in, Politoed is not, so it's still eligible for that kind of thing. The only thing where it's weird is like certain stuff like the Flabébé line. They all have different colored flowers. Yeah. So once that one enters, the problem is like I'm gonna run to the point where I have so few encounters in certain games that like a Flabébé can be I can choose. Like, it's gonna be like in this game I can choose to allow it or not, and if I do, it has to be a different color. So if I enter in the white flower, it has to be a non-white flowered Flabébé to be entered into the Hall of Fame.
All right,
kind of thing. But yeah, do that. Father_Bohawk on Twitch and eventually on YouTube under I think the same name.
Hell yeah!
So join the Twitch chat and say when the video's coming, and that will that'll push me to make the videos. I also still have the footage of, and I had started working on a script even. I just got to re-edit it at some point, but I have being Pokemon Diamond with bugs only.
Hell yeah!
Which was, I beat a spoiler alert. I beat Cynthia with a Butterfree and a Heracross.
That's a good ass team.
I'm not kidding. Those are the only two Pokemon, and I beat Cynthia going in with those two alone.
Hell yeah! I gotta do another fucking Pokemon tabletop game. That game's fucking incredible.
I did also beat Pokemon Black with only fire types. I did use Victini, but that was because I was all I could use. And
yeah, makes sense.
It came down to it, and I literally used an Endure reversal strat to help take care of both. To basically make Gets beatable.
No,
it was both of those E4s were some of the funnest, and like I enjoyed the hell out of like White Kaizo and shit, but like being able to beat some of these games with such weird teams is a blast.
Hell yeah, Pokemon is fantastic. One of the best series of all time, deserves all the love it gets.
And I'm very excited for getting my Switch 2 eventually.
Yeah, eventually playing Pokopia.
I can't believe, by the way, friend of the podcast Chris Bow, you got to bring the Switch 2 so we could make our trade today.
Yeah,
but it's all right. Because you're my brother and I love you, and we're going to have you back again.
Yeah,
as we always do.
Of course.
So we can do that because Champions comes out. Wind and Waves has been announced.
Looks fantastic.
And I can't wait to...
Pokemon Forever.
Pokemon!
Matthew Lewis Podcast, Patreon, Matthew Lewis Podcast, YouTube, Matthew Lewis Podcast, Twitch, Matthew Lewis Podcast, everywhere the fuck else, I guess. Oh, Blue Sky, of course. Check out old episodes of fucking Action Toon Bros and new episodes of, obviously, old episodes of Movie Garbage. Totally worth it. Fun listens.
See our evolution where we
started.
We used to spend 45 minutes on the entire episode.
I know. We literally rushed into talking about Freddy Got Fingered, and now it would be probably it's going to be a 24-hour episode one day. But yeah, beyond that, obviously.
Was it on? I'll say real quick. Was it on? Would you say it on when we were recording or not? When it's like our 24-hour episode of Freddy Got Fingered, it's going to be with it playing in a loop in the background.
Yeah. Like I said, like the amazing podcast, You Talking You Two to Me, we will have the episode of Freddy Got Fingered and us reacting to that episode while listening and watching Freddy Got Fingered. And so it'll just be a cacophony of craziness and we'll have a great time.
And I'm going to eventually find a way. Listen, even if it is just me going onto that Nazi site Twitter, because I know he's on that, or finding other ways to get a hold of him, I will get, in some way, Tom Green to be on our podcast.
We need him. Like I said, I will buy a cameo if that's still a thing. I don't know if that's a thing anymore, if he's even on it, but I would totally do that too.
Listen, I feel like if we contacted Tom Green and said we will pay you to do something, we will.
Of course. But beyond that, obviously, buy the Forgotten Minotaur King book.
That's great.
Hell yeah, and fucking leave a review on Amazon. Also, the podcast should be available on Spotify and Apple Podcasts. Having some issues with the RSS feed at this point, but hopefully months from now when you're hearing this, those issues are resolved.
I'll say this as a plug in his voice. Buy the Forgotten Minotaur King book. Listen to the podcasts. It's fantastic.
Hell yeah.
Grunter.
All right, so you ready to wrap this bad boy up, Ed?
I guess, yeah. I gotta get the kids off the bus here in a minute or two.
Brewing D&D. Wow, Al Pacino's not Al anymore. It's Duke. Pacino. Don't mind if I do. What's my name? Pikachu. A whole new game. Pikachu. Creamy
Like
goodness,
Thanos.
I'm your friend. Say hello to my chocolate blend. Attica Hua Lati Light. This whole trial is out of sight. They pulled me back in with Hazelnut 2. Caramel Swirl, I know it was you. Everyone wants my Ducachino. Can't get enough of my Ducachino. Kids from 7 to 17 lining up for my Ducachino. What's my name?
Ducachino.
Ducachino.
I think we can clearly say and end this one off.